God, stop. I think one of my contacts is like cracked or something because it keeps like popping. Um, that shouldn't actually be a problem. Thinking about how to set up the thing for the show, but I just have to. Oh my God, that fucking thumbnail. What the hell? What the fuck?
We've got to talk about this Taylor Swift, Kendrick Lamar, Adolf Hitler craziness. Vice President Vance said US judges aren't allowed to control Trump's legitimate power in what many are calling the beginning of a constitutional crisis. And what the heck is actually happening in South Africa? We're talking about all that and much more on today's brand new Philip DeFranco show. You daily dive into the news, how it's being covered, and how people are reacting to it, starting with this. The Super Bowl happened last night, and a lot of different people had a lot of different feelings about a lot of different things. As far as the actual game, right? Chiefs versus Eagles, pretty much everyone except Chiefs fans were very happy with the results. It was just a brutal beating. Even the score of 40-22 made it look closer than it actually was. Like one of the Chiefs' touchdowns happened after the coach of the Eagles got doused with Gatorade, though that also made the game kind of boring for a lot of people who didn't have a dog in the fight. Then separately, there was the Taylor Swift of it all, where she was there to watch her boyfriend Travis Kelce play, and when her face got put on the Jumbotron, she got booed like crazy.
I assume he's gonna cover this, but what I heard about this is that she used to be an Eagles fan. She's from the area, so sports fans are crazy.
Saying that largely came from the Eagles fans that were there. Though in addition
Right.
to that, you had the president of the United States piling on, writing on social media. The only one that had a tougher night than the Kansas City Chiefs was Taylor Swift. She got booed out of the stadium. MAGA is very unforgiving. Though there, regarding left-wing and right-wing reactions to that, not everyone was on the same page. Or with seeing, for example, conservative commentator Tommy Lahren tweeting, "I know I see this differently than a lot of conservative friends, but I didn't like nor do I celebrate the booing of Taylor Swift. What did she do to any of y'all? I get that she endorsed Kamala, but that's her right. Are we supposed to hate someone because they have different political opinions?" Overall,
You're a conservative, yes. Did she not get the memo? Her background lighting looks crazy. It looks so different. Maybe it's like a different angle. Oh, shiny as hell today. Let's go.
overall, she is a wholesome and talented performer who, by all accounts, is kind to her crew and a nice person. Saying, "I don't celebrate that kind of thing being booed just because she voted for someone that I didn't." But then in addition to
Wait, you some sort of
that,
lib,
of course,
Tom?
there was the Kendrick Lamar halftime show. And really just, wow, depending on where you went on social media, drastically different reactions. Right, like if you go to YouTube right now on the official halftime show video from the NFL, Kendrick Lamar is the GOAT. Right, saying Samuel L. Jackson, his Uncle Sam, was genius. Kendrick was so kind to let some football teams play during his concert. Considering the beef with Drake started March 2024, this is the longest funeral
I don't care about any of those.
I've ever seen. People calling it award-winning. Some people were even hyping up his cardio, as well as highlighting things like Kendrick bringing out Serena Williams to crip walk after Drake stalked that woman publicly for years and obsessively threw shots at her for turning him down is so wild. That man is the definition of AD chaotic good. But then you go to Twitter, you look at some headlines, you had people going, was this the worst halftime show in history? And there, as far as people that had kind of a negative reaction, it seems split across three things. Right, seemingly some everyday folks, and there was also like a political right-leaning angle to it, and then of course Drake fans. Right around the political stuff, you had some calling it the DEI halftime show.
Just say the N-word at that point.
Some, like Matt Gaetz,
We all
seeming to
get it.
condemn it, saying the halftime show you just watched is clearly the regime's response to Trump's historic gains.
Who's the regime? What?
With black men. Which I will say, regardless of the fact that Kendrick was announced as the performer before the election, you would also think Matt Gaetz would know better than to kind of walk into this trap. And I say that because like half of the responses to him are just people writing the lyrics to Not Like Us. But then aside from the political stuff, there were also takes like it just didn't feel super entertaining. Some saying they just couldn't understand what he was saying. And of course, bringing it back to the Drake and Kendrick Lamar of it all, some saying that Drake would have put on a better performance. Which here, I'll say two things.
I mean, it's not like Kendrick hasn't performed like at the Super Bowl before. Didn't he do it like 3 years ago?
The first is, I would love to know your thoughts about the performance. What was your reaction? But then also too, I'll say, there was a very real question of, would he perform Not Like Us at the Super Bowl? Because while Kendrick performing that song at the Super Bowl was seen as kind of a victory lap, notably, Drake is also suing UMG for defamation over the song. Right? Like this is an active thing that's happening, and he's accusing the label of releasing and promoting a song.
I mean, wasn't the song just like generally like the most popular song? Like, what are we talking about here?
That included false pedophilia allegations that are against him. And actually, before yesterday's game kicked off, Drake's legal team issued a statement ahead of time, taking aim at UMG and saying it is, quote, masquerading as a champion of artistic freedom by calling its actions merely entertainment, but saying there is nothing entertaining about pedophilia or child abuse in the real world. And with that, saying that they are confident in the evidence that they have in this case. But then finally, with everything Super Bowl related, let's talk about Kanye. Right in that, because Kanye did another one of those Super Bowl commercials that he just shot on his phone. With the one last night showing him sitting in a dentist chair, talking to his phone and telling people to go to Yeezy.com. And well, last night there were a number of different things you could get. As of this morning, Kanye West is just straight up selling swastika shirts. Just a white shirt with a
Holy shit! I guess that's not surprising. Somebody made a joke about this the other day.
swastika on it. It's labeled HHO1, which the ADL said is code for Hail Hitler.
Oh, yeah, Heil Hitler. That's why 88's a thing.
And while you also had the ADL issuing a statement condemning Kanye for this, they were not alone. There were tons of other people doing it as well. With people, among other things, outraged that he was even able to buy a Super Bowl commercial for Nazi merch. With some adding, obviously Kanye is an idiot and deserves any backlash, but Fox sold him advertising space during the biggest TV event. They should be catching flack too. Though this new product launch, it's really not that surprising, because its release followed an hours-long anti-Semitic rampage on X where Kanye said he was a Nazi and that he loved Hitler, as well as saying, some of my
Oh, he's back to doing that?
best friends are Jewish and I don't trust any of them. I'm never apologizing for my Jewish
Well, why are your best friends?
comments, and I don't even know what the fuck anti-Semitic means. It's just some bullshit Jewish people made up to protect their bullshit. Right, and all of this is Kanye has a history of anti-Semitic stuff. I mean, he talked about in the past going DEFCON 3 on Jewish people. But with West's latest bigoted attempt to get attention, you had people once again calling for his account to get shut down. With, for example, David Schwimmer writing in a post on Instagram, we can't stop a deranged bigot from spewing hate-filled, ignorant bile, but we can stop giving him a megaphone, Mr. Musk. And saying Kanye West has 32.7 million followers on your platform X. That's twice as many people than the number of Jews in existence. His sick hate speech results in real-life violence against Jews. And with that, we actually did end up seeing Musk chiming in, but not about the Nazi stuff. Instead, we saw him responding to a conservative podcaster calling for Kanye to be banned because he's posting literal porn on the timeline, which, yeah,
I got my account locked for a little bit of a wild post. Wasn't that crazy, but it was like it was a joke about the fact that free speech is legal, so I could say, oh, Trump supporters should kill themselves or whatever. I got my account locked for that. How the fuck does this man still have an account?
yes, by the way, was also another thing that he was doing at the time. And there, you had Musk saying that Kanye's account is now classified as not safe for work. But with that, as of this morning, the account just doesn't exist at all. Though there, you have most
Oh, there we go.
suggesting that Kanye deactivated it himself and that it doesn't currently appear to be Musk's doing. Or with it appearing that Kanye actually signed off by saying, I'm logging out of Twitter. I appreciate Elon for allowing me to vent. It has been very cathartic to use the world as a sounding board. But yeah, with all that said, this is a news show, but I also want it to be a conversation. So I gotta pass the question off to you. What are your thoughts here? Reactions, opinions, your reasoning, anything and everything. I'd love to see in those comments down below. Actually, whether it be this first story or anything else I covered today. And actually, some of your comments may make the show tomorrow
Oh,
in
Calby.
commentary. But then to move on to other
Just so you guys didn't see, this fucking thumbnail is crazy but accurate. It's literally Kanye but Hitlered. Because Kanye is selling a t-shirt with a swastika on it now. In the football ad. This does not bode well for my debate performance. Super Bowl ad. Sorry, gonna have a world in turmoil wedding. Yeah, we're expecting significantly less guests because people are losing their fucking jobs because a lot of his friends work for the government. And obviously, not a lot of people are wanting to fly right now.
big news. We need to talk about how
Can't be here for the debate. It's fine. The 2v2, so it's starting to get a little messy.
Elon Musk and JD Vance, right, two of Trump's closest allies, they are now openly suggesting that the courts do not in fact have the power to block
What is a trench name?
Trump. But then to move on to other big news, we need to talk about how Elon Musk and JD Vance, right, two of Trump's closest allies, they are now openly suggesting that the courts do not in fact have the power to block Trump's actions. And so there's this growing crisis.
Oh, yeah, but they're just wrong.
Well, what happens if they just ignore the law? Or what happens when the executive branch just says, oh, you know, the judiciary's authority to serve as a check on executive power? No, that's not a thing. You know, with that, this whole conversation goes back to this battle over Doge and whether or not it has the authority to access the Treasury Department's.
Oh my god, this is what they made it look like? Or is this like a meme? It doesn't even look like a Shiba.
Payment system.
It's like a corgi.
Musk and much of the Doge team, they're reportedly special government employees, which is a class of federal worker that face less strict rules on ethics and financial disclosures than other staff. And with all that, you might have seen one 19-year-old Doge employee. He was reportedly fired from a previous internship with a cybersecurity firm for leaking internal information to
Nice!
competitors. Not to mention, Trump's been granting.
Dude, we're so fucked. Like, it's not necessarily just because, like, I think what people don't realize, every single fucking thing that's happening is just giving China way more power. And I think that's what's happening. Like, I think that's an intentional move. Like, Elon has a lot of business with China. I don't know why people don't talk about that more. By the way, if my lips look weird, it's because I got my lips done on Sunday and they are very bruised, so I put a really dark color on them. I got two big ass bruises like here and there, but you shouldn't be able to see it. I don't know why I pointed it out. Now if you do see it, you're not gonna be able to unsee it. But I think I covered it up pretty well. I did not walk into a door. I got lip injections.
Temporary security clearances. And with all that, you might have seen one 19-year-old Doge employee. He was reportedly fired from a previous internship with a cybersecurity firm for leaking internal information to competitors. Not to mention, Trump's been granting temporary security clearances.
Everyone, come on. Everyone has business with China? No shit, but it's a completely different thing when you're the world's richest man, dude. Come on.
Clearances to officials who haven't been fully vetted. With, you know, all of that being part of the reason why.
I was listening to an interview with somebody who used to like interview Elon a lot. I can't remember her name. She's a very no nonsense business lady. Or she's a journalist, but she like works in like finance. And she's like talking about how he literally, like Elon Musk literally does not think that this planet's gonna survive. So I think he's unironically wanting to kill us all as long as he can get off the planet. Like, don't look up, but like real and equally as cringe. Is there a language of international business? My
alarm bells were ringing when Doge demanded access to the payment system. A system which not only disperses trillions of dollars in federal spending every year, but also holds sensitive personal information about millions of Americans. And as you might remember, when Doge came knocking, David Liebrecht, a lifelong civil servant then serving as the acting secretary of the department, he turned them away. But then, boom, he got placed on administrative leave, with the Senate then confirming Trump's pick as the new secretary and Liebrick resigning a few days later. And very quickly, we saw with Trump's guy in charge, Musk's team was given
Pat test, that is objectively not true, and if you start going buck wild like that, I'm gonna ban you.
access to the payment system, which then led to 19 Democratic attorneys general suing the administration, alleging that giving access to Doge's special government employees violated federal law, with them also arguing
Don't
that
just fucking make up shit, dude.
Doge's access to the Treasury records could interfere with funding already appropriated by Congress. And there, notably, Musk claimed that his team only had read-only access to the system and just planned to review payments as part of an audit process. But then, you had reporting by the Associated Press contradicting that claim, with sources there claiming Doge officials originally sought access in order to stop money from flowing to USAID. And then, with all that, this weekend you had a federal judge temporarily halting access to the payment system for
Oh, is that who I was thinking of, Kira Swisher? Yeah, I think it was her with Ezra Klein, and they had a pretty interesting talk.
all, but
It's like an NPR style talk that's like kind of, you know, I wouldn't say boring. I thought it was interesting, but if you're like a little ADHD, it's a little hard to focus with if you don't really know the context. But yeah, that was interesting to watch.
a few, including civil servants who have passed back
You know what? We have time. We have literally an hour and a half, and I believe the interview is only an hour. We can watch it real quick. I don't really know how much more I want to. Trump tells Treasury to stop minting pennies. I'm okay with that. I assume that there's something wrong with that, but in general, just because it's Trump doing it, but like, generally speaking, orders Consumer Finance Protection Bureau to stop work. Oh my god, never mind. We gotta keep watching this fucking
background
news.
checks and need to access the system to keep it running, with the judge also ordering the destruction of any downloaded information from the payment system by anyone given access to it since January 20th. And the
I don't like being threatened for comments like that. Okay, I'll go ahead and do that for you then.
judge there citing a risk of irreparable harm and adding the risk that the new policy presents of the disclosure of sensitive and confidential information and the heightened risk that the systems in question will be more vulnerable than before
What do you think? This is your stream, bitch. You can leave.
to hack it. With us then seeing Musk in response calling the decision absolutely insane and claiming something super shady is going to protect scammers. But from there, the criticism has gone from expressing disappointment or disagreement with the judge's decision to questioning his authority and calling for him to be removed. Or with Trump, for example, saying no judge should frankly be allowed to make that kind of a decision.
What? I'm just going. Oh no, now I'm doing it to make her do it. I gave Maki a bath yesterday because she was all greasy because she was like under the grill. And she's like the perfect height to get just grease all down her back of just like little bits of under the grill. And she's still looking a little messy. I gotta give her another bath.
It's a disgrace. With then Musk sharing a reaction by conservative commentator Glenn Beck and adding a corrupt judge protecting corruption. He needs to be impeached now. With Musk also sharing another post suggesting that the Trump administration may have no other option but to defy the judge's ruling. And finally, you had JD Vance piling on, writing on X, if a judge tried to tell a general how to conduct a military operation, that would be illegal. If a judge tried to command the attorney general in how to use her discretion as a prosecutor, that's also illegal. Judges aren't allowed to control the executive's legitimate power. And this is notably Vance, who's a graduate of Yale Law School, suggested more than once in the past that presidents like Trump can and should ignore court orders if they think it infringes on their rightful executive powers. And while this post didn't go quite that far, it arguably carries more weight now that he is vice president. And so with that, you have people like one NYU law professor highlighting Vance's use of the words legitimate powers and pointing out that the judiciary is the branch with the power to decide what a president can legitimately do or not do, and going on to say, the concern is that the vice president's statement could be taken to suggest that the executive branch is prepared to refuse to comply with a court order based on the president's own view that he has a power that the courts have concluded he does not. And adding, a president who orders his officials not to comply with court orders would be creating a constitutional crisis. And this, as you also had people like Liz Cheney putting it more bluntly, writing on X that if you disagree with a ruling, you can appeal, and adding, you don't get to rage quit the republic just because you are losing. That's tyranny. And with all that said, I do want
to... Maki! Maki loves tyranny.
To be clear, at this point, the Trump administration is reportedly complying with the order and seeking legal recourse. With us seeing today, for example, the DOJ filed a motion to have the judge's order lifted, claiming that the quote remarkable intrusion is unconstitutional.
Are you getting spooked? I think my roommate let her dog out.
Constitutional and should be dissolved immediately. And then, otherwise, there's a hearing set for February 14th. And of course, with all this, it's important to remember this is just one of Trump's efforts that have been met with legal roadblocks since he took office. We've seen judges already stop him, at least temporarily, from ending birthright citizenship, putting thousands of USAID workers on leave, and transferring transgender female inmates to male prisons. And this is today, a judge will be deciding on the fate of the buyout offer sent to almost all federal employees. And so right now, with Trump already proving his willingness to push the envelope of presidential authority, you have people wondering, where would he stop? And what would happen if he just ignored the authority altogether? But
well,
and shifting gears, we should talk about Donald Trump's latest, probably least controversial, but still possibly illegal executive action. Because Trump has reportedly directed the Treasury Department to stop minting new pennies, right? America's 1-cent coin, with him writing on social media. For far too long, the United States has minted pennies, which literally cost us more than 2 cents. This is so wasteful. Let's rip the waste out of our great nation's budget, even if it's a penny at a time. And you know why? As someone who has a well-documented history of hating on and shitting on the US penny for the last 2 decades, I was happy to hear this, but also I was surprised. Right? This isn't really something that Trump talked about on his campaign, but notably, Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency raised the prospect in a post on X last month where
probably because we're gonna need all that. We're gonna need all your pennies for the war effort.
where he also highlighted the penny's cost, right? And with all that, Trump, Musk, Doge, here, they're absolutely right that pennies now cost more than they're worth. Last year, for example, it cost 3.69 cents to produce and distribute a penny, according to the US Mint. Meaning, accounting for their face value, each penny made a loss of 2.69 cents. And with the Mint issuing over 3 billion pennies last year, total losses amounted to about $85 million, right? Which is why this is not a new idea. Experts and government officials of all stripes, they have been calling for something to be done about the penny for years now. I mean, this is a
Maybe he'll also get rid of daylight savings time. That'll be like the only good things. But again, it's like from Trump, so you're always like, is this actually going to be good? It sounds good, but I bet it's not.
a bipartisan issue. Both the Democratic and Republican lawmakers of Congress, for example, they've introduced legislation to temporarily suspend the penny's production, eliminate it from circulation, or require the prices be rounded to the nearest 5 cents. And then, as far as the people, according to polling by Data for Progress, 58% of voters agree that the government should stop producing new pennies. Now, with all that said,
Red Republicanist for nothing. He keeps telling me that it's happening, and I guess I misremember the date? Sorry. Now we can publicly say it's on the 17th. He's got a lot of pre-checkups, alright? Maybe I'm getting it mixed up with that. Hey, I'm just concerned. I'm just concerned, okay? Want to send Chicken love because he's going through a tough time, whether it be the tests and all of the appointments or the surgery itself. Still, I was not trying to trick you. Right back.
God damn, let's fucking go! I love suicide, man! More death! More suicide, dog, please! I need it! I love it! Inject that right into my veins, man!
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Young men want pussy, they're going to have to stop being so unfuckable.
Yeah, stop being so unfuckable, young men. On a positive note, I might. Well, I got my wedding dress this weekend. I got my lips done. I have a tailoring appointment tomorrow because I lost like 15 plus pounds from when I first bought the dress, and I'm like, I feel like most of it's bullshit that they make you buy it so early. Oh, thank you for the gifted tier sub from Tyrannax to Larry. Oh, thank you, Tyrannax. If you're wondering with the lipstick, I got my lips done today, or not today, sorry, yesterday. So if you don't know what lip injections are, they literally go in with a needle and just stab the shit out of your lips. So they're really bruised. So I put on a color to make it seem less obvious. But thank you. But yeah, I tried on my dress again because I bought it like a few months ago, and it is so loose in the hips. I'm just like, oh, I'm so annoyed because it wasn't like a cheap dress. It's like $1,000 for the dress, and getting it tailored is gonna cost me like $500. I'm like, what the fuck? I would have just bought it later, dude. But we'll see. That's the appointment for tomorrow is. I have to see how much it's gonna cost. I hope so. I'm just like so afraid because I am a clumsy motherfucker. I am so afraid. I mean, you guys have seen me long enough of just like doing a little bit of a one goof and then just getting a big like red line of like lipstick or something just all over my dress, and then it's like it's fucked. So I don't like having all the high stakes here. We gotta work for 2 more hours. Well, you can catch the end of the debate because it's not till 8:15. And it's currently 6:43. It's a 2-hour debate, so you better come back. We need the support, Calby. But have fun at work. God, I wake up so early that I'm like, I'm drinking these White Claws because they got a shit ton of sugar in them. I don't want to wake my ass. I don't want to like get caffeine, but I definitely need a little bit more. Ow, energy. I also didn't sleep well last night. I kept having nightmares. I like plagued. Oh my god, I had such bad sleep paralysis for a while. Like it was fucking spooky. Like I haven't gotten that in such a long time. So like I haven't I wasn't very good at dealing with it. But there was like a guy just standing right next to my bed, just staring at me, and I'm like trying to. Been outside? What the fuck? And then I'm like, why are you doing this? And then he's just like, I like to watch. And then then they put their hands near my face, and I'm just like, I know this isn't real. Like I'm trying to like mentally fight it off. But it was horrible. So that's my excuse if I fuck up anything today. Yeah, tonight we're doing a debate on this channel. It's a 2v2. So 2 hours for that probably isn't going to be that crazy, but I just haven't done a debate in a while. I'm a little nervous. Just because I don't really know what to expect here anymore. The debate sphere has been, especially since Trump's been elected, I haven't really engaged in any of that, so I'm unsure where this is gonna go. Or the vibe, you know? I also don't think I've been on this person show before. I think I did like a really long time ago, but like it wasn't the same format, so still like new things, you know. Been having some really unpleasant dreams lately. I'm pretty much blind on this one. I will just call them a bunch of racial slurs. I'm pretty sure my two opponents are white, but I'll still do it. I'm just kidding.
Said, it's not like there is not any opposition. Or you see those who should stop.
It
And
is.
as
Go back
far
to
as
this.
the people, according to polling by Data for Progress, 58% of voters agree that the government should stop producing new pennies. Now, with all that said, it's not like there is not any opposition. Or you see those who support keeping the penny, claiming that getting rid of it would effectively impose a 1-cent sales tax on consumers since prices ending at
Rewarding
99
prep
cents are so
backs.
common. Supporters also arguing that the penny helps charities with fundraising. And then finally, another argument is that the elimination of the penny might increase the demand for nickels, which notably are actually even more expensive to produce. Right there, it turns out each 5-cent coin, it costs nearly 14 cents to make. But even with all that, proponents of eliminating the coin say that the cost savings are worth it.
Okay. Does anyone use change? Because I don't. Like, I have a... I'll show you my ID picture. I have, like, a phone wallet. I just got this newer one that I get, like, it has some cash in it, but... It's got a little zipper thing, but, like, who's... Oh. Got this in here? You can tell I don't use it. Whose crazy ass is carrying around change? Probably shopping cart mainly. Oh, well, okay. Well, that's... You're not American. We don't do that here. Bag of jingling change. That's crazy person business. I feel like we should just have quarters and that's it. Cause like, what the fuck are you gonna do with a bunch of change? Hero cuck W.
And they also point to potential benefits like speedier checkouts at cash registers. And all of this is, there have been a lot of real world cases where low value coins have been discontinued without major consequences.
I just assumed he was gonna say low value, man.
I mean, Australia, for example, they withdrew their 1 and 2 cent coins from circulation back in 1992. And then even earlier, countries like Sweden and New Zealand, they stopped minting their 1 cent coins. And more recently in 2012, Canada stopped minting their penny. With the most recent shift being last year,
Shout
the
out
UK
Canada.
actually opting not to produce any new coins at all after officials decided that there were already enough in circulation. But then also, besides those examples from abroad, this wouldn't even be the first time the US eliminated its least valuable coin. Right, a long time ago, there used to be a half-cent coin that got discontinued.
Oh yeah, a half penny.
Continued by Congress back in 1857. But also that there, right, that's actually a key thing with this news because Congress discontinued
You need to get those Japanese coins that like have the circle in the middle so you can like put it on a string and then use that as a weapon. Japanese coins. Circle. Oh, huh. Yeah, one of these motherfuckers. Oh, I guess they're not really a coin, but that's like used often. Oh, no, they are. Okay.
that coin.
Anyways.
And currently, it's just unclear whether Trump can do the same with a penny by himself. Right, currency specifications, including the size and metal content of coins, are dictated by the House and the Senate. Now, with that, I will say you have people out there like one economics professor at Northeastern University, for example, arguing that there might be some wiggle room. Them saying discontinuing the penny would likely require an act of Congress, but the Secretary of the Treasury might be able to simply stop the minting of new pennies. And then adding, it will be important to have rules in place regarding
We're really gonna like try and like do an executive orders to get rid of the penny. I feel like Congress would actually be like okay with this. I don't get it.
how cash transactions that are not divisible by 5 cents should be handled, most likely by rounding to the nearest 5 cents, and also regarding how existing stocks of pennies can be used in exchange. And so it's going to be very interesting to see
For
what
bullets.
actually happens from here, because while this is kind of benign, it is yet another example of Trump testing the limits of his power. But just to add, however we do it, yes, let's kill that fucking penny. And then we'll get some more news in just a moment. But first, let this be the year that you take that side hustle or passion project to the next level. And I know /Phil. But then shifting gears, let's talk about how you can kiss the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau goodbye, at least for now. And that because over the weekend, Trump's Office of Management and Budget Director, Russell Vought, he sent an order to the CFPB, for which he's also the acting director, director instructing all of the agency staff not to come to the office and flatly stating, please do not perform any work tasks, which is
I love when my job tells me that.
effectively tantamount to shutting down the entire agency. And for some context and background here, the CFPB
So what do you just go and like don't do anything?
is an agency tasked with protecting consumers against unfair, deceptive, or predatory practices by large financial institutions. It was actually created in 2010 after the subprime mortgage lending meltdown of 2008. But its authority covers more than just housing loans. You've got credit cards, medical debt, auto loans, student loans, digital currencies, payment apps, and other financial products. And really, ever since then, we've seen many Republicans, tech executives, and financiers bitterly fighting to repeal the agency.
It's not real cop. Well, they don't know that.
With them arguing that it's unaccountable, accusing it of overreach, and claiming that its regulations hurt business. Also pointing to regulation of car dealerships and loans to pawn shops and gun makers as evidence that the Bureau has exceeded its original mandate by targeting supposedly legit businesses. And so not only did Vogt order staff to cease all supervision and examination activity on Saturday, his officials announced that the agency's DC headquarters would be closed from Monday through Friday of this week. With this notably mirroring what the Trump administration did to the USAID headquarters last week. And also like what happened to USAID's website, the CFPB's website, and X account appear to be shut down this morning. And this is Vogt said that he told the Federal Reserve that the CFPB would not accept its next draw of federal funding for the upcoming quarter. With them then saying that it, quote, is not reasonably necessary to carry out its duties, saying the Bureau's current balance of $711.6 million is in fact excessive in the current fiscal environment. The spigot, long contributing to CFPB's unaccountability, is now being turned off. And so now, in the meantime, we can expect the CFPB to get the USAID treatment from the Department of Government Efficiency headed by Elon Musk. Or with us seeing on Friday that Doge staff reportedly entered the Bureau's building and gained access to its computers.
Famously, it's a very good system that benefits consumers like by a significant amount, which is probably why he hates it, of course.
Systems. With Musk even posting on X that afternoon, CFPB RIP. Which in case like his intentions weren't clear enough, he also said back in November that he wanted to delete the CFPB. And so with all this, you have people saying, you know, there's arguably a conflict of interest there, right? And that in part because X and Visa are reportedly working on a new business relationship to offer direct payment solutions to customers of the social media app. With X money reportedly being meant to allow users to instantly fund their X wallet and connect.
I hate. Is this what it felt like to be like a conservative idiot, like magatard, like, and everything that you see, you just like, this is just ruining, like, is this what they obviously wrongly felt? Like, where are these people who are so fucking hysterical about getting, like, I don't know, banned on X for saying like a racial slur? They're just okay with this? Like, oh my god, like, I don't understand. Like, it's just, it doesn't compute. That's why I went a little wacky wild on that one comment.
Connect their debit cards for peer-to-peer payments, as well as to instantly transfer funds to their bank accounts. You have critics saying that this assault on the CFPB is essentially Musk seizing control of his own regulator. But with that, Musk is not solely responsible for this latest push. Right? I mean, Vogt himself, he was an architect of Project 2025, which proposed abolishing the CFPB. But then also, as we're seeing this play out, on the other side, we're seeing Democrats and consumer advocates mobilizing to keep the Bureau alive. For example, Senator Elizabeth Warren, who is the architect of the CFPB in 2010, saying,
if you have a bank account or a credit card or a mortgage or a
Oh, I like her, whatever room this is.
student loan, this is code red. I am ringing the alarm bell. The CFPB is the little agency working to shut down scams and fraud on payment apps like Zelle and PayPal and Cash App. It's the agency that steps in when the big bank trips up and repossesses
Is that what you call it,
your
sunroom?
car.
I like it.
It's
pretty.
the agency that's working to cut those crazy fees that banks and credit card companies buried down in the fine print, and then you got to pay for them. Already, this little agency has forced giant banks and corporations to give back more than $21 billion directly to families they cheated.
you then also have the National
It's protections. All it is protections. You know, it's protections for the, I mean, it's what it is, Consumer Finance Protection Bureau. What it stands for, instead of abbreviating it, just say the fucking name, Consumer Finance. It does what it says it does. It's one of the better aspects of our government, like, that you really don't have any argument against unless you're a corporation that's a piece of shit. And lo and behold, like, I love this fucking libertarian, like pretense of, like, oh, it's gonna give all the power back to the people, but then it's all like clearly financed by all corporate fucks. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? Seeing every crypto fucking gas this up has been sickening. Yeah. You guys don't know who Ross Ulbricht is. That's gonna be probably a big aspect. Like, there's so much, like... Well, you'll see in my opening statement. Is 8.85. Or, sorry, 1.85 is even lower. It's a very good part of the government, and it gives you your shit back. Like, they're just deregulating everything because they want to destroy it all. Which, that's not how anything works. Like, this is how you know Musk is like a low IQ idiot. Where, like, his way of dealing with shit is like, let's just not use any of that code and restart, where that's not how anything works practically, because what you want to do is not tear it all down and then start again. It's that you want to build off of stuff. And then, you know, in other sectors, then you use that experience to do the same thing, where you're just building, you can start new for those sectors, they're new sectors, and then build up. And then instead of destroying all of it, because it's 9/11ing like all of our shit is gonna cause harm, dude. Like, that's not how that fucking works. That's not even really how that works in coding. It's like, well, I just don't really understand this, so I want to do it my way instead. And then it's like, well, it's kind of already built this way. Ugh. Used to buy into the narrative the liberals were the emotional party. Well, there's a reason why, because they tend to appeal to emotion a lot more, because they, you know, have a more sense of morality. So there is truth to that acorn. But yeah, no, they're not like emotional as in like a decision based off of emotions. Like, they're very logical people. They're just logical in the sense of like generally speaking, but they're like more moved and like, oh, we should do something about this because it makes sense to me that we should do something about it, and they're like moved by like the calls to empathy or whatever. But again, now we're living in a Nazi world here, basically, where having empathy is a bad thing. You know, unironically, like, that is the narrative that the right is doing, and even the far left is doing. Like, you're seeing it on both ends, where like the Hassan types, oh, you feel bad about like Jews like in Israel like not being like murdered because their government did something that they can't do anything about, and even if they've tried, well, you can't have sympathy for anything like that anymore. Yeah, the horseshoe's going real fucking hard right now. It's like a And then also on the right, they're saying like, oh, what, you feel bad for all these people getting deported and all these families being ruined? Like, what are you, some sort of like, it's on both sides of this shit. Like, holy fuck. Like, and then everyone's blaming the liberals in the middle, which, yeah, some of them fucking suck. Hakeem Jeffries, like, weird, like, low, like, energy appeals, like, I saw, our girl, Jasmine Crockett, had a pretty solid speech. I only caught some of it, but I love her. She's what we need. We need some passionate people out there with a good message, you know? Yeah, I don't know. Is he like dead? Like, I don't know what happened to him. I've seen him in the past be a lot more energetic, but holy fuck, recently he's just been like literally just get some sleep, my guy.
$21 billion directly to families they...
Okay, She doesn't have the best delivery because she's got kind of a shit voice as somebody who also has a shit voice. But I think that Elizabeth Warren has been doing a pretty good job of being in the forefront of, like, you know, talking about all this shit, because this is her thing. Like, that's what she, you know, cut her teeth on, is like, you know, Better Business Bureau, you know, sorry, not better, but like protections, financial protections against abuse via, you know, big bank, all of what she's, you know, talking about. That's what she's known for. And against, like, general corruption. That's, like, her thing. So I'm glad that she's speaking out, but I just wish, you know, with some more energy around it a little bit. She has the energy of a mom of 5 boys who all play different sports. True.
He cheated.
You then also have the National
And she shows up for every single... Oh, yeah, she gives, like, coach vibes.
Treasury Employees Union, which represents the CFPB's roughly 1,700 workers, filing 2 lawsuits against Vote on Sunday, with the first seeking to block Doge's access to private and sensitive information at the agency, explaining there, the CFPB collects and maintains a vast amount of data, including sensitive information about individuals and businesses, including banks and other financial institutions. And then, the second suit alleges that Vote's orders reflect an unlawful attempt to thwart Congress's decision to create the CFPB to protect American consumers. Or basically arguing there that since the CFPB was created by Congress, the executive branch can't just legally shut it down. But then also a notable thing is that unlike many other agencies, it receives its funding directly from the Federal Reserve rather than through the congressional appropriations process. Or that's something that's meant to shield it from political pressure, but it's unclear whether that gives Vote more leeway in turning off the spigot, in his words. And so for now, we're gonna have to wait to see how all this lands in the courts.
Remember that time that Trump turned on the spigot? Is there, like, videos of the flooding? I don't know exactly, not Trump rally.
An update now to a story from last week involving President Trump's executive order to release more than 2 billion gallons of water in our state. President Trump said Friday he had ordered the Army Corps of Engineers to release the water to help farmers and the LA region following the wildfires. Experts say the flows, which ended Sunday, did not reach LA, and they did not help Central Valley farmers in the middle of winter. One water scientist called...
They just did this. Oh, fascists can't
Mr. Trump's
govern.
order political showmanship. He says the water did not reach any city, will not be used for firefighting, and will not be stored for the dry summer season.
I think he's literally sabotaging them.
It just soaked into the ground. Experts say the 2 reservoirs where the water was released from now have less water than before. They say that will affect our state's agriculture industry this summer.
Yeah, he intentionally did that for that exact reason. We don't want the spigot turned on if that's what we're talking about.
Which I will say, if Trump's efforts with USAID and the Treasury are any sign, it will face a lot of resistance from judges. But then, to move to some international news, what the hell is going on in South Africa? Right, that's what more and more people have been asking lately, because over the past few weeks, this thing has gone from a fringe topic among the right wing into a major foreign policy priority for the Trump administration. At
Oh, I wonder why.
the center of the situation is a controversial
Elon Musk is from That's what he is. He's South African.
land expropriation bill that South Africa signed into law late last month. Right on the surface, the law gives the South African government a mechanism to take land away from owners without any compensation under limited circumstances. With this, including property that isn't being used and where there's no intention to develop or make money from it, as well as land that might be a threat to people. One of the big issues that's sticking out for many is that landowners
So is Peter Thiel.
won't be getting anything for land that's taken. You know, that's something that
Africa's worst export is white people.
in many parts of the world, it just can't happen, such as in the US. Yes, the government can forcibly take land for things like public roads, but under our Constitution, there has to be fair compensation for it. Well, technically, the South African Constitution has a similar clause. There are arguments there that zero money is actually fair considering the years of
Right back,
oppression.
Calvin. Get back
Also,
to work.
looking at the situation, right, South Africa didn't just go straight to taking people's land. This entire policy, it stems from a constitutional requirement that pushes the government to try
Thanks
and
for
right the
stopping by.
wrongs of white apartheid rule, with land being one of the biggest points. Because during apartheid, laws favored white land ownership to the point that it was almost impossible
This is a joke. I'm not prefacing it with this, but if you guys remember that racist ass lady that Vosh debated, Professor Flowers, I think her name was. Maybe her ass was right when it came to South Africa. Just specifically South Africa. She wanted to like kill all the white people. That's a joke. I'm joking.
Possible for non-whites.
Obviously, it's not
after
great.
The apartheid government was removed, the ruling ANC party tried to tackle the issue under a
more
willing
Hassan
seller,
coded.
willing buyer policy, meaning that it was always willing to buy white land to distribute to black owners. And the government had expected to have 30% of the private land distributed by 2014, but they ended up falling short of their goal. And by that year, only 4% of private land and 8% of private farmland had been transferred. In all these efforts, they've morphed into a narrative that white South Africans are being targeted, despite the fact that land law doesn't specifically mention race. With that, then leading to last Sunday with Trump writing on Truth Social, South Africa is confiscating land and treating certain classes of people very badly. It is a bad situation that the radical left media doesn't want to mention. A massive human rights violation at a minimum is happening for all to see. The United States won't stand for it. We will act. Also, I will be cutting off all future funding to South Africa until a full investigation of the situation is.
Bro, his Truth Social posts do not pop off, huh? 36 or 38,000 likes. Does he have a mirror on Twitter? Because I feel like nobody pays attention to this.
Has been completed. With that, then being followed up by the news that Secretary of State Marco Rubio will not be attending the upcoming G20 summit that's being hosted there. Although his statement there took a step back from claiming there were explicit human rights violations and instead claimed that the G20 was a platform to promote DEI and climate change. From there, we fast forward to this
Wait, to promote climate change?
Last Friday, and Trump followed up on his threat by signing an executive order that blocks as much foreign aid to the maximum extent allowed by law. And in that, the order highlighted, quote, countless government policies designed to dismantle equal opportunity in employment, education, and business, and hateful rhetoric and government actions fueling disproportionate violence against racially disfavored landowners.
You guys should read the book Under the Dome.
You know, we've actually covered a lot of this stuff in the past as well, but the big thing is that there's a very big feeling among white South Africans that
Stephen
the ANC
King.
has gone
Don't watch the show. It's dog shit.
too far in trying to make South Africa more equitable to the point of being anti-white. And Trump here seems to agree because this order also states, the United States shall promote the resettlement of Afrikaner refugees escaping.
It was, but it's like, it is so far from the book that it's basically like naming, I don't know, naming something Lord of the Rings, and then it's about a bunch of modern teenagers going on a trip to like White Castle. Like, it's so far away from what the story is, where they're bringing in like half of the story is out of like
government-sponsored race-based discrimination, including racially
No, the book's really good.
discriminatory property confiscation. Now, for many here, Trump's sudden concern
And a lot of the reasoning that I'm saying that in this context, the book is a lot of a metaphor for climate change, where like if you have like any like sort of like claustrophobia, it does a really good job of it because it's like it's not like it's a glass dome. I mean, spoilers for the first like 3 seconds of the book. It's like a semi-permeable dome. But because there's so many like toxins and stuff, they're having to like, it's not preachy, so don't get that idea from what I'm saying. But like, it goes over the fact of like, well, we have to, they don't know what's causing the dome. Like we're trying to get you out of the dome because it's like this random thing that just like happened. And it's like a really small town of like a few thousand people living there in Chester's Mill. And it's like such an interesting story because there's this one guy who's like I'm a Trump kind of guy. Like this was written like years ago, but like the Trump-esque kind of figure, and now he kind of loves all of these natural, like this technical natural disaster because it's then like this is a theme of the book that it then provides him an ability to take over power, but he's also incredibly incompetent. So even though they're all gonna die if they don't fix the solution, that guy would rather be in power than actually find any answers. And it's a really long book, so I'm very summarizing it. But it's just like the themes of it. It's about like, you know, power and like how some people literally just don't care. Like he actually like likes the dome because he's able, you know, because they can't stop him from like taking from taking power, stuff like that. Yeah, but it's a fat book, but the audiobook is really good on Audible. It's one of my favorite performances, and I don't know why that guy doesn't he doesn't have a lot of work in the audiobook field, but I think he did a really good job if you're also just an audiobook person. So that's my suggestion. It's the Simpsons Dome legit. No, the Simpsons Dome is like glass, so it hit different. But yeah, it's on Audible. It's really good. I suggest it. It's my favorite book. I'm running to the bathroom real quick.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
I guess they're dropping the case against Mayor Adams. I wonder why. Dude, we're so cooked. Like, I don't understand. How did we let this happen? How did we let him get away with this?
When a person was shot doors from my house, I realized how important my crusade is of removing illegal handguns off the streets of New York.
And into my house.
Hi, I'm New York State Senator Eric Adams, and for 22 years I wore a bulletproof vest and stood on the street corners and protected children and families in the city of New York. I'm asking you to join me in this crusade of removing illegal handguns off our streets and out of our homes. Please come and join me.
If you guys haven't seen this video, it is the funniest thing ever.
As I showed
just
you,
get ready.
Simple items such as bamboo paper can be an indicator of marijuana use, or a cut of straw can be an indicator of using cocaine. I will show you how to search a room to ensure that you remove illegal.
Okay, I have never seen anyone that does coke use a cut up straw.
Handguns and other contraband from your home. What I would like to show here is to empower parents on how to search a room inside their home. It's imperative that you should know
it's
what's
too tight.
inside your household. And no one can state that you can't search a room in your own home. You
I love the music.
write the Constitution.
This music lives in my head rent free.
There are no First Amendment rights inside your household. It is your obligation and responsibility not only to protect the child that may be using an illegal drug or carrying an illegal gun, but you also have to protect the members of the household, their younger brothers and younger sisters, and the other
That's why I have a gigantic window into this room.
elder members of the household. So by periodically sending a message to your home that there are no rooms off limits, you don't believe in locked doors.
Yeah, it's a really fucking bad idea. Like, if you're gonna do that, at least get glass or something. Plastic's like dog shit.
Your house is open to inspection by your house and the members of your house. The message is you expect your children to do what's right, but you always have to
Also, don't be a pussy. Just do the line. Whatever.
inspect what
I don't know. I'm talking like I've ever done coke. I have not. I've seen it plenty of time, but I've never partook. It's not really my thing.
you expect, and that's the key to providing some preventive safety. So if you come to a room like this, you can start out, I always recommend to start out in a periodic fashion so you'll be used to going through the room to look at the various items in
This is such an ugly room.
the room. You can look in the jewelry box. A jewelry box of this nature, maybe a simple jewelry box, but if you look through it closely, you don't know what
He's a prison abolitionist. He doesn't believe in locked doors.
your child may be hiding.
Oh, shit.
A gun could be hidden. A small caliber weapon could be hidden inside
In their sewing kit.
a jewelry box. Look at the various colognes and perfumes and photos and pictures. You should always, when your child brings in his popular knapsack with many different locations, look through it to see what exactly is your child carrying in addition to a book. Something simple as a crack pipe. A used crack pipe. Could he have found it on the street? That's quite possible.
Yeah, kids are always picking up random crack pipes.
But this is a discussion piece where you should start speaking with him to find out what is he doing with it and the whole use of drugs. This
Also, crack pipes are relatively complicated because they're like glass and shit. Like, where the fuck do you get a crack? If I wanted to purchase a crack pipe, I don't even know where I would start.
invokes conversations. Look at picture frames and behind them, cameras. Try to determine
I guess I go to
what's taking
chicken.
place. Behind a picture frame, you can find bullets.
That's where I keep my
What
bullets.
does that mean to find bullets? Does it mean your child is carrying a gun? No. Where there's smoke, there's possible fire. Where there's a bullet, there's possibly a
How's your kid? You know what the worst thing that I had was like, I guess alcohol, but that's like common. Like, you know, you get a little beer or something like when you're like a fucking 15-year-old. But I like chipped a bowl that my parents just bought, and I was so like, that was my biggest secret forever. I was so constantly afraid that my parents were gonna find it. To the point where like when I left for college, that bowl was still in there. And my mom's like, why is this bowl here? I was like, fucking forgot.
a gun. You should engage in the conversation and find out what are they doing with the item, and this empowers the parents. Look at all the items inside the room and feel around
Yeah, look at this like jacked statue. They might be.
and see what's the possibility. Something simple as a baby doll. Could be just a baby doll, but also it could be a place where you can secrete or hide drugs. Run your
Secrete
hands
or
over
hide
the
drugs.
pillows and see if you feel anything that's unusual. Like a pillow like this with a button is a perfect invitation to hide something. And I felt something bumpy. I would reach in, see what it is. This one could be hidden inside a pillow, a gun. Maybe something that you'll think that can't be hidden there, but it can. And what happens not only when the person who is carrying this illegal gun is in possession of it, but also a child that comes into the room and
How old are we talking about when we're talking about children? With their button pillows and their poorly decorated room.
plays on the bed, they find this gun. Let me tell you what a child would do. A child would take this gun, and because the trigger pull is so hard, they normally
Oh my
take
God.
the gun and they point it in their direction to pull down on
I
it.
forgot he did
So
this.
many gun accidents take place merely because the child discovers a gun in the room and believes it's a toy, and they play with the gun. Just look and see what's inside your bookcases. It could be more than just books. Perfect place to hide cocaine
They kind of got bored. They're like, yeah, whatever. Just
or other
hide
illegal
the
substance inside
stuff.
the room. My message to you,
is don't let your kids have pillows, books, a book bag, or picture frames. Got it.
you have an obligation to protect your home. The First Amendment does
Or a jewelry box.
not apply to the right of parents to go through their homes to remove contraband or any other unsafe item. There are no First Amendment rights in your home. You have a duty.
That's objectively not true because then you wouldn't have them. The First Amendment, the right to freedom of speech? I don't even understand the relationship between those two things. Anyways, that's what I love about Eric Adams, you know. He definitely deserves to not be corrupt.
discrimination, including racial
Oh
settlement
my
of
God.
Africana refugees escaping government-sponsored race-based discrimination, including racially discriminated
You think he hits his kids? I feel like if you're gonna say that, like, how do you stop them from speaking? Will you like tape their mouths closed or what? Or are you gonna take them to court?
mandatory property confiscation. Now, for many here, Trump's sudden concern with South Africa, it coincides with Elon Musk's influence. Right? Musk is from there originally, and his family benefited from apartheid. You know, throughout all of this, he has been in the trenches on Twitter arguing about the topic. Right? For example, after Trump first talked about the situation last Sunday, South Africa's president tweeted out, "South Africa is a constitutional democracy that is deeply rooted in the rule of law, justice, and equality," saying the South African government has not confiscated any land, and then continuing, the recently adopted Expropriation Act is not a confiscation instrument, but a constitutionally mandated legal process that ensures public access to land in an equitable and just manner as guided by the Constitution. With them then going on to highlight that the only foreign aid they get from the US is for 17% of their AIDS treatment program. But there, you had Musk replying with,
I think it's fucking psychotic if you have cameras in like your kids' bedrooms. Like, unless they're like, I don't know, below the age of... When can you go to the bathroom by yourself? Like 4? Like to get out of bed, like you're not in like a crib or whatever, but like to actually like get out of bed and go to the bathroom, like be trusted, like 5 maybe? Like if you have like a camera in your kid's bedroom after the age of like, you know, 5 or 6, I think you're a fucking freak. Central. It is currently right now 7:22 p.m.
"Why do you have openly racist ownership laws?" With then all of that being followed up by a week's worth of
Well, I only saw it once, don't worry.
posts that South Africa is not only racist against white people, but actively calling for their genocide. And the person that many used as kind of the poster boy for the situation was Julius Malema, who's the leader of the EFF party. And yeah, he has said some pretty crazy things, like at a rally a few years ago, he chanted,
Kill the poor, the farmer.
Boer equals Afrikaners? Oh, is that the white African?
And in general, a lot of the speeches have talked about slashing the throat of whiteness and similar rhetoric. There, you had some defending Malema's chant as a long-standing rallying cry for anti-apartheid activists against the system itself. But all of that then leading to Musk yesterday tweeting out immediate sanctions for Malema and declaration of him as an international criminal. With Malema then responding, "I really think you have entirely lost your left brain. A typical spoiled brat and direct beneficiary of apartheid whiteness." With him then going on to say that he was proud to be an international criminal if it meant fighting for black people to be equal to white people. But then also with all this, you have some going, it's kind of crazy that there's so much focus on Malema at all. And that because he's actually part of a fringe
God, I still can't get over this image. It just looks so silly.
Marxist-Leninist party that has had some success but is nowhere near big enough to be in
Oh,
power.
no.
In fact, it's not even part of the ruling coalition. It's an opposition party right now. And with all that said, you also have others out there that have been pushing back against Musk and Trump. There's been more and more talk that Musk has been pushing for the Trump administration to tackle South Africa because of a personal
Holy shit! This makeup is fucking crazy. If you're just listening and not watching, Trump has the craziest I've ever seen his makeup in this photo. It's like a... It's like if you just got spray paint and just went like over your face in one go. Oh my god. It's like shitty painted leather. Like he's got like this gigantic clown white area around his mouth. God, Elon's such a fucking loser.
vendetta. That possibly connected to his company Starlink trying to set up service there.
As
but
an
it's running
individual.
Issues. Because notably, there are rules that 30% of the business has to be owned by disadvantaged groups, meaning black or mixed race people in South Africa. And so with that, we saw tweets like digging out Julius Malema's old videos to push white genocide propaganda because you were told black people need to own 30% of your Starlink for it to operate in South Africa is diabolical. But for now, we're gonna have to wait to see where things go here. I mean, everything's constantly evolving. I mean, even as I was recording this for you, the US Embassy and consulates in South Africa released what they said was a fact sheet that added even more reasons the US was targeting the country. And so now, on top of the land bill, there are references to South Africa's efforts at the International Criminal Court to target alleged Israeli war crimes in Gaza. Yeah, for now, there does appear to be a movement on the situation, and it's going to be very interesting to see where it goes. But then, finally today, let's talk about the last show and some commentary brought to you by BeautifulBastard.com. Where right now, not only can you snag yourself some of our awesome newer releases, of them are about the specific news stories that are being covered, but then 15%, it's more, it's been more stuff like Mothman saying, watching this right before my therapist appointment so that I can get my money's worth. I know. And this is making me physically sick. Trying to remain informed and up to date about this whole circus feels like self-immolation. But then adding, but we can't close our eyes and ignore it. And so with that, I'll say, how about this? Next Monday is President's Day, so that means that a decent chunk of that show is gonna need to be pre-shot. I cannot promise you good news, but I will try to give you at least weird news, right? Weird can be fun and still informative, and there's value there. That said, though, I have really enjoyed that people have started sharing just good news or fun facts in the comments as a kind of lighthearted thing. With, for example, Andrea Mom sharing on that last show, good news for today, Warsaw, Poland has a water system that is controlled by mussels. Mussels are very good at filtering toxins out of water, but when a toxin load gets higher than they can handle, they shut their shells until the toxins subside. Warsaw has 8 mussels working at a time, monitored by computer. If 4 close their shells, the water treatment plant stops the flow of water to protect people. After 3 months of service, the mussels are relocated to the wild to live out their lives and are replaced by a new shift. So thank you for sharing. That was like a little of air as it feels like we're drowning. But then, as far as comments that were more specifically aimed at the news stories we were covering, with Blood sharing the fact anyone is believing that $50 million in condoms were sent to a war zone gives me a headache. Did they ever stop to think, hold on, why would they even do that? With Tim saying, oh, it gets better. They tried to say it was to make bombs. So there you had some chiming in. It's not the fact that they lie, it's the fact that they're getting away with it and people believe them. And Lawfollow wondering, how did they go from don't trust the government to I only trust the government? I swear these people are such hypocrites. With then a beard thicker than yours saying, let's call a spade a spade. It's not a misunderstanding, it's misinformation. With others replying, no, it's disinformation, as in deliberate lies as opposed to just wrong info. With Member adding, Politico should sue for defamation. Seriously, they could lose a ton of income because of these lies from the right. But ultimately, that is where we're gonna end.
People don't understand that we're cooked. Oh man. We are so cooked. The fuck? There's so many Jubilee things that I haven't been watching because we got so much else going on. Oh, but I saw this, that was funny. Just a little weirdness.
This is the heart-stopping moment a swimmer came face to face with a pair of killer whales.
I love killer whales.
Steve Morris was coming to the end of a dip in the Bay of Plenty, New Zealand, when he spotted a pod of 8 orca nearby.
Yo, what up?
Incredible footage shows one of the apex predators suddenly appearing from the water and looking right at the 46-year-old before slipping by within arm's length of him. Orcas are generally not considered a significant threat to humans in the wild. There have been very few documented cases.
Missed opportunity to touch them. Probably a bad idea. I would not suggest doing that, but I like orcas.
Of killer whales attacking or harming humans in their natural habitat.
They're probably just like, what's going on here, dude?
In the wild, killer whales may exhibit curiosity towards boats
oh,
and
look at
humans
them.
in the
They're
water,
like, what's going on
but
here?
generally do not pose a direct threat, like this pair who only came to say hello. This is the
I saw that and I was like, oh, that's cool. And they take just their livers. Well, it's not like there aren't any other animals that they're bullies, yeah. Killer whales are bullies for they kind of look like Maki, so you know. Also an insane rat killer. Yo, this dog can't let this happen. Dog's not gonna do a good job. That's the autistic lamb.
Okay.
Walk up. Steady walk. Steady walk. Steady walk. Steady walk. Steady walk. Go on.
Hey, back the fuck up. I'm talking like I have any idea how sheepdogs work. Keep evolving. Don't get me fired, man.
People see reptiles as cold-blooded, heartless, stupid animals that make terrible pets.
Well, they got hearts. Are they gonna try and deny that they are cold-blooded?
But that's not really the case. Unless you're talking about cobras like Darnell here, which do make terrible pets, please don't ever
Fuck you, Darnell.
get one. A lot of other reptiles make fantastic pets, like monitor lizards like Raptor here.
What is going on here?
In fact, they get into a lot of trouble, much like a cat. Here he is playing tug of war with a plastic bag. Just make sure that they don't accidentally swallow anything that they shouldn't. They're absolutely adorable when they're babies.
This is propaganda.
And very, very intelligent. They can learn commands like a dog or cat. Tortoises are another very intelligent reptile that also make fantastic pets. They eat fruits and vegetables and love human interaction. Here this dude is coming over to say hi and get some back
You can tell how much he loved it by the fact that he literally tucked his head into his shell.
rubs. Snakes aren't usually as smart or interactive, but they can
Okay, I think people who think that reptiles are good pets are insane. They're just wrong. They're not pets. They don't have the same symbiotic relationship as like a good pet does. Like if you like dogs love you. Cats tolerate you. But they're useful. These pets are fun. Or sorry, no, lizards are fun as pets. People, nah, don't trust them. We got times for some other silly stuff. Oh, or we could do the, hold on. We're not able to watch all of those. Fuck, what was her name? I think she did it recently. Ezra Klein. Was it a show with the lady? Yeah, Karis, it was the most recent one.
So at the beginning, Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency,
or Doge.
Doge? What is Doge going to do?
Seemed to have ended up with a fairly narrow mandate. You can look at the Trump executive
Yo, he's got that good balancing. I don't think I have it. I don't have that EQ.
order creating it, and it says, the purpose is modernizing federal technology and software to maximize governmental efficiency and productivity. In the last couple weeks, it's become clear that Musk's role is a whole lot larger than that.
Elon Musk, right now involved in almost every agency and corner of the United States government.
Offering all federal employees a buyout to resign.
Musk and his team have accessed at least 11.
You don't like very low stake conspiracy theories. As in, like, I think this is probably true, but like it's not even that like hot of a take. Where I think that they're letting Elon take a lot of taking the front of this. So if it really comes down to it, like fucking up that hard, like if it fails super hard to the way that they can't deny it, they'll just blame it on him. It's like a way to protect himself.
Agencies, and the count is growing every day.
Elon Musk seized control of USAID.
People getting fired, people getting furloughed in droves.
They are raiding the government.
We don't
wake up,
allegiance
Hakeem.
to Elon Musk.
And as I've watched all this unfold, I've been wondering how Elon Musk has evolved in the way he has. How did he go from conventional Obama-era liberal worried about climate change and who wanted to go to Mars.
But he never believed in anything.
To right-wing conspiratorial meme lord working to elect the far-right in Germany.
The future of civilization could hang on this election.
And shred the federal government in the United States. Yes! What led to this transition, this evolution for Elon Musk? And what actual strategies is he bringing to the government that he now seems to have quite a lot of control over? To talk about all this, I want to invite Kara Swisher on the show. Kara is one of the great tech reporters of the age. She's been covering Musk for many, many years, along with many of the other tech CEOs who become such key political figures now. She's, of course, a host of the great podcasts On with Kara Swisher and Pivot, which she co-hosts with Scott Galloway. As always, my email, EzraKlanjo@nytimes.com. Kara Swisher, welcome back to the show.
Thank you. I've never been here, but
you've been on my show before.
I have not.
Yes, you have. I'm gonna go back and show you receipts.
Oh, that's because I suggested you do podcasting. You've done rather well, I would say.
Oh shit! He has my old chair.
Class in interviewing from Kara
Bill
Swisher.
Herman Miller.
Wow, I must have forgotten it.
I can't. It was such a seminal moment. Well, it's good to see you.
Good to see you.
How do you describe the role Elon Musk has been playing in the federal government in the first weeks of Donald Trump's second term?
Well, a little more strongly than the New York Times did. They're sort of treating it like, isn't this an interesting person walking through? I think he's a one-man wrecking ball, really, and he's being used by Trump for that purpose. He's, there's lots of ways you could use metaphors. You could say junkyard dog. He's the one sort of taking all the flack, going in and breaking things, but. And you could be funny and call it Wreck-It Ralph. I don't think it's particularly funny or the right way to do it or constitutionally sound. But that's the kind of thing. He's going in there like he does with his companies and doing the exact same thing. He's got a series of moves that he makes every single time, and he's doing them writ large on the federal government.
Walk me through the moves. What is his playbook?
Well, it's changed and morphed over the years, but always drama. Always a massive amount of drama centered on him. That tends to be the thing he does. When he's in he can be very dramatic in a very poignant way. Like one time there was a period where he was very worried about the fate of Tesla, if you remember, and he was sleeping on the floor there, and he gave he actually gave an interview in the New York Times where he seemed to cry. He seemed very emotional, and at one point when we were talking, this was, I think, off camera, he said, if Tesla doesn't survive, the human race is doomed, which I felt was a little dramatic, and I thought, wow, this is what man in his 40s who thinks that he's the center of the universe. And so it always has that element of drama. Like it has to be that, and he has to be at the center. I think he's greatly informed by video games. And so he's sort of, someone described him to me as Ready Player One.
Not even that much of a gamer.
And everybody else is an NPC, which is a non-player character. So he always has to be the hero or the person who matters the most. And sometimes he does, and sometimes he's engineered it. So, just like getting the founder role when he's not actually the founder, or rewriting history or using PR to make himself the founder. So he understands the hero's journey kind of thing really rather well. He also, the stakes have to be very high. And if it doesn't work, we're doomed kind of thing. So he uses language like that of doom. He tends to overstate the problems when most companies have problems, but everything is a disaster here and I'm here to fix it. Or everything sucks and everybody previously is criminal or evil. Pedophile is a word he likes to use a lot, but he uses the terms like evil. And in one tweet, he called Yoel Roth, who was head of trust and safety at Twitter, who he did like until he quit and then he became evil. In one tweet, he called him evil and I was seething with hate, which is really dramatic and ridiculous. I'm not seething with hate.
Very Trumpian.
Yeah, that kind of thing. I think he means it, though. I think Trump sometimes is just doing it for show, showman, a reality show kind of thing.
So there's a story that Musk tells, a sort of dramatic story. It's him against the evildoers, but there's also mechanics, right? He has people, lieutenants, fan out to key points. One thing we're seeing right now with what Musk is doing in the federal government is an identification of choke points of information and money. The Treasury payment system, the Office of Personnel Management, which is a place where Musk has installed trusted aides, and they're using that as a way to fan out across the federal workforce. So tell me a bit, beneath the story Musk tells, the grand narrative, when he takes things over and what he's brought from that to the federal government, what does he actually have the people under him do? What is the theory of action?
Well, he has people around him that are just enablers. They're sort of all these Silicon Valley people do. And all his minions, they're all lesser than he is in some fashion, and they all look up to him. They're typically younger. They laugh at his jokes. Sometimes when he apologizes for a joke, which is not very often, he said people around me thought it was funny. Well, they all do, because they're like, to be in the room is to watch it happen. When he was being interviewed at Code once, he had a couple of them there and he's told a really bad joke and they all went like that. And I was like, that's not funny. I was like, I'm sorry, did I miss the joke? And, they looked at me like I had three heads. And what they do is, it's not that hard to figure out choke points, right? This is where we need to be. And then they go into it in this way that is, violating of typical rules. And I don't mean necessarily laws, although I suspect many laws may have been broken here, but not caring about breaking laws. laws. And so they go in sort of full force and question, let me see your code. Why can't we get in? We're getting in. We have the law. We have federal marshals. Let's see what they'll do. And that is a really big quality that he has. Let's say things and wait for them to sue us or wait for them to stop us. They won't stop us. And again, very much like Trump, the people don't stop you. We just operate on a set of, polite rules in society, and they just barrel right through them.
I want to zoom in on that breaking of rules, because I think something Musk understands, Trump has understood in different ways, is that at high levels of society, the recourse for breaking a law, breaking a rule is legal. You don't get frog marched out typically.
Right.
What happens is somebody sues you, they need to have standing, it works its way through the courts, you have lawyers as well, and it moves slowly.
Right.
And so a lot of law following and rule following is just a norm at that
Correct.
level,
It's a
that
norm.
you
That's
follow
exactly
the
right.
laws and you follow the rules. If you don't, you can move much faster than the
That's
courts are
right.
likely to move, right? They can fire all these people, many of them potentially illegally, given civil service protections. And what? They're going to sue over the course of
That is what
6 to
they're
9
thinking.
months or 4 years and maybe get some back pay, right? Corporations do this against people organizing unions all the time.
They do.
But as an insight that a lot of what has constrained other executive branches is not actually a constraint, because by the time the legal system catches up, you've already achieved what you want to achieve.
That's correct.
It's a pretty profound insight.
Yeah, it is. And if he gets caught, he's willing to pay, right? Like he's willing to go toe to toe legally. And I think what a lot of people are is, I don't want to fight this guy. He has unlimited money, right? Like you have to think twice if you're going. I mean, journalists have to think twice. It's very similar to these media companies settling. CBS has done nothing wrong in this Kamala Harris situation, and yet they're going to pay. It's pretty clear that Meta did nothing wrong with Trump, and yet you're going to pay. You do it to make it go away, or you don't do it at all because of the exhaustion. And he understands that. He understands that he can wear them down. And so it is true. If you blow lights, you mostly get away with it, right? Like you don't always get caught, or if you don't pay bills, or in his business life, let's blow up 90 rockets because the 91st will work. And that's his attitude towards pretty much everything, I can tell.
Although, to be fair to him, it led to some amazing rockets.
It did, but who else gets to, look, and then he insults NASA, which is not allowed to blow up rockets. NASA can't blow up rockets because then they blow up one rocket, that's the end of it, right? And so it's a real advantage to be able to blow up rockets and then keep going. You know that Thomas Edison quote? There's a famous quote that they all quote back to me that I have not failed. I've found 10,000 ways that don't work, whatever. And then you eventually get to it. And so it's part of the ethos of tech is that there's no such thing as failure. There's only, it didn't work that time and I'll get the right one next.
But this gets to, I think, the deeper question here, because there are all these tactics and strategies, but towards what? When he's blowing up rockets, he was trying to make rockets work in a certain way, and eventually he did. And I think the world, frankly, is better off for him doing it. Tesla had many failures, but really did make better electric cars than anybody else made and help the electric vehicle transition happen. What does he want now, though? What is this all in service of? What is the vision, in your view, that he's trying to effectuate with all this power that he now wields in the government?
It's not money. Money's not, I hate to say this, I hate it, but it's not that important to many of them, right? You know that. It's not money. Some of them really like money, that's for sure. But it's not money, it's the power that money brings, and it's power to decide. And, I think it started off, I have some good ideas and I'd like to put them into place. And now it's, I have all the ideas on every topic, and therefore what I say goes. It's a very king-like attitude towards things, right? Or that philosopher they like of that we should have a functional CEO running our country that gets to decide everything, and screw Congress, screw the courts. We should have a king, essentially a CEO that has unlimited power. He also does have a really weird sense of mortality in a way that he wants to be legendary, right? He, again, go back to video games. But I think he wants the glory of it. He has those images in his head. And that's not by way of excuse, it's by way of explanation, right? That this is how he looks at himself, is on a grand journey of the hero. He's not a hero, by the way, let me be clear.
But I think this gets at what to me is one of the mysteries of Musk, because the ideas that he seems committed to have changed. Peter Thiel, who is contemporary, they co-founded PayPal together, but Thiel has always been pretty far right. You go back to things he was writing at Stanford. Musk, you go back to, say, the Obama era, he's a kind of standard Obama-era liberal. He has a series of companies that are solving problems that are important to Obama-era liberals. Those companies survive off of Obama-era policies, from government contracts to electric vehicle subsidies, right? Loan guarantees. Tesla's saved by an Obama loan guarantee. And I mean, and even in 2017, he joins an advisory board with Trump for Trump, and then he gets back off of it when Trump pulls out of the Paris Climate Accords. So you have someone who is running public-private partnerships, working endlessly with the government, working on things like climate change, and within a very compressed matter of years, moves very, very far to the right. So I agree that he wants power for his ideas, but it has always been a little bit mysterious to me what led to the
I am unsure how well. I was editing my OBS shit, so it's not gonna be super fucked. We go into the debate here, but I don't know. God, I have like no energy, dude.
This striking radicalization. in
You're
him.
right. And during Obama, he was supportive. When he joined that, we texted a lot during that period. He was on the Trump thing, and he was like, they're trying to do an anti-gay thing. I'm going to get in there and stop them. Like, he was very much, I need to be here to change Trump's mind. Only I can change it
Myth
kind
might
of thing.
help. Well, only the Silk Road was still a thing. We'd be buying all of the meth.
He wasn't anti-Trump, but he certainly wasn't pro-Trump. I can tell you that. He was very much in the he's kind of a con man school of thought with him. Around COVID, I saw a lot of changes, around, I talked to him quite a lot, and people give me a hard time for having done that. I get it, but he wasn't that off the beaten track before. I mean, he was megalomaniacal. He was typical of a tech person, but doing more interesting things. But there was a real shift during COVID. I noticed it. He got very upset. He got very overly upset and overly dramatic. Look, if you think your company is critical for the future of the human race, and then California closes it down because of COVID, you get in that mode. That's one. I definitely, he sort of got very unreasonable. And in one interview I did with him, he started saying a few thousand people or whatever, I don't remember precisely, were going to die from COVID. And he had read all the studies.
The audio
he
here,
knew,
is
and
that
I
me?
didn't. He's never liked unions or the government or regulation. That goes way back for all these people. And so it became more profound during COVID, this idea. I think the issues around his trans daughter seem to have affected him quite profoundly. I've noticed that in a number of tech people who have trans children. The second thing I think the Wall Street Journal has correctly reported on is his use of ketamine and other drugs. So I think that was another thing that seemed to have changed him. But although they all use drugs.
I know a lot of people use ketamine. They don't tend to turn that far
Correct,
politically right.
but I think he was doing it himself. He was like the world's expert, right? It was also staying up late at night. He has this weird proclivity to be up at 3 a.m. and obsessively. He's got an
Speaking
obsessive
about drug
personality.
users.
We all have that element to us, but he's got it.
It's
in
got
spades.
ADHD,
And the
I
one
get
thing
it.
that I think I keep saying this to people. I said it at the time when Biden did not invite him to that EV summit and invited Mary Barra instead and treated him shabbily. He was very upset, very. I talked to him a lot about it, or he texted me, and other people did too. Other people noticed it too. And this was a summit that Biden had, and he couldn't invite him because of the union issues. He was very virulently anti-union. So they didn't invite him, and he was very upset, personally upset, wounded almost. And I even went as far as to call Steve Ricchetti, who works for Biden, and I said, boy, have you made a mistake, that you should bear hug this guy. I wouldn't be, he's really mad.
She Microsoft Flight Simulator? Jesus Christ, with headphones.
And, Steve Ricchetti's a nice guy. And he's like, it's the unions. He should understand. He's a big boy. And I was like, no, he's not.
Oh, wait, what the
The Biden people are all very relational. For them to have missed what a relational snub like this could do to somebody
Why
with
are
his
we
ego
not in
is
studio
it's a
mode?
mistake at the
Why
kind
can't
of
you
politics that they were
what's going
supposed
on
to be
here?
so good at.
Well, the thing is, and Steve's, again, a lovely guy. I
shouldn't
actually
be
ran
saying
into him at a
this.
movie premiere for Wicked, and he goes, guess you were right. I'm like, guess so. The way he takes slights is really strange. I'd seen it in action, sort of petty anger and slights, and that one really stuck hard. And the Biden people kept tweaking him, and I found that to be a you could be like, so what? I'm like, why would you do that? He actually does deserve the accolades around Tesla, right? So why not just give him that?
Are you hearing those audio stutters? 'Cause I don't know if that's on my end or not. Ugh.
And I never understood why they wouldn't, despite the union stuff.
There's a factor you haven't mentioned here, which is Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
So the Wall Street Journal has a piece from years ago
Just
where
right
it's just
there.
tracking his number of tweets year by year.
Crazy.
2012, 2013, 2014. You begin to see it really explode. 2016, 2017, it gets really big. 2018. And I mean, then he's really off to the races.
Yeah.
And there's a lot going on in his use of Twitter. And obviously, he eventually buys Twitter, and we'll talk about that.
Mm-hmm.
But clearly,
You are hearing
he
that?
becomes very influenced by some quite radically right subcultures on Twitter. The part of Twitter he ends up falling into, whether he looks for it or just gets into it, I don't know what the chicken and the egg is here. But he doesn't become a normal Republican. He doesn't become in some ways a normal MAGA Republican. He's not like Steve Bannon or something.
No.
He falls into a sort of world of Twitter anons. And
Well, it started off with joking stuff. Like, he liked all those memes, dank memes. He loves dank memes. I always felt when you know him so much better than I do. I don't know him very well at all, but I always felt when I left his presence a couple times I have been around it, and this was years ago before he was, who he is now, I would tell people he was the smartest 15-year-old boy in the world. Yeah, that's a very good way to put it. Yeah.
And so he got really into the memes, and this was always a real door into a dark right wing on that particular
It always
platform.
is. I have experiences with my own son. Like, he loves dank memes. Like, he always sends me dank memes or whatever. And you can fall down it. And I think that's what attracted him to Twitter for sure. And then it took off into a much more darker place that the other things impacted it. But, you know, he's an addictive personality, clearly, like whether it's to work or hardcore is one of his favorite words, which is I find to be hustle porn.
Or drugs. He's just a little autistic, okay? Dude, I love the idea of just being able to blame anything weird I do on being autistic. Sorry, not weird. Anything bigoted I do, just on being autistic.
You know, so he's attracted to addiction, and so his Twitter use is
when like he's literally hiring people who are eugenicists who would literally have you killed. Like, being autistic is not like a good thing in their eyes. It's bad. It means that you shouldn't be alive. If you don't know what I'm referencing, it's that Elon Musk hired a eugenicist, like a fucking like 23-year-old dude who was like thinks that we shouldn't do race mixing, and he wants a eugenicist nation, so we just get the strong like. Ugh, they're annoying. I don't understand why they don't get that they're the villains. Anyways.
Watch it, like you can see it. It's manic, and he's a manic person, and I think it's again not an excuse, but an explanation. He has a manic personality.
So there's also reality that in a way that is unusual among people of his class, he's really good at it, good at social media in the way young people are, not in the way, you know, Barack Obama is, right? You get.
I don't think he's good the way my kids are cringe. They're always like cringe. No,
fair enough, but there's an official voice of social media, right? The voice Mark Zuckerberg used to have before he became an Elon Musk imitator online.
I think this is like blowing out my eardrum with how bassy this shit is. I'm a little concerned because last time I rewatched. Last time I did Discord or ban, and I like could barely hear the person. I mean, I could hear him at the time because I have a kind of crazy setup. Oh, so I'm gonna have to. We're getting down to the wire here. We got about like 10 minutes. I haven't been invited yet, so I'm a little. Annoyed to not have that set up period because it's starting at 8:15. I like to test my audio, but you know, whatever. Soundbites should still work, but don't do them because they'll be distracting. They obviously won't be able to hear them. They'll just be able to hear me. The virtual camera on, so that should be able to work. So we're just gonna take it directly from their feed because I think they're using StreamYard. Well, no, I mean we still have. Sorry, not 10 minutes. We got 20 minutes. I don't know how to do math. I haven't done this in a while. I'm a little nervous about my. I especially haven't done this in this type of setup, so that's technically what I'm worried about, the technical complications more than anything. I want to have a chat in the stream. Probably not. Here, because this is what I'm looking at right now. Wait, what? Wait, what? Oh. It'll be this, so the Google whatever will be the actual stream yard page, but I think I'd have to probably get rid of the chat. I think it'll just take up too much. Then I'll be just taking it from This. God, I haven't done this in a while. Fuck me, dude. All right, sorry.
The voice that, you would get from Obama or Bill Gates.
Yeah.
And Musk isn't in that voice. He's constantly responding to small follower accounts. And he really does build up an attentional power that he didn't have before it. He begins to really trade in this coin of attention.
He loves attention.
He loves attention, but he's, he uses it to drive meme coins higher. He begins, I think, to understand in a way other people don't because he's experimenting with it, what you can turn attention into.
Right.
What set him apart from sort of the other people who superficially look like him that made
The thing is, it's not going to sound at all the same. I'm going to be, instead of using this website, I'm going to be, I have two computers, okay? I have two computers. One of them is where I'm currently streaming from, and I'm running through all of my shit into that computer. All of my audio, all of that. I have my my mic plugged into my streaming computer. I have, obviously, any audio coming from this computer into that streaming computer. So I don't really know how to deal with any of that. I guess I could try, actually, it'd be good. Oh, wait, I can't. Hold on. Let's actually try that. All right, we're gonna go to this and mute. What do we have to mute? We have to turn on the desktop audio. We have to mute our. See, I don't remember how it's set up. Oh my god, that is loud.
Paste and turn off Google.
No, Google, stop, Google, stop. Wait.
How did this come up? That?
he didn't have before it. He begins to really
So this is blowing the fuck out of my eardrums. But how's that for you?
trade in this coin of attention.
He loves attention.
He loves attention, but he's, he uses it to drive meme coins higher. He begins, I think, to understand in a way other people don't because he's experimenting with it.
It is loud as fuck.
What you can turn attention into.
Right.
What set him apart from sort of the other people who superficially looked like him that made him temperamentally suited to doing that?
Well, his manic nature, right? It's got a manic addictive quality to it. And he does have a sense of humor. It's not my sense of humor, and people will hate me for saying this, but it can be rather charming, right? Like when he was on Saturday Night Live.
Look, I know I sometimes say or post strange things, but that's just how my brain works. To anyone I've offended, I just want to say, I reinvented electric cars and I'm sending people to Mars in a rocket ship. Did you think I was also going to be a chill, normal dude?
He was so awkward that it was charming. And other people, again, are going to say Kara loves him, but I don't care. Go watch it. It is. I don't, just the way.
Do you really have all these people in your life who are surprised that when,
how
as a
you brought him,
reporter
you
in
made
tech-
him. How, yes. Oh my God. They're so exhausting.
And it's really hard for me to tell because
sometimes the left is so ridiculously censorious. It's kind of like, I don't want to use censorious. That's not, they're just like scoldish. I don't want to use,
I think she meant sensitive.
They're not censoring in any way. But yes, I get a lot of like, you made him, like you didn't know it. Well, I didn't know how he was treating his kid. I'm sorry, I didn't know that. And had I known, I would have.
It also didn't make him. The car company was successful because the cars were
I
good.
was covering him as a car manufacturer. Look, that Silicon Valley I'm not going to make an excuse. Silicon Valley has a million people like him. He was very typical, except he was doing more interesting things than other people. So getting back to how he's good at it, I think the people that are very good, and I once wrote a column about in the Times,
using everything on
the
this
Times
computer.
about the two people I thought were very good, which is AOC and Trump.
Wait, why am I even using this?
They're genuine
I
to
have all my notes
themselves, right? Or Kim Kardashian's another person who's like this. You don't have to like any of these people, but boy, are they good at channeling themselves as an image online. And it feels genuine. It feels like them doing it, and it is them doing it. It feels like it's their voice, if that makes sense. People love when someone that famous reacts to them, and then it creates a sensation around them, right? And so then you get a lot of acolytes. Oh my God, Elon Musk responded to me, and he feeds off of that too. And again, he combines the humor. He initially combined humor with that, or insights, right, to interesting things. And then it very quickly twisted into stuff he doesn't know anything about. And he just pontificates. And that's his favorite thing, is to say all manner of nonsense and inaccuracies about
Mike is
things
just
he
giving
doesn't know
up.
what he's talking about.
I remember
I
being
hate
at
this
Code
arm.
years ago,
It's just-
and you all had Musk on the stage, and he sort of talked through that he believed
It's not
in the
strong
simulation
enough.
hypothesis,
My mic's too
which
fucking
is
heavy.
a hypothesis that you should expect that any sufficiently advanced civilization will begin running simulations of the world. There will be more simulations than there will be base realities. And so by a simple matter of arithmetic, we are likelier to be living in a simulated world than the real world. And,
Yes.
and Musk said, he bought this and thought there's a pretty
He
low
said there's a
chance of
non-zero
reality.
chance, and it fascinated him again.
Well, that's what I was going to get at. Not the simulation. I think people can make too much of whether or not that idea matters. But he has a mind, has always, I think, had a mind that is attracted to unusual
Why is it all
ideas.
blurred? What's
That's-
happening?
That the things that most people believe are probably wrong.
what is
What you can
happening?
and can't do, what isn't true. And
Is
I
he
mean,
just
he's
showing
been proven
dong or
right a
something?
number of times.
Sure.
In
What the
very,
fuck?
very big, profound ways. Now he's the richest
Or
man
is
in
that
the
when I'm
world.
tapping out?
He has the most attention in the world, right? From where you start to end up there, that's going to change your psychology.
Right.
And one thing that then seems true, though, is that he doesn't just get attracted to unusual ideas, but he gets more conspiratorial as I watch him on Twitter.
Yes.
And I'm curious how you understand that dimension of him.
Well, Kevin Roose did a great thing about that. You go down this rabbit hole. It really is. It can really be, did you know this? Or, everybody is subject to it with the way social media works. That's a mind of technology people. They're like, this could happen. We could go to the moon, right? You have to have that element to you if you're going to do very difficult things. And so you have to start with that personality. And therefore, every single thing is open to question. Why do we do it this way? Why do we do it this way? And it's a personality trait I like. But what happens is when you start to get out to Ukraine or, vaccines or whatever, they have to question everything and posit themselves. I always joke about it with my wife. Oh, yet another bold truth teller, right? Like, I'm so tired of them. Like, I'm here to boldly tell you the truth without any actual information or reporting. And so he's attracted to that idea, like the simulation, like, why can't we live on Mars? Not everybody does that. And I think when it starts from that, it starts off from a good place. But often in the social media world, as Kevin correctly put out in that podcast,
I'm regretting deciding to
it goes
do
down
this.
into the sort of conspiracy theory avenue really quickly.
But it's a very specific kind of conspiracy theory he gets into. So you have him, he responds to someone who tweets that Jews, quote, have been pushing the exact kind of dialectical hatred against whites that they claim to want people to stop using against them. And Musk replies, you have said the actual truth. In July of
he likes to do
2024,
Why is it
just before he came out in
absurd?
support of Trump, he accused Democrats
Like,
of
I don't
quote,
have,
trying
like,
to
a
import
fucking
as many
does
illegal
he- is
voters
he
as
doing-
possible. And
doing
in
that?
this
Am I
way,
doing that?
I think what is going any illegal 24
No, I must be
possible
doing
thing,
that.
he's really bought into a
Okay,
lot of
because
great
the big
replacement.
thing is if I'm going to do it this way, I only have one monitor. So if I... I'm nearing anything off? What? I'm not hearing anything? Are you... Okay, I'm just gonna fucking cancel this shit if my stuff's not working. Like, I'm so fucking annoyed right now. You're saying you're not hearing anything off. Oh, okay. I'm just annoyed that we're not doing a sound check. It's supposed to start exactly at 8:15. At 10 minutes, and she's not gonna link me in. Let me at least get my shit. Like, why is it blurring? I don't understand why. Is it 'cause I'm minimizing it? I'm not doing that. Okay, if I minimize it, no, then it just goes away. So I don't know what's making it blurry. I don't know what's doing that. Am I highlighting something else that's blurring everything else out? Like this? Does that make it blurry? Doesn't look like it. Anyone that streams on a laptop is fucking psychotic. I have no idea how people do it. don't this open.
Theory.
Yes.
A lot of
So
this
have a lot
idea.
of people in Silicon Valley. Let me say, he's not alone.
No, he's not.
He's got to cut like this Curtis Yarvin stuff. They've all sort of been taken by these. It's almost religious if you think about it, right? And so one of the things that I think it goes back to, and I hate to say this, is sad little boy wasn't loved enough as a child, is searching for meaning, right? Is searching for love, searching for, and again, not an excuse because I think he's become a terrible person and he should get therapy. But when there's easy answers like that, oh, this is why you're so unhappy. Oh, this is why the world is the way it is. These right-wing conspiracies do scratch an itch for these people. It's a religion. It's their answer to the world.
Well, I mean, it's also a politics. So Musk is South African. Peter Thiel spent much of his childhood in South Africa. David Sachs is South African. And there's a very distinctive experience.
There is.
To being somebody, born in or who lived in South Africa
I'm so fucking annoyed.
during apartheid. And also then saw apartheid dismantled, saw South Africa change. I've never quite known myself how much weight to put on this interpretation, but it seems relevant. It seems interesting.
Certainly relevant. It's certainly
Thiel, Musk, and Sachs, who are three of the most significant figures in the Silicon Valley embrace of Trump, have this a very, very distinctive political experience of watching South Africa's white minority move from being in control of the country to a frightened minority in the country.
I mean, there is that element to a lot of these people. And the same thing with Silicon Valley people. Again, when you merge that with the ideas around Silicon Valley, which is highly male, highly, we have all the answers. Why are these silly people in our way? And with the South African thing.
All right. I gotta fucking focus for like 5 seconds. I am so tilted already. I can't tell if you can see this because I'm not doing this anymore. Okay, if it just doesn't work, I am literally just gonna bail. Like, I have no patience for this anymore. It should work. I don't know why it had to connect to my mic working. Nope. I gave it a fucking source here, motherfucker. Avatar. Setting. Audio. This original should work. I don't know why it's not. That's working. Audio working. Now the audio from my stream's not working? Motherfucker. It well, I am kind of cuddling it, but it shouldn't change. The audio should be the same on a stream as it is on this. I'm gonna have to turn off my camera because I'm supposed to be on there. This is too late for me. All right, new rule. I am never going to do a show this late. I wake up too goddamn early. And I don't have the energy for it. I mean, I don't have the energy for it. I start work at 7 a.m. It is currently 8:11. Why did I just open 2 of those? What am I doing? I'm a little I'm a little goofy goober here. Also, I don't like I feel like when you like you can play like Dark Souls or whatever, but you go into like a similar game that you're kind of just annoyed that it's not the exact same because you know what you want to do, but you're really frustrated that you can't do it. That's kind of the moment I'm having right now. That's why I'm having a little bit of a crash out here. I'm just getting really fucking annoyed. It's not any of the producers' fault or like that, but like I'm just like so fucking because I know what I want to do. And I'm just making every excuse in the book to blame it on my own incompetence. Or to not make it seem like it's the case. I think it's... Alright, Mike. Settings? Outbook. Alright, hold on. I'll get really close and see if that's working. Can I test this? Enter studio. I don't really know what's going to happen when I click this.
No audio.
Who has no audio?
Can you hear? She's muted. She's probably not talking to us. I assumed that she was talking to me at first.
What?
Sarah. I assumed that Sarah was talking to me at first, but now I think she's on a phone call.
Oh. Well, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Hello, children.
I have a
Hello.
new setup from dual computering, and this is the first time I've been on a show, so I'm getting really annoyed because it's like I know what I want to do, but I just don't know how to do it with my setup yet, so I'm just getting really frustrated.
Are you streaming onto YouTube or onto Twitch or something?
Yeah, I'm on Twitch.
Oh, okay.
So you can show as much terrorist propaganda as you want.
I mean, I think
did
you
not
can
last.
I think you can actually link through the stream this to your audience in the top right if that's easier for you. I'm pretty sure you can link up via Twitch on
You want me to
there.
learn new stuff more than just one
But
time?
if you want to learn new stuff, you got 2 minutes to do so. And I'm all
No,
for
it's
it. I support
I
the
was
cause.
getting mad at you. I'm like, why isn't this bitch send me this link? And I'm like, you sent it to me like 2 weeks ago. I was like, oh well, I'm 100% aware this is user error right now, but I'm just still mad about it.
That's all right. That's all right. If we fail together. It's all good.
Sure.
Let's see. I gotta get this other one going too. We're just waiting on Ghosty and Grid, who are. I know Grid's supposed to be on time. He confirmed that.
He's already got like a share stream or something on his end going.
Oh, okay. That's good. And Ghosty, I think she dual streams out of hers like the other way, like they do as well. I like this way, like streaming to you, because then when the super chats come in, I can, as long as it lands on my page, I'll read it.
Yeah, I know StreamYard's a pretty good tool, I guess. But
Yeah, it's easy for the people that are not so tech savvy because it's plug and play. So when other people are joining and I tell them like, hey, you're welcome to restream XYZ, they're like, I don't think I've ever done that. I'm like, just plug and play. When you get in there, top right button, and then they do that and they're like, oh my God, I didn't know I could do that. So it gets fun.
yeah, I didn't remember. I thought you used to be able to log in with like your Twitch, but maybe log in with my YouTube. Maybe it's always been like that and it's just been a while.
No, it depends on you can still log, because I connected a Twitch. I tried Twitch like twice and I was like, I don't understand any of this, so fuck it. But let me message them. Just waiting on you guys.
Yeah, they might have been waiting for the link as well.
No, they all got the same thing. They know my style. They know I like Ghosty. She's familiar. And she confirmed this morning.
I like
or this
move
afternoon.
myself, like trying to position directly.
I'm gonna go ahead and push this 5 minutes. Grid said, oops. Oh man, and I want to like Flo, you already know the speech. And so Nina, have you watched a Mod Monday yet? I know you've been here before, but you haven't done
I don't
Mod
think
Mondays.
so. By the way, how do I hide the private chat on my end? Do it just a crop weird? I can do that.
Wait. Oh, hide it? I don't know.
Okay, I can do that on my end.
I mean, typically, I don't communicate via private chat unless it's logistics, anyways. And it'll just be the four of you. So all you got, if I'm going to communicate something to you, I'm going to tell you directly.
Okay.
And maybe if somebody's saying, "Hey, I slipped in the private chat," maybe you could just remove the screen for a second or something. I don't know. They're both coming.
All right, I'll be
Late.
right back.
Okay. Let's see. While they're doing that, I'm just gonna tinkle real quick. If you hear a beep, just tell them I'm coming.
Jesus, what are you smoking, dude?
Crack.
Very ashy.
Cigarette. Mm.
It's just your lighting.
Might be the lighting. And I'm holding it right in front of the camera too.
Okay. I wouldn't have expected Grid to be late, actually. Is he testing my waters?
He might be shit testing you.
He might be. I give 5 minutes and then I kick off, and then I will call you out for being late. They got 1 minute. So, Nina, how this works is generally we're going to go 4-person panel. I don't think anybody, well, I guess you're the challenger, so I'll start left to right. You'll be in Flo's spots. So you'll open and then we'll go right to left when we close. We'll go for about 2 hours. If it gets stagnant or something like that, I have no issue shutting it down early, and then we'll open up the panel. That's where it gets crazy. Now we'll do closing statements, read super chats, respond to them. And then before I choose to open up the panel, I will give you guys the option to leave if you so choose. We always recommend to stay because people want to provoke you or question you or whatever to you. But I only ask for the main 2-hour slot. So it's totally up to you whether you want to stay or whether you want to go. But usually it gets pretty crazy and wild. People always have something to say. People always hop on, so it gets fun. So, any questions to that?
No, but I love your background.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
That's our
I like how you're
move 'em.
purple. You're like the perfect mix.
Oh, it's supposed to be blue and pink, so.
Look at this.
Is that a real background or is it like a green screen?
Yeah, both of us are real.
Yeah, it's crazy how she got it perfectly down the middle.
Yeah, she did do that perfectly.
Nice to meet you, by the way.
Nice to meet you too. I'm Taylor.
I'm Nina. My super zoomed in on your end too.
All right, there we go. Sarah, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I'm gay.
We got you. Are you streaming on your end?
I'm just capturing this screen.
Okay, so we're live right now on your end.
Yeah, I can kill it.
Okay, no, it's all right. I was just
I mean,
curious.
it's not live. I mean, it's not on.
Well,
my
I'm live
screen.
on my end, so don't say
Okay.
slurs.
I haven't put you up on the big screen yet.
No, it's all right.
At twitch.tv/Nina.
Sorry, my daughter's having like some.
That's okay.
She's
All
doing her
good.
little darling daughter things. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and kick off. Ghosty will just have to catch up. All right, everybody. So Nina, I don't interrupt the panel in terms of I'm not gonna like fallacy anything for you guys. I'm not gonna do your dirty work for you. The only times I do interrupt is if you're talking over each other, which is the one thing I ask that you try not to do. I don't mind if you yell, scream, cuss, whatever. We mind our TOS words. That's fair. But just don't scream over each other. If there's a translation error that I recognize, I might push it that way. And maybe offer something, to like maybe to translate between the two people or whatever the case. But outside of that, I stay out of your argument. I don't get involved. I keep my hands clean of it, except to interrupt and tell you both to shut the fuck up. That's about all I do. Any questions on that?
Can I ask you to if we're 1v2 here, can we reform the where he's next to him and then
Yeah, no, when she pops on, and we've got like a 2-minute intro anyway, so she might
okay.
Let's go.
Just run a little bit late. Okay, I thought she wasn't coming, but okay.
No, she's coming. She said she'll be here in a minute, and that was at 9:16.
Gotcha.
So maybe
Okay,
she'll
no,
take a
I mean
shit or
I'm
something.
totally down. I have a whole written thing to start if you want me to.
Okay.
Start off with that.
And
Let me know.
typically, is there a new link? Why is she having problems with the link? Did you have a problem with the link?
No, but just remembering that you had sent it to me that long ago.
That's what I said.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, she might be hopping in the ladies' night link too.
Yeah, I had a link that you had given me, and so when I came on, I was like, it kept sending me to like the last stream I was on, and I'm like, wait, why is
Oh,
that?
it's like one of those things where you're like, oh, is this for like that meeting? I've done that at work before. Or it's like, why am I sitting in this channel myself?
Like, you sent me the right link, and then I realized that I didn't scroll up far enough.
Listen, I can't help it if I'm overly prepared 3 weeks in advance. Okay.
You gotta meet your
Sorry.
audience where we're at. We're YouTubers. We're the worst.
I know,
habitats
right?
for
You guys are
herd.
the most inconsistent, unreliable little shits ever. Oh, you guys match. Look at this. This is beautiful. Purple and red. I'm so excited now. It's going to be beautiful. All right, let's get started. I'm going to put everybody backstage, play the intro video. Once you see that it puts you back on stage, that lets you know that you're on screen. You got about 30 seconds before the video ends. No picking your nose. All right, here we go.
Okay. It's 2v2. I was kind of ready for the 1v2, to be honest. Just because I didn't have any way to contact her.
A long time ago, in a YouTube world full of keyboard warriors, many monsters and trolls lurked in the chat rooms. They thrived on arguments amongst each other until one day, a heroine rose from the ashes. She was made from the tears of beta bitches and the sweat of alpha male gym guys. Throughout the centuries, this keyboard warrior princess showed up in many forms. She slayed many demons along the way. By the light of the moon, she led the simp army into battle. Wielding her sword, she fought through the dark forests. With each new era, the monsters evolved. The keyboard warrior princess grew stronger, with new skills to bring them down. The world around her advanced, but so did she. Her heroism became known to society as technology advanced. And with each new generation, she had to learn how to blend in to keep her identity hidden. Now known as the Raging Tomato. This keyboard warrior princess fights for justice in every debate. She fights for freedom, for moderator bias, and she fights for your ability to battle on an open panel for your beliefs. She protects the simp troopers from destruction. She fights to create peace among troll wars. She storms the battle zones without hesitation and leaves the battleground with her pockets full of souls. Are you ready to battle your fellow trolls? Are you ready for a moderator to give you time to talk? Are you ready for justice, peace, and a fair fight? Tune in every Monday night to watch your friends duke out their issues, or join the open panel so that you can fight the good fight and find resolution with your peers.
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. I am the Raging Tomato here, bringing to you live yet another Moderator Monday. For this evening's topic, it's Free Ross. Is Ross Ulbricht? Is it Ulbricht? Ulbricht. Was Ross Ulbricht pardon justified? This has to do with the recent Trump pardoning of Ross's whole extravaganza, and these four fine folks are here to debate the matter. To my upper left, we have Nina, we have Ghosty, we have the Powder Dusty, and Grid One Motorsports. And for our opening statements, we're going to go ahead and start with Nina.
All right, so I feel like let's just start with basic. Who is Ross Ulbricht? Ross Ulbricht is a dangerous felon who was cynically pardoned by Donald Trump to win support from the libertarian/cryptocurrency community. He is described by Manhattan U.S. Attorney Preet Bharara as a drug dealer and criminal profiteer who's exploited people's addictions and contributed to the death of at least 6 young people. Ross Ulbricht, also known as Dread Pirate Roberts, created and operated the darknet marketplace called Silk Road, an online marketplace that facilitated the trade in narcotics and other illegal products and services such as fake IDs and hacking services. Sales were anonymous using Bitcoin. He was found guilty on February 5th, 2015 on all 7 counts. Count 1, distribution/aiding, speaking of heroin, distribution/aiding distribution of narcotics, heroin, cocaine, LSD, and methamphetamine. Count 2, distribution and aiding and abetting the distribution of narcotics by means of the internet, heroin, cocaine, LSD, and methamphetamine. Count 3, conspiracy to distribute narcotics, heroin, cocaine, LSD, and methamphetamine. Count 4, continuing criminal enterprise. This is the type of charge that is around mob-related crimes. Count 5, conspiracy to commit or aid and abet computer hacking. Count 6, conspiracy to traffic in fraudulent identity documents like fake IDs. Count 7, conspiracy to commit money laundering. He was sentenced to double life in prison plus 40 years without the possibility of parole. Albright was also ordered to pay about $183 million in restitutions based on the total sales of illegal drugs and counterfeit IDs sold through the Silk Road. And if that's not enough, another dangerous detail of who Ross Ulbricht is that his messages from his DPR account, Dread Pirate Roberts account, that he was logged into when he was arrested. This message history is notable for his conversations with an undercover law enforcement agent, which he did not know was that at the time, and a separate third party where he had commissioned multiple 6 total hits on individuals, including his own employee, Curtis Green, and a vendor on the Silk Road who allegedly threatened him with releasing client information. Green was actually not killed, but Ross Ulbricht thought he was, since his death was staged by law enforcement to have it look as if that hit was carried out. Ross Ulbricht was indicted on the charge of attempted witness murder and use of interstate commerce facilitating in commission of murder for hire. However, they were dropped after his federal conviction. That being said, the possibility of Ulbricht might have commission hits was considered by the judge in sentencing Ulbricht to life and was a factor in the Second Circuit decision to uphold the sentence on his appeal. Some think that the sentence of 2 life sentences plus 40 years was excessive, which is a different topic of debate. However, it is notable to mention that Trump could have commuted his sentence, but instead chose to do a full blanket pardon. So instead of it commuting, he decided to just pardon him. I believe strongly that Ross Ulbricht is a dangerous person who has no regard for life if it interferes with his business. His pardon is a blatant attempt to win over libertarians with little cost to Trump's agenda. And it's another example of Donald Trump pardoning dangerous felons who have committed violence and sexual crimes, including to children and law enforcement.
Thank you. And Ghosty, to you.
Okay. So yeah, Ross Ulbricht is the creator of Silk Road. And Silk Road was an online black market, mostly known for selling drugs, but also sold access to hitmen, men for hire, purchase for hire, body parts, weapons, cyanide, and occasionally humans and child pee. Even though he did not allow that, things like that do slip through on these dark web websites. The website was responsible for $1.2 billion in sales of illegal goods and services, which the site initially took a 6.23% commission on every trade. He was a libertarian, so he believed in the legalization of drugs. And as a former drug addict, you know, this intrigues me, definitely, but for all the wrong reasons. And he created this anonymous black market because of his libertarian belief system. He saw it as freedom, which, by the way, drug addiction is the furthest thing from freedom. But nonetheless, he created this in the beginning of 2011. After the first year, the site is estimated to have made $500,000 in sales every week. And his goal was to be a billionaire by the time he reached 30, which he looks like he was on track to doing. When he first started the site, he didn't have product to sell. So he started growing mushrooms and started selling them. And if you want to talk about the legalization of drugs or how illegal they should we treat dealers different from users? Like, I'm all for that, like certain drugs decriminalized, blah, blah, blah. But Ross sold mushrooms on the site, but he also created different categories, including sorry, where'd they go? Okay, cannabis, dissociatives, ecstasy, opioids, others, prescription, psychedelics, and stimulants. So although the first item sold on the site was mushrooms, he intended the site to be used for much more. one of his moderators messaged him one time, should we allow people to sell kidneys on the site? And he was like, he determined that it wasn't up to him to decide how users use the site, used his platform. But, you know, these sales were authorized and approved by him. So, and yeah, Trump pretty much just pardoned him, not out of principle, but just for libertarian votes. That was it. He likes freeing people. And I really can't think of much ways to excuse this guy, especially because his messages did include the assassination attempt of 6 people, including one of his close employees and friends. So we'll get into all that though.
Perfect, thank you. And Flow State, also known as Powder Dusty.
Yeah. So if we look at what Ross Ulbricht was convicted of and what he actually did, what he did was he made an online marketplace that uses cryptocurrency. So think eBay, except with crypto. Marketplaces aren't illegal. Crypto's not illegal. Everything is perfectly on board. Then he got held responsible for anything and everything that was alleged to happen on his site and got 2 double lifetime sentences with no possibility of parole. That's insane. First charge, aiding and abetting distribution of narcotics by means of the internet. For that, that's 10 years to life, and for that he got a life sentence without parole. However, the prosecution charged that Ross delivered these drugs. They convicted him as if he was delivering them, yet no evidence was presented at all to support that. They're holding him responsible for the things that happened on his platform. Never did they present anything that showed that he did it. So that's a massive the application of justice here is way out of whack. If you could hold people responsible for every single thing that happens on their platform, then we need Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg arrested for what happens on Twitter and Facebook. Another charge, continuing a criminal enterprise. This charge was added by the prosecution when Ross chose to go to trial instead of taking a plea deal. That right there undermines the right to a fair and speedy trial. Conspiracy to aid and abet computer hacking. It was not alleged that Ross ever hacked any computers, but that others who had listed hacking software on his site for sale had done so. So he, again, being held responsible for other people's actions. Conspiracy to traffic in fraudulent IDs. Again, it was never alleged at all that he trafficked in fraudulent IDs, only that was a product sold on the platform by others. And finally, conspiracy to launder money. Again, it was not alleged that he did anything, only that counterfeit stuff was being sold on the platform that he produced. Everything that he was convicted of were the actions of other people. The assassination attempts have been referenced by both of them, and however, he was never charged with assassination attempts. So there's the math doesn't math on this assassination attempt, and why he was never charged with that. But a judge would think to reference that in sentencing seems a little bit absurd to me. That's all.
Thank you. And Grid 1 to you. You're muted, Grid. That's okay.
I did mute myself. Stand by. Sarah, thank you for having me. It's great to be here. Going to have a nice spirited debate tonight. I can tell already. This is going to be awesome. So a couple of things right out of the gate. Ross was accused of many things. None of them stuck. The only things they got him for was drug trafficking, which they never were able to actually prove, but he was convicted of it. We'll get to that in a minute. Computer hacking, as the Powder Dusty said, there's no evidence of that either. Not one shred of evidence that he ever hacked a computer anywhere on the planet. Money laundering. Money laundering is interesting because they were pissed that he was using Bitcoin, which they couldn't tax. More on that in just a second as well. So this is great. This is really great. The prosecution never proved that he trafficked anything, not one thing. All he did was develop a website on the dark web specifically for people to exchange things in secrecy. And that annoys the government when you do that. It deprives them of all kinds of things like regulations and taxes. The government hates that. They really do. And so they were motivated to track this guy down, and they used an undercover agent to solicit him to move drugs, to traffic in drugs. Notice they never convicted him of that because he never did it. The agent was never actually able to get him to traffic drugs. They just had conversations about it. Now, and that agent was actually represented himself as a prolific mover, large amounts of drugs. That's NBC's words, not mine. Yeah, so that's what, at best, it allowed people to conduct business in secrecy, which the government hates. Now, sure, I'm sure some people abuse it, but every single day I see people hawking T-shirts on Facebook that their autistic kid all of a sudden knows how to do art, and please buy his shirt for $25, and you never get anything. So that's, if we're going to talk about scamming, let's just be a little more intellectually honest about it, shall we? And moving on, the judge biased the entire trial from the word go. Now, this is not unusual for that court. It's the exact same court that Trump was tried in federally, where the judge actually convicted him of a felony. Oh, how about that? And that was in Manhattan, by the way. Guys arrested in San Francisco, but they bring it to Manhattan. Why do you think that is? It's very interesting. They actually ended up trying the court. I believe they finished the case in D.C., but a change of venue 3 times is interesting in and of itself. They were literally just browbeating this poor young man into submission. But that's a guess on my part, but it seems to be a popular prosecutorial tactic. Now, the judge biased the court by literally saying in the court that Albright had actually solicited 6 murder for hires, 6 incidences, no bodies, no accounting of any money changing hands from one person to another. By the way, that you need that for murder for hire. They do have a couple of conversations where he said, yeah, I wouldn't mind if this guy disappeared, but that is not soliciting murder for hire. I personally said that I wouldn't mind if my teammate disappeared, and he knows that. And I'm not arrested as yet. Maybe after the show. Now, there is even more reason to be suspicious of this because the prosecutor's tactics in going for the maximum sentence is interesting in and of itself. But worse is that during the investigation, 2 federal officers, 2 of them, stole Bitcoin. And would you believe that those agents, Carl Force of the Drug Enforcement Administration and Sean Briggs of the Secret Service, betrayed the public trust and sought to profit from their official positions? Who would have thought? Government agents, crooked. Who would have thought that? It's absurd, I tell you. But anyway, upon conviction, they received 78 months and 71 months, respectively, and they actually stole stuff. They actually committed a federal crime in concordance to their duties as federal agents. Why did they not get a life sentence for this atrocity? One wonders. Anyway, again, I can't wait to dive into this. At best, they get him for tax evasion, for not paying taxes on the money that he made by secretly exchanging Bitcoin on the open market. However, he, as near as I can tell, he didn't actually cash in very much of it. He just held it. And holding on to millions of dollars is not a crime, as much as the United States government would want you to think so. It is not a crime to have money in your wallet that they don't know about. And with that, I'm going to cede my time and let's get into this. It's going to be great.
You didn't have any time left, Grid.
Oh, come on.
All right, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your opening statements. And as a kind reminder to the viewers and chatters, we will go into open panel at the end of this. They're going to have their debate, closing statements, read and respond to any super chats. Then we will open the floodgates to hell. All right, the floor is open.
Okay.
Okay.
Do you mind if I go first, sir?
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Okay. I have to be honest with you. I'm sorry. Who was the last person who just spoke? Motorsports? Is that the
Yeah,
name?
I'm Grid One. Grid One. works.
Grid One? GRED one? All right. I noticed most of your position was just from like incredulousness, so I'm actually going to go and address our
Yeah,
other
I'm sure
friend
you did.
here.
You didn't actually research
Yeah,
the
because
facts.
you
just went by feelings.
well, the funny thing is you clearly didn't. So I want to actually go back to what our other friend here, Powder, Dusty, I think. You mentioned earlier about your online marketplace, and one of the main, feel free to repeat this, but you said that you didn't feel like a seller is at all liable for the things that are sold on their market. Do you still stand by that?
I don't think that a platform, a marketplace,
Yes.
is responsible for every vendor within it. Correct.
So would you think that if like Amazon was selling child porn, would you be like think that Amazon should not be? Because you did say something later where you said that eBay and if they were doing something like that, that they should be held responsible.
No, I said that.
And I would agree. Well, he also might have said that, but like I have it all written down, so you might have both said it, but I was more paying attention to what he was saying. But like, would you agree with me that they should be held accountable?
I think that if they know about it, that they should be required to remove it. And my understanding of Silk Road is that they did have actually that policy in place regarding CP to pull it off.
Okay, but you're trying to also equate. So, but you think it's like okay to sell the drugs? It's just not the CP.
Ethically or legally?
Both.
Yes, I think I'm absolutely fine with drug sales. Ethically.
And the second
I understand legally that there is there could be nuance.
And from my point of view,
Well, there's no nuance.
It's
You're
irrelevant
selling
to the
drugs
conversation because we
online.
don't know that he knew that drugs were being sold on his website because there
We
were
do know
numbered
that.
options.
This is why I know you didn't do any research because we do know
He made the
that.
site on purpose. I already told you the categories that he originally made on the site.
What were the categories?
The categories were.
You didn't actually say that, Ghosty.
You didn't.
She did.
I literally read them off. Here the original
While you-
categories. Yeah.
Yeah, while you look that up,
here they
I
are.
also
There.
have you
Okay, I
seen the
found them.
DMs?
Can I read the?
Oh, go ahead.
categories
Sorry,
first?
I thought you were looking.
Okay, so in alphabetical order: cannabis, dissociatives, ecstasy, opioids, others,
She did.
prescription, psychedelics, and stimulants. Those were the categories that he put on the
Are
site.
all of those drugs illegal?
Yes, to sell.
Are they?
To sell without a
In
prescription.
in which country? Because
In the
they were
US.
actually selling across
He's an
the world.
American.
Yeah, in all.
I understand
countries.
he's an American. It's an American website. But when you
Yes.
do business across the world, you can't.
He was
say
selling to
just because
Americans.
this
He was
website
selling
does
to.
it-
This is how I know you don't have any idea what you're talking about because he was selling to
I know
Americans.
exactly what
Did
you're
you not
talking
read
about.
any of
What
the
you're
court
trying to do
cases?
Is what you're trying to do is you're trying to say, hey.
Oh, what I'm trying
just
to do
because
is
this
just
website
give
does
the right
business in
facts.
China, where this is
My
legal,
God.
they can't do it.
He wasn't
because
selling
it's
in
based
China.
the
He was
US.
selling in the U.S. and Canada. Most of his product was in North America.
He also sold mushrooms himself, which morally I don't care, but legally
the
that's
law
illegal.
for distribution of drugs is to manufacture, distribute, or dispense or possess with intent to manufacture, or to create, distribute, or dispense or possess with intent.
Create, distribute.
He created a platform. If you never have the drugs, if you never have the money, if you have no
So
part
you
of the
think that a
exchange,
kingpin,
you're
like
not
a drug
transactor.
kingpin, like a mob boss,
A
do you-
cartel leader.
Yeah, a cartel leader. Do you think because they never physically touch them that they're not guilty of the crime of drug
Do they-
trafficking?
Do they call the shots? Do they direct the supply
Absolutely.
and receive?
Yes.
And receive the revenue.
And receive
Yes.
she just
did
told
he
you
do
that
either of
like
those
every single purchase that they would do, they would get, I think you said 8%?
Every single transaction.
Initially, it was
correct. It's a
6.3.
platform.
It was 6.3.
platform
Yeah,
transaction.
he was getting a cut of everything that was being sold on that website. So the idea of you denying the
Okay,
fact
so
that
why
he's
is he
getting
gonna
a
get
cut,
cut for that?
he's
He sold-
literally the same as a cartel leader.
And
Okay,
the
so
difference
It's not anywhere
between
near a cartel leader.
the
Come on.
difference
Right.
between eBay and Craigslist and stuff like this is those websites don't allow or approve
Exactly.
those trades. So he
ever
allowed
heard
and
of this?
approved
You
the
ever heard of a
authorization
place
of
called
these
Backpage?
Let her
trades.
finish.
But on other sites where these things do happen, that's not allowed, and they try to
Have you
take
ever
those
looked
things
around
down.
Wish or Temu?
Yeah.
Do you think that if somebody buys drug ingredients off of Temu, for instance,
Drug
and they pay
ingredients,
with a-
not drugs.
it's still possession with
Okay,
intent
like
to
what?
distribute.
Like what?
And they buy them with a Visa card. Should
Like what?
Visa be responsible?
You can buy things from Home Depot
I mean, like,
to make drugs.
Yeah, like
Correct.
salt and like manure and
Should
shit.
Home
Like,
Depot
You're
Yeah.
literally proving out. there.
Should Duracell be
There's-
responsible for the lithium strips that get?
No, he is selling the actual drugs.
He
did
didn't
not
sell
sell
anything.
I mean, he did sell mushrooms,
okay, so if
but
Jeff
he
Bezos
created
set up a
platform
marketplace- yes.
intended to sell drugs. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was with you. Like, yeah, do you think if like a marketplace was if I set up a marketplace, because this is again also a lot of cartels deal with each other. Like, you could argue that there's a marketplace within like the cartel trade that is a similar but less just directly online aspect. Would you? I want to get you to agree with this. Do you have a problem with that or no?
I don't understand the question. It didn't make sense.
Sorry, let me
you did
rephrase
make
that.
it
I
sense.
had a lot of ideas there at the same time. Let me rephrase that. You're right. Would you be okay with the way that the modern cartels work, where they work within creating a marketplace, or they have a partnership with other illegal gangs or whatever to sell drugs to people? Are you okay with them because they're creating the marketplace? Do you, even if they're not directly the ones selling it, the fact that they're creating this illegal, we know it's illegal. Obviously, if you look at any of the
understand what your
statutes, it
disconnect
was
is?
clearly illegal. Stop. Would you both agree that that would be bad, illegal, and you would be against it?
I don't
Let
answer
me-
loaded questions first. And second, do you
Of
understand
course, it's
the
a loaded
disconnect
question. I
that
would
you're
like you to
making?
answer it. That's how questions work. So,
It's a loaded
Let
question.
me-
I don't answer loaded questions. So, do you understand the disconnect?
okay,
in
well
your
then you
argument?
don't have to be a part of this conversation. I'm asking your friend here.
Let me answer because it was kind of a jumbled question, but
Sure.
I'll answer this. I think that I personally think all drugs should be legalized. I think it's a voluntary exchange, and there is no direct victim, and it should not be illegal regardless. What was the rest of the? Do I think it's illegal? And I guess I didn't
I'm
understand
asking, are
what
you
the-
okay with like the cartel? Where like obviously the idea of it being set up is it's a marketplace. They're making
I'm
profit.
okay with drugs being sold, and it's not illegal. Let me also say it's not illegal to profit from drug culture or right. The biggest show on TV is Breaking Bad. We listen to rap music.
What year are you
Look
living
at-
in? What
you
do you
can
mean?
walk into a gas station and see hats with weed leaves on them. Drug culture.
Well, weed's legal in most states.
Right. Well, okay, not federally, it's not. But
Sure.
to profit from derivative drug businesses, right? To profit off of drug culture.
Okay, but we're
in
talking
such a
about
way is not
specifically
illegal.
illegal ones. You're trying to distract us here. We're talking about illegal drugs.
No, he answered your
Like,
question
what about
perfectly. You're
fentanyl?
trying
You
to
think that
deflect.
fentanyl should be able to just be sold?
I think every drug
Like, you should go on
should be able
Amazon.
to-
There should be like an Amazon for fentanyl.
like alcohol. I think should handle everything like alcohol.
Grid, do you agree?
I'm sorry, I don't
you-
want to interact with that specific question because you know that it's a fallacious
Oh my
question.
God,
It's
you were
not
obnoxious.
dealing with the argument.
No,
The
many
argument
people,
is
what-
that
many
it's
people,
justified
many
loss.
people
My
like
belief
flow
on
state.
whether or not drugs should be legal is irrelevant to the conversation.
I mean, it's not because
It
you're
is
arguing.
absolutely irrelevant. We're
You're
talking about does it
arguing.
justify.
It's an attempt to pearl clutch.
No, it's just going to. I
look,
want to
I
know
don't
where
care
your
about your
positions
feelings.
are because
The
you little
simple fact
weasel
is
will
that
not
he was
actually agree with
maliciously
anything.
prosecuted. There was the crime that
not
he was
malicious.
the crime that they tried to get him for. They couldn't even get the crimes right. Like if they wanted to get him for drug charges, they would have got him for drug
He
charges.
had a
They
kingpin
didn't get him for
statute.
trafficking.
They
had a
did get him for drug
kingpin
charges. You know,
statute.
you're right. You're
They
right. We should
could
get back to
have,
the main
they
thing.
Would have.
Again,
They got
he
him for
literally did
computer
get got.
crimes.
Do you want me to
They got
reread?
him
Did you
for-
not listen to
for-
my
All right,
opening
let's
statement?
go into one at a
And
time.
they gave him
Grid,
2 life
finish.
sentences plus 40
Grid,
years,
finish
which
your
is
thought.
totally out of bounds.
Did you know?
And the judge and the prosecutor was had lots of misconduct. In fact, they had to put 2 of their agents in jail. You are not dealing with the actual argument. Is it justified? You're trying to make this weird argument about drugs. I don't care about drugs. I don't care. I don't care what he was selling. I literally don't. I don't care if he was selling machine guns out of the back of a Jeep.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter.
So do you care? Do you care about the cartel coming over our border and selling drugs?
That is irrelevant to the conversation.
Why? It's basically the same thing.
I don't care. I'll concede that.
Well, I think no.
That's fine.
Okay, so you're okay with? Okay, again, do you want to read the counts again to you about what he was?
I read them to you, and I showed you where they were fallacious. You simply keep trying to go back to what about
the facts? Yes, I try and go back to the
about-
facts.
what
I'm
about
not
this
trying to be that
drug?
fucking crazy about it, my guy.
It's irrelevant to the question. The question is, was it justified? Was the pardon justified? It absolutely was.
So yeah,
There was
then the conversation about drugs is
misconduct.
relevant, and what you would think is okay is relevant. You can't say that is
I
ridiculous.
absolutely can't say that. You can't.
But if
not
you're
say
saying that everything's irrelevant, and then the conversation's about
No, I said
pardoning,
all of
how
the
is
dru-
the fact
whether
of
my
somebody being
feelings on whether
pardoned
drugs are illegal or
not
not
selling
relevant.
drugs in this
It
country?
is relevant.
It is
It
not
is
relevant.
no Grid. The reason
a
it's
red
relevant.
herring.
The
It's a
reason.
fallacious
Let
Hold
me
on, I wanna
explain
hear
to
from
you
Ghost.
why the
Quit arguing
fucking
with it.
the
It's
reason.
irrelevant. And you,
The
Grid,
reason.
I want to hear
The
the reasoning, please.
The
Ooh.
reason it is relevant, Grid, is because the reason he created the website is based on his libertarian philosophy, that he wanted to sell drugs. He wanted a place for people to sell illegal items anonymously on the website. That was his intention.
All right, let me take it back a notch.
Does intention matter
What
in
is
a court
his
of law?
motivation? What is his motivation to create a website
Money.
have to do
His
with
philosophy
the fact that
and
he was
money.
charged with 3 charges that have nothing to do
Okay, let's
with creating
reframe
a
that
website.
then. Do you think that somebody
Creating a
who-
website for the sale of drugs. That's
Yeah,
the part
do you
you're
think
missing.
that somebody who's dangerous should be pardoned?
Do you think
I'm not
Ross
asking you to
Albright,
ask me a
an
question
Eagle
back.
Scout,
Can you
is
just
a
answer
dangerous
my
human
question?
being?
Do you think somebody who
Okay,
is...
hold on,
That's a loaded question.
I'm not
Everybody's
going down these
dangerous.
red herrings, but I will ask you.
Everybody's
Not
dangerous.
everyone is the
Why
same
Ross
element
Perry
of
do you think is
dangerous. You guys are ridiculous. Are you kidding me? You think that
No,
I'm
you are
as dangerous
ridiculous.
as Ross Ulbricht?
Everyone can be dangerous in the right
If you're going
circumstances.
to
Well, I haven't proven to you that I'm dangerous. Yes, okay, sure. I'll grant you that.
Without red
Anyone
herring.
could be as dangerous. And you know why? Because our system of our legal system means that we make predictions off of people's behavior, and that's how we decide if they're going to be dangerous or not. Like, oh, everyone
pre-crime.
could go to jail, but
right.
like if you
Are you
haven't
done?
committed a
Pre-crime.
crime, like
Are you
come
done?
on, stop being such a silly Billy
Are
here.
you done?
Like, let's be
A
real
silly
here.
Billy.
Do you think?
Are you
do
done?
you not think that Ross Ulbricht is a dangerous person? Somebody who tried to do a
No.
hit
No, he's an Eagle
on
Scout.
6 people.
He's an
and-
Eagle Scout. Okay, so was fucking
I
like.
think that the
what-
cops and judge and prosecutor involved are all more dangerous than Ross.
Absolutely, 100%. They weaponized the legal system against us.
That's a whataboutism.
That is
That's
not a
nothing.
whataboutism.
That is
That is a
not. That
fact.
is nothing to do with
That's
what.
okay.
Did the
That's
cops
my
sell
answer
to
anyway.
100,000
You can call it whataboutism, it doesn't matter. That's still my answer.
Did the cops sell drugs to 100,000 people? Like one cop, one
Absolutely,
cop
cops sell
creating
drugs to
vendor
100,000
They
system?
literally stole Bitcoin. Federal agents stole Bitcoin.
Yes, they
Yes,
did,
that's
and they were
correct.
prosecuted for it. What does that have
Yes,
to do with
and they
anything?
got exactly.
Yeah, they got got.
Were the feds from Operation where when they sent the guns to Mexico, were they prosecuted?
Fast
No.
and Furious.
Fast and Furious. Thank
Yeah,
you.
there's plenty of other shit
You talking
that
about
we
a
can
movie?
work on in our criminal justice system that doesn't
Why do you
excuse.
Wait, did you just
Okay.
try
Ross
to compare
Ulbricht.
If you
this
wanna
to
go
a
after
movie?
dangerous
All right.
I'll wait. Are you done? Can I go now?
Oh, I thought the moderator said, all
I'm
right.
sorry.
so-
I was trying to settle everybody down. I wanted to hear from Ghosty because she's kind of been interrupted a lot, and I wanted to at least give her an opportunity to finish uninterrupted, please.
Go ahead.
I mean, that was just pretty much the comment. Like, I feel like we're just trying to obfuscate by talking about all the other things wrong with our criminal justice system, but that doesn't excuse what Ross Ulbricht did.
Yeah, again, the question is all about like, should he have been pardoned? Why should he have been pardoned? I guess that's because you guys, again, as she said, obfuscating. Why
I'm
do
not
you
obfuscating. I
honestly
literally
think
answered.
that?
Let
Do
her
you
finish,
think that
Grid, and then
Ross
to you.
Ulbricht is contributing to society in a way that because he tried to kill 6 people and he thought he killed multiple people? Why do we want somebody like that in society again?
Are you going to interrupt me again, or can can I finish?
It's your turn, Grid. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So first of all, Ross Ulbright's not a danger to anybody but himself. And that's because he's probably likely to trip over a tin can, I guess. I don't know. He's stupid. But at the end of the day, literally the entire justice system failed. They did the exact same thing that the criminal justice system does when it doesn't understand something, but they think they got something. The prosecutor made a mistake. And this is actually the actual argument. The actual argument is it justified? Is the pardon justified? It absolutely is. Trump can look at that case and say, yes, there is prosecutorial misconduct.
That's not why he did it.
So many. I'm sorry.
Let him go. Let him finish, please.
You like to talk now?
You can keep going.
Contain yourself?
Go on.
If he's going to be too triggered, I think
Go
we
ahead.
can't have this debate then. I mean, let's just cut to the chase and stop wasting time because it's only a 2-hour debate, and I would like to have more conversation about this if that's okay.
You want to have conversation about
you're saying
I'm
prosecutor made a
talking about-
misconduct. Where is that? I read through all of that this morning.
The judge literally said, I will quote again. Let me find my my prep
Okay,
sheet here.
can you link that to me in the
judge
chat? I will look at
literally
it.
biased the jury by determining by mere preponderance.
The judge said that?
Of the evidence. The judge in the case literally said, by mere preponderance of the evidence, Albright had solicited murder for hire and advised the jury of it. Do you understand how much that literally ruins the jury right then? It should have been jury nullification. It should have been thrown out, and the prosecutors started fucking over, but they didn't. You know why?
Because they already, you know, they had two appeals. They did 2 appeals, and they failed both of them because of the fact that the evidence was strong enough for it to stick. So, do you have anything else?
What evidence?
This is something. This is something I wanted to point out after your.
I know. Do you know what evidence they had?
Yes. So they did have the transfers, the Bitcoin transfers that were linked to Silk Road that linked to his hitmans for hires. They have those.
Well, that's false.
They have those transactions that cannot be repudiated or fucked with.
From his website.
No.
Not have hitmen.
They come
There
from
were
his
no
wallet
hitmen.
that he's had multiple interactions
but Grid,
with that
this
was
is
personally connected to.
The hitmen never existed.
Grid, this is why. No, they didn't. But this is why the prosecution
didn't.
didn't. Shut up! Shut the fuck up! This is why they didn't want to include. This is why they didn't want to include this in their prosecution case, is because there were no dead bodies and it would muddy the water and it would muddy their case. They knew they had overwhelming evidence to just prosecute him on what was already there. So even though there was proof to show that he had hired these hitmen, he believed these people were dead.
Are you serious?
He believed that.
Then, okay, so you're saying
serious. I looked for the
hold on,
evidence
you're
on the
saying that
Well,
the
let me
reason
show
they-
you it. Hold on, give me
Well,
2
I-
seconds.
I
What did you go to the
I
Free
will
Ross
show
Albert
you it. Don't
website?
you worry.
Stop.
I went to
Everybody
the
stop.
FBI
All 4 of
website.
you sit the fuck down and shut up. You're getting on my nerves over each other like that. Flow state to you, please. You haven't had really
So
much
what you're
fun.
saying is that they had
Shit.
clear-cut proof of him hiring hits, but chose not to convict on that. Instead, they chose to prosecute him on shit they
Correct.
didn't have proof of.
Because exactly what Ghosty was saying, where it's like if there, and also Motorsport was saying is because there's no actual dead people, so it's very difficult to charge off on people.
Attempted
But the
murder
thing
is
is,
attempted
it was
murder.
done by it was a sting operation. Like this is not like a fucking new concept.
So
like
why would
the
they
same agent.
Because Flow State, because the
Because
guy,
entrapment.
it was an agent. It was an FBI agent.
Yeah,
so
they
if the
pretended-
prosecution starts showing like, oh, one of our own,
Because
it wasn't an FBI
flimsy.
agent. It was a Baltimore
flimsy, and
task
it
No,
was
it
force.
was
entrapment.
it was
It was
wasn't
not a
an
Baltimore
FBI.
task
It was a DEA agent.
Okay. I think he was
Now we've changed the
worked
agency
for Baltimore
4
though.
times in
But-
one sentence.
Yeah, can we figure out who did that?
It's a D. Hold on, give me 1 second.
It was Carl Force. I'm pretty sure
yeah, I'm
he
pretty
was
sure
a
he's a
part of
DEA
the
agent. Yeah, DEA agent is
Baltimore
meant taking
task
on.
force.
Yes. It was a DEA agent.
So if the prosecution starts saying like, oh, he hired a hitman, which happened to be one of our own DEA agents, that doesn't look good for the prosecution, even though there's proof of him doing
You ever
that.
heard of- you ever heard
And the
of-
prosecution
That's
is allowed
illegal.
to present the
That's
evidence.
illegal. Entrapment is illegal.
But he still, the point is that Ross
It's
still
not.
believed that he had murdered
Entrapment?
these
Yes, it is.
people.
They didn't prosecute because their own agents were dirty and were stealing money. They didn't prosecute because what they did is called entrapment. They didn't prosecute because they didn't have it. It didn't exist. You were making shit up.
Do you ever
just
realize that
they
you're
did.
just sitting here coping?
are.
Like
Well, you're-
I'm literally
understand
not.
You're replaying.
I
We're
literally
both
just kind of
sitting here with
repeated
all
what
the
you said, but you're
facts.
framing it differently.
Yeah, like
I'm
what
not
the
framing
fuck?
it differently. There's a singular way of framing it.
Okay.
Ooh, everybody taking
Have
their
you guys
breath.
ever heard of Ruby Ridge?
Did you just say I'm not framing it differently? It's just a
Yes,
different
I
way of
probably know
framing
more
it.
about Ruby
I
Ridge
didn't-
than
I
you
did not
do.
Do you know? You guys ever heard of Ruby Ridge?
Yeah, and I probably know more about it than you do. What's your point?
Oh, really?
So what's your point
So-
of bringing it up?
so
I
is
don't
that-
understand why it would
so
be
what
related to
was-
this particular
so what-
conversation.
Is that a justified federal operation? Were they
You're
coerced?
talking about something that happened in like the 80s? No, there
Wait,
was
is
a
this
lot of
Waco? What are
malpractice
we
there.
talking about? Yeah,
However,
yeah.
was the
Janet
guy
Reno,
who wait was
Waco,
are you trying to
Reed.
tell me that the guy who was killed in Ruby Ridge was innocent?
Yeah, absolutely was.
He didn't. He was. There was
Murdered
no.
his wife. What are you talking
So wait,
about?
hold on. The fact
What
that
is your favorite flavor of boot?
He had children.
that's what I want to
Right.
ask him, bro.
If you were to suggest a flavor of boot, what would you suggest?
Well, let me ask you. What is your interpretation of Ruby Ridge? Since we're getting a little off the
I don't know
rails
enough
here.
about it to comment on it.
So Ruby Ridge is very simple.
What the fuck are you trying to talk about, asshole? You guys don't know anything. This is embarrassing. Like, this is like an insult to
It is
both Ghosty
embarrassing
and I
that
that we
you
came in
are
here with all our
so-
fucking facts and you guys don't know
You
anything
literally-
and you're just gonna be indignant.
so
I was like
indoctrinated.
nervous about this. Holy shit, I got my teeth out.
Yeah.
I have Invisalign.
Why
It
do your
came out
teeth
a little
come out?
bit. Because I have Invisalign and I
Oh.
go like rubber bands.
So
Yeah.
I get a little passionate sometimes.
Ruby Ridge literally, it's literally a black eye on the FBI. It has been for decades.
The FBI.
I know that Waco is. I know enough about Waco.
Waco's like, yeah, same Janet Reno, but both.
Okay, so you're just kind of saying broad statements about like governmental
I would-
like
if you
systems
would
that you
shut
don't
your
like with
fucking
no
mouth, I
idea
would
about the
tell you, but you
complications of
keep
it.
talking.
Yeah, I keep
You just
talking because
shut
I know
up.
more than you do, and it's
You don't
amazing
know
to me
more
how
than-
you just
you've
have
literally
this
been wrong
like
about everything. You
weird
don't know
passion about like nothing. Like you don't actually
Literally
get.
wrong
Why
about
do you like Ross Ulbricht? Tell me that.
I don't like him, but he was wrongly convicted, and Trump did the
So the
right
reason why
thing.
you think that he should have been pardoned was you think that he was wrongly convicted because of what? I'm gonna let's
You mean because
go
of
down your
what? He
threads
didn't
here.
have
I know
any
you don't
Because
have
he
any.
didn't commit the crime.
He didn't
He
commit
didn't
the
commit the
crime.
shit.
They accused him
That's
of.
how he
If
was
they- honestly,
guilty.
He
on
was
seven-
caught with his laptop fucking open on
literally
the
was
admin
open.
site, logged
That has
in. What
nothing
the
to do
fuck
with
are you
anything.
talking
You are
about?
Yeah, you're allowed to be an
literally
admin.
insane.
What the
No.
fuck? What the
You
fuck are
want me to
talking
read
about?
You're not allowed to be an admin on a drug selling site. No, you're not. That's illegal.
It
That
was a
is
marketplace.
100% fucking
show me that?
illegal.
You're allowed to be an admin
Pull
on
it
a
up for me.
marketplace. Yes, you are.
No, you're not. If you are
Yes,
if
you
you
are.
are creating
You're
a
the
market to
one-
distribute
yes.
drugs, no matter
Yes.
how you do it, that
Yes.
is fucking illegal.
It was a marketplace for
If
all sorts
Amazon
of
was
things.
selling
For
drugs,
illegal-
Jeff Bezos would have gotten fucked,
Dude.
dude. Come on.
You guys are trying to skirt around
They
this
tried to
because
get
it's
him
just
for
so fucking
selling
obvious
weapons.
you're wrong.
Did you know that?
He
They
was-
tried to get him for
So
selling
what's
weapons, but they
the
couldn't.
laws that he were convicted of were not things he did. He didn't traffic drugs.
He
didn't do it.
created the marketplace to do
He
it and
also helped
approved
people to do it.
of it.
He would.
He
There
helped
is
people do it.
messages.
So you're
I
saying
approve of
he's-
many things.
There
I
is
hope I'm
message.
not proven
I
arrested
guilty of
for
being
it.
an
I
He
accessory.
intended for it to happen.
So
He
he's guilty of
intended
being
for
an
the site
accessory?
to be he intended for the site to be used to sell
Is-
drugs
but what
and
was he
approved of
guilty
it.
Which crime would that be? That would be being
That's a
an
kingpin
accessory.
statute.
It's
The
it's the
fucking
same as if-
conspiracy.
yes.
Yeah, to
So we're
distribute.
It's the same as if you were
Conspiracy.
a cartel member
didn't
and you never
conspire
actually
with.
touched the drugs, but you just like, oh, I have like
But
my
he's not in
guides do it.
control of
It's like
any
the
of it.
exact same.
Yes, he is. He created the fucking website. Are you
No.
kidding me? He
No.
had the
Hold on,
authorization to
hold on,
allow
hold on.
what
Let me
could and
ask
couldn't be
you-
sold
calm
on
down,
there.
Calm down, calm down, calm down. Let me ask you this, Ghost.
Okay.
If I sell Flow State, whatever fentanyl comes in, I'm not a drug
Give me a
guy.
gun.
I sell Flow State something highly illegal and I send it through the U.S. mail. Can I put the Postmaster General in jail for that?
No, you could go to jail for that.
Yeah, no, yeah,
Sure.
you'd go to
Because
jail
I
for that.
sold it to Flow. But the Postmaster General
There
supplied.
is an element
If
of
they-
that that is true.
Grid,
but I
if
don't-
they
I think
knew
you
about
just-
that,
yeah,
if they knew about that and they
Yes.
allowed that to happen, then yes, they would go to
perfectly
jail.
Yeah.
legal to
she's
ship
100%
guns, by
right.
the way.
if it's illegal, if it's illegal.
It's not illegal. It's not legal for me to have.
It's legal. It's not legal.
I'm
for
saying,
him to have it.
I'm saying if
That's what was
if
using drugs
I'm
for.
saying what you are selling is illegal.
Rasher of meth in the
Look.
in the U.S. mail is a U.S. Can I then?
You are
I
ridiculous.
just want to follow your logic train out.
Uh-huh.
I can then
Mhm.
have the Postmaster General arrested for providing the service.
If he allowed it and authorized
Correct.
the
He absolutely
trade.
There's his symbol right there on it. It says Postmaster General stamped right on the box.
Did he know about it like Ross Ulbricht did?
That's literally
You
how
think
legal
Ross Ulbricht
statutes
knew
work.
about every single transaction on his
Yes,
website?
he
He
literally
knew that drugs were
recorded
being
them.
sold and intended for drugs to be sold on his website. Yes.
Correct.
That's like saying that just because I know
you're just gonna
drugs
move
are gonna
on
be
to something
sold
else.
in
You guys, can we just take a
UK
dub
where
and
they're
like
legal.
kick these people off?
I
They
do-
clearly
I
have
do
no idea what
recognize
they're talking
we
about. This is
are-
a little bit of an
Understand
insult,
globally.
honestly.
We are kind of on the drug. Is it illegal to do what
I don't
he
really
did
care.
at this point?
Oh, I don't really care.
Hold
So
on
why
just
the
a
fuck are you
second.
here, dude?
Let's let that piece settle. We can always
I'm
come
here
back to
to
it.
make your life hell.
We can always come back to it later, but if somebody has another piece of the topic that they'd like to bring up, that would be fine as well.
Well, here's the thing that they keep glancing over is that he didn't sell anything. He created a platform, a medium
at
for
first.
two. Hold on, let me fucking finish. A medium for two people to facilitate their own exchange. At no point did he sell any of the things that that he was prosecuted for selling.
He assisted.
did in the beginning,
Yeah.
but
Also,
it
he
doesn't matter.
assisted in people selling. There are messages of him talking about
Okay.
how like he would give
Just-
advice to people to
yeah.
put it in the mail. If you're gonna sell something that's going to be very smelly, he would suggest having it like a what is the thing where you like vacuum
seal.
Yeah, vacuum
bags.
sealing.
So-
Yeah, he would give people advice on
Okay.
this. He knew
So
what he was
the
doing.
proper- what
He
would the proper
knew
charge for
that drugs
be?
are being sold on his website,
What
as she
would
said, where
the
like she had,
proper
that there
charge-
was multiple
All right,
like
y'all are just gonna
channels
pretend like
for
I'm
it.
not asking
Well,
this
I just want to
question,
finish
aren't
my thing, and then we
Hold on,
I know,
I'll
but
let
you
you come
haven't
back
answered
in
my
here. But
question.
The proper charge is what he was charged with.
No, it wasn't.
No,
Yes,
that's
it
not the proper
is.
charge.
what do you think he should have
It
been
is the
charged
proper
with?
Have you read
charge.
the legal statute?
Yes.
I
Okay.
personally
And I know
have
you
not, but
haven't,
the-
so I know that's why you're gonna back down.
No, I have. I literally fucking read it to you earlier.
Mhm.
I'm probably the only one here who
Okay,
can
then
charge
make
you
your
said
point. Then
you
make
said
your point.
creation.
I'm letting you talk.
We'll
Make your
say
point.
has
Do it
personal
again. I keep
experience in
fucking
this
high,
area.
man. This is like pop out.
You said
I'm getting so
creation.
mad.
He's the only one
I
that's
know
going
what
to jail
the
for it.
charge is.
You said creation of distribution. Wasn't that on
He
your
did
list?
not distribute. At no point was he in the pipeline. He was not the pipeline.
I mean, he did
made-
in the beginning, but again, that
Do you
is
understand that
irrelevant
aiding and
because he
abetting is
created.
the same thing as
responsible
distribution?
than
Do you want me to
Verizon
reread?
is.
Do you want me to reread to you the things he was charged with?
I want
No,
somebody to
I
read
understand the things
story
he was
to bed.
charged with. You want
All
to
right,
John
count
Turtle
one:
again.
distribution,
More about
aiding,
what they were able to
distribution, and you know what? They're the same thing.
Aiding.
Distribution and aiding are the same thing in our statutes here. Aiding distribution of narcotics, heroin, cocaine, LSD, and methamphetamine. Count two: distributing and aiding and abetting the distribution of narcotics by means of the internet. Heroin, cocaine, LSD, and methamphetamine. Conspire to distribute narcotics,
convicted of
heroin,
those
cocaine, LSD, and methamphetamine.
She's reading his
Conspiracy
charges.
to commit, or these are
Convicted
the
of those
legal
charges.
things he was charged with.
But he wasn't convicted
I'm
on
not
even
making
one of
this
them.
up.
Yes, he was. That's what
Which one? Which one goes to?
His
Which one?
argument is that
Which
fucking
one?
stupid.
he was convicted on 7 charges.
So aiding and abetting.
those charges. Yeah. So what is
Yes.
aiding? What does aiding and abetting mean to
He
you
was
guys?
convicted on 3
Prosecution
charges.
charge.
None of them.
No, he
any
was
that
convicted
she
on
named.
7 charges. You have no idea
That
what you're
he
talking about, you
delivered-
fucking idiot.
Time.
7 charges.
Delivered,
Yes.
distributed, and dispensed. He did none of those
Distribute.
things.
One of the
Distributing,
I'm sorry,
aiding,
count
and
one,
abetting is
distribution,
distributing.
Aiding distribution of narcotics. That
What
is
does
the
aiding and
first
abetting mean?
charge. You didn't even do any fucking research. Holy shit. Telling you, our
did gotta
dentist is
get
gonna
those
get really
teeth
mad
under
about the
control.
fact that I keep popping out my fucking teeth here.
It's
So you're
getting
going to keep
intense.
insisting that anybody who facilitates a means of communication, which is what he did, is responsible for the content of the communication.
Can you,
So
can you
Verizon is
re-say that?
guilty.
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Yes. What you're proposing is that somebody who facilitates communication is responsible for the contents of the communication.
Correct. That is basically how the law works. I'm not
We need to
giving
take
you
down
some
Verizon,
theoretical
we need to
thing.
take
I'm
down
telling
Sprint,
you how
we need
the
to take
law
down
works.
Facebook, we need to take down X, we need to take down
Dude, I
Craigslist.
was looking at all
Every
this
fucking
shit
facility
earlier
is doing
today
that.
because
Yeah.
I thought
Those
I was gonna
sites
have a
aren't
debate
aiding-
with some people who knew what the fuck they're talking about. It just seems Ghosty and I are the only people who actually looked into any of this shit.
Those sites,
This is how the
those
laws
companies
work.
you listed.
You seem to be the only ones who are confused about how the law works.
No, those companies you
Ironic.
listed are
I've
not
dated some
involved in the aiding and abetting the crimes that the communications are happening on. Like Verizon isn't actively, intentionally trying to create a place to sell drugs and
Correct.
other illegal goods and services.
Again,
Ross Ulbricht
Well, they're not doing anything
purposely
to prevent it. They can read all the text messages.
Facebook and like Craigslist and eBay, they all have like moderators
Craigslist
to try
literally
to.
has a
His
section
moderator
for
asked him, should we allow kidneys to be sold on the site? He said, yeah.
prostitution. They literally know it happens every day. What do we shut down Craigslist?
So why
They did
wasn't he?
Backpage. They
Why
did
was he not
Backpage.
convicted of
I literally
trafficking
just-
body parts?
Because
Sorry? I missed that part.
that wasn't a main thing that was sold on the
Again,
site. It was
you're
sold on the
saying
site.
these things
And also
on
the
site.
spyware,
You
the
tried to hire a
hacking,
hit.
the
You
hacking
suggest
charge, they
selling
did have
parts.
a security section where they sold ways to hack personal
Yeah, she's
webcams,
right.
counterfeit
He was
credit
charged
cards,
because of that.
passports.
Yeah, and I have a
And he was charged with that.
Ulbricht bought 9 fake
the sharing
IDs
of
from his own
information is not
website.
illegal.
How
you
do you defend
dummy.
this?
Selling
Oh my
fake
God.
passports is not illegal.
I'm sorry.
He didn't sell them. Again, he made
He
the
aided and abetted in it.
Aided and
He
abetted,
allowed it
dude.
to
That's how
happen.
standards work,
This
dude.
is a dumb argument. There's literally sites
Well, then
right
get
now
mad
that'll
at the
show you how to
fucking
build
law.
a-
No.
Okay, I'm
I can
sorry,
defeat your
anyways.
argument right now. I can defeat your argument right now. Somebody goes,
Okay. All four of you have been just interrupting each other left and right. So what it sounds like to the viewers is the whole fucking time. So let's just try to at least, even if the person says stupid fucking shit, wait until they say stupid fucking shit and then come back and say that's stupid fucking shit and here's why. Let's just try to be mindful. Everybody's fucking spurging right now and you all look stupid. So back to you, Ghosty, go ahead.
okay, thank you. So, when there's a driver and they want to rob a store. The guy goes in to rob the store and he kills the cashier. The guy in the car didn't mean for the guy to kill the cashier. He still gets charged with murder. The driver still gets charged with murder. Murder 1, same thing. So even though
I
he
don't know if
didn't
it-
actually kill somebody, yes, that's how the law works.
I don't think that he'll probably. Even if I concede that, okay,
Yep.
I'm skeptical of that claim, but I'll concede
a
it just
reason
for the
for
point
that.
of argument, and say that Ross didn't drive a fucking car. He didn't deliver anything.
The metaphor is that he was involved
It's a bad
in.
metaphor.
It's not a
Bad
bad metaphor.
It's a
It's he
horrible
was involved and aided and enabled and authorized
abetting.
the sales of illegal drugs and goods. And he intended for it, by the way. It's not even like,
He
oh, it just fell
actively-
out of his hands. He meant
Can I
for
go
the
for a minute?
website.
Can I go for a minute without being interrupted? It would be great. So, okay, let's grant that he did actually aid and abet. I could actually go along with it. To be honest with you, I do think that Ross should have been charged with something, but he shouldn't have been charged with what he was charged with, and he should never have been convicted on it. That none of it was convictable, and therefore it's justified to give him a pardon. That's the question here. I don't honestly care about the drugs. I don't know why we keep going back to drugs. I don't care. There are literally websites that show you how to make a suppressor in your backyard with a beer can. That the sharing of information, no matter how illicit, is not illegal. It doesn't matter, people. It doesn't
Part
matter.
of free speech.
Part of free
and
speech
actually
is not to sell
protected speech.
drugs.
He didn't sell drugs. My God.
Just that,
He didn't sell
wait,
drugs.
wait, hold on.
I mean,
he did.
Let me steal
Hold on.
man your guys'
Well,
argument then. Let me steal man your guys'
Shut up.
argument.
I'm still
Well,
talking.
I'm trying to help. But you also, I give you 1
You're not
minute,
helping.
dude. Come on.
The
You're
one
gonna tell
thing
me
that
to
you're
shut
doing
up?
is
Did
not
I tell
helping.
you? Like, come on. Like, is to still man your
Seriously?
argument. Like, do you want to just
Look,
yell at me,
look,
or do you want to actually have a
and
conversation?
let
Because I
me
could just
finish my
leave. Like, I guess, like, if we're just not even
point.
having a debate here.
66.
I will say the both of you are spurging on each other.
I'm not spurging.
All
I
right.
do not think that's fair at all.
Grid, everybody's fucking spurging at this point.
Okay.
Grid, chill out. Finish your statement. Land the plane. Land the
actually timed
plane.
it.
And then Nina, go ahead.
All right, so I'll definitely. I feel like Ross should have been charged with something, but not what he was charged with. It just didn't fit. There's too many problems with it. The agents were getting arrested. That's why they didn't go forward with half this shit. Is because they were being criminals themselves. It's just bad. It's just bad all the way around. He should have been pardoned. He is pardoned. It's the right thing to do. I understand you want to make it about the promise that Trump made to libertarian people. That okay, he promised his mom that he pardoned him, but I think that Trump did the right thing. I think that pardoning him was the right thing to do. Now, relevant, drug and everything's all relevant to me. I don't care. I mean, absolutely. I don't know why we get into this whole conversation about drugs that I don't care about. And I've never done drugs. I have no frame of reference for it. But I do know that if you're going to convict somebody, you need to have enough proof to do so. And he really didn't. They got lucky on it. They got lucky on appeal, mainly because of jurisdiction. If it had been another portion of the country, they never would have gotten a conviction. I think they know that. But it is what it is. And that's where I'm kind of, and that's kind of the last thing. I mean, you can keep going on.
How long does he get to speak?
Platform this. By the way, the interesting thing about the
landed.
platform
Go
is
ahead,
you have to
Nina.
have it
All right,
very
I'll go ahead and
specific.
keep a timer. Then, if you feel the need that I'm gonna, you're so fucking weak when you do this whole like, oh, am I talking over you? Like, come on, it's because you know that you don't have anything. Like, what the fuck are you talking about with this shit? You have no idea what you're talking about in this in this the debate. You know what? Now you're talking over me, asshole. You know, and I shut the fuck up when you were talking, and now all of a sudden you feel like you can talk over me. See, it's annoying, right? It's annoying. It's stupid. All right, so I'm gonna actually get to the main point of what I'm trying to fucking say, right? So, what the fuck do you think that they didn't have on him? Like, honestly, where are you at? You don't even know any of the case. You have no idea what you're talking about. They had so much on him. They had his laptop. They had to do this like weird sting operation where they had to like pretend like there was a couple fighting so they could steal his laptop because he had a system on his computer where if he closed his computer it would like basically mean it would like encrypt his data like crazy. You don't know that though, do you? Because you have no idea what you're talking about. And this is what's like fucking driving me up a wall. Anyways, what do you actually think is the issue with the prosecutor? Let's just try and keep this simple instead of you bitching about like, oh, if somebody's being annoying. What are you talking about? What did the prosecutor misconduct was? He was convicted. He was convicted straight up of 7 counts that I read to you earlier in this. So can you give me anything that shows that any of that is illegitimate?
Are you done?
She just asked you a question, dude.
Are
you able to answer?
She clipped. She clipped.
Okay, well, we have no tolerance for your bullshit either.
No, I
so should
asked
we
you a
just skip over
question. Can you give me any of that?
I've given you many. I don't need to repeat.
Oh, now you
myself if
okay?
wanna
So you just
continue.
can't answer. That's adorable.
You just want to keep circling around drugs.
No, I
and
want you to
don't care
answer a
about that.
fucking question.
I answered the question.
Well, you can't reiterate it? Well,
I
did you
could.
forget?
Are you going to ask me 4 different ways?
I'm gonna ask you one
you
more
can't
way, and if you
fucking
can't answer
answer
it, then I
trying
feel
to
like
ask
you're
the
just
same
Why are you
question.
being so
literally have
fucking
no idea what
difficult
we're
right
talking
now?
about.
Get out of your
Right,
feelings
right,
and answer the fucking question.
You're
Jesus.
being a little
Dave,
embarrassing,
do you have
dude.
any thoughts to it?
I'm not going to
Any
answer.
thoughts to what?
Thoughts to
Um,
whatever she said since Grid doesn't want to answer.
What was the question again? You clipped out because you're spurging.
What? Are you talking to me?
She asked
Yes.
about the prosecution.
Yeah, I
What
asked
about
what was the problem with the prosecution. You weren't really the one that was making those claims, so I didn't really want to ask you that. He was. So I mean, but you can answer if you have the answer to that.
What was the problem with the prosecution? There was all sorts. They prosecuted him for crimes he didn't do, then
How so?
sentenced him for what he apparently
yeah,
did,
how
but they
so?
didn't prosecute him for.
You're just
Like,
doing
what's
general
not wrong-
statements. I
what's
gave you
not-
the
what's
specific
not wrong with
things.
the
All I
prosecution?
Let him
I
answer.
have
Let
all
him
of this-
answer.
No, I can't let him get away with just as
Worst-
generalities.
yeah.
He's not saying anything.
But he doesn't have an answer. That's
you know
the
how you tell a
problem.
weak argument is when they spurg over and over and over about the same thing.
I don't even know what
Oh, like you've
spurging
been
means,
doing
but I'm
all
just
night?
is spurging
Okay.
just asking you to clarify your
don't know how many
statements?
times I
Because
can
then I
repeat
guess
this
I'm
to you.
doing that,
He
and that's just because
did
you're too
not-
retarded to be able to do
He
it. I don't know.
He did not sell drugs. He did not.
That's
did
not what he
not
was.
sell
He was not
counterfeit
accused
money.
of doing that.
He did not.
He did not do any
He
of that.
did not sell. He did not hack shit. He did not.
That was
He
again.
didn't do any
Do you
of
need me
the
to
shit
reread you the
that he-
counts?
No, I need you to zip it. He didn't do a damn
But you're
thing
just
that he
wrong.
was charged and convicted for, and then they sentenced him for
No,
lots
but-
of things. Well, but
okay,
what
let me-
about this other
can we
thing? Well, then
rephrase- can
charge
we
him with the
reframe?
other thing. You
Okay, Mod, can we
need
reframe?
to
Can we
mute
reframe?
yourself? You need to mute yourself and let me answer the question.
But you're not
He
answering the
didn't
right
do
question.
What he was convicted of. I'm answering how I answer. This is the way conversations work. I'll say my side, then you can say your side. He didn't do what he was convicted of. He did do other things, but he wasn't charged with those things.
He
Your
was
turn.
contributed with distributing, aiding distribution of narcotics, heroin, cocaine, LSD, and methamphetamines. He was convicted of distributing and aiding and abetting the distribution of narcotics by means of the internet, heroin, cocaine, LSD, and methamphetamines. He was count 3, conspiracy to distribute narcotics, heroin, cocaine, LSD, and none of this means he did it directly. You're saying that there was some prosecutorial. I haven't even finished, sorry. Continuing criminal enterprise, conspiracy to commit and or aid and abet computer hacking. Aid and abet does not mean that you did it. You just helped it happen by something like as a source, like having a platform to do it on. Conspiracy to traffic fraudulent identity documents. That does not mean that you did it. It means that you had a platform for it. And the conspiracy to commit money laundering. God,
If you assist in a
keep-
crime taking place, you are charged with that crime.
Okay, so
So
why
we never
was
claimed
why
that,
is it fair?
and he was never convicted of that. We never said that.
Why?
We are working on the facts here that are that he was convicted on 7 counts of not doing it directly himself, but helping that shit happen. Is that
Why?
layman enough for you to understand?
I understand it perfectly. You don't understand my response.
Okay.
Why is he being held responsible for all of the drugs, for every single thing distributed on his platform, when he did nothing more than what Verizon or Facebook does?
He did so much more than what Verizon and Facebook does.
Well, let's even go
He
with
approved.
Is it illegal to have a platform, a marketplace? No. Is it
that
illegal
sells
to
illegal
use
stuff?
Bitcoin?
Yes.
No. None of
Yes.
this is.
Yes.
did he-
It
sell
is. If
illegal-
Amazon is
sell
selling
illegal
illegal
things
drugs,
on-
yes.
If you approve and you help and you intend for a website that you created to sell illegal goods and services,
Yes.
you are culpable in that fucking crime. You
100%.
approved of it. You
The-
allowed it to happen. You
No.
enabled it. You intended it. To
Even
be
if it
that
wasn't
way.
intended, if
and you
Amazon
profited
selling
off of it.
Yeah. If Amazon's
Yes.
selling illegal drugs, you would hold them culpable, right?
If
Whether
they
or
were-
No,
not
I
your
wouldn't.
opinion
I
of
wouldn't.
illegal
approved
I
the
would.
sale.
You keep asking me about how I would do it. I wouldn't do it at all.
Yeah,
I
and
think
that's
everything's
okay.
illegal.
Legally, you think
We're not talking about that. We're talking about somebody being held entirely responsible for shit
Correct.
that he never
That's how the
did.
law works.
But if you
Well,
create a
apparently,
marketplace
He
that is
aided-
to
this
do
is
that,
also how the law works.
He
Pardons are
assisted
also
in
how
the
the law works.
crimes.
So if we're
No.
just going by how the law works, the law's worked all the way through, I guess.
Yeah, to get libertarian
Yay,
votes.
pardons.
Good job.
Yay, pardons. Why do you think that they would go so hard at Ross Ulbricht?
well,
Because
probably
they wanted to make an example of him. He was like the first largest
Correct.
sale of dark black market, like deep dark
yeah,
web
online
shit.
specifically, yeah.
And we could say like, okay, maybe they were a little too harsh on his sentence or something. We could argue that that's like a different conversation.
Correct.
It's kind of the
He
same
is
conversation.
guilty for what he was charged with and convicted of.
That's irrelevant to me, to be honest. But again, if he had been tried and convicted of something he actually did, I wouldn't have a problem.
But he did do.
and-
he
and
was
the
tried and he was
sentence
convicted of all
commensurate.
the stuff he did. I don't understand why you keep
Holy
like saying that
shit,
he
You
wasn't.
can't stop spurging, can you?
You
are
can't.
the dumbest person I've ever debated with. I usually debate with really pretty intelligent people, but you are literally.
I
the
love how
dumbest
you just
fraud
do
I've
like
ever
ad
had to
homs instead of
understand.
actually making your point. You're doing
You
a really
can't
good job of proving that you're
Dude, what do you
correct
think?
with your
What do
position.
you
I
think
want you
conspiracy
to.
to sell
I'd
drugs
love to just have a
means?
conversation, but you just keep running your mouth.
Really? Because every single time. Is that some like Marvel shit behind you?
Marvel?
What?
I can't tell what your background is.
Mine?
I've got this Sweet Limp Biscuit poster.
Oh,
I'm a
because you
pirate.
like pirates or something?
No, I just
What are your
changed my
thoughts on
background. I
Hassan
change
and,
my studio all the
and
time.
his
It's
opinion
thing.
on Houthis?
I just change my studio all the time. It's just a thing. I think it's not a good distraction, but anyway, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, what do you think
guys
conspiracy-
still haven't made the case beyond. You feel like that he was doing it, so therefore
No,
he
I have
was.
all my facts.
You
I
can
got
keep
plenty
saying
of
that
notes,
over
bro.
and over again, but
Can
we
you
keep
give me
presenting you
anything?
facts, and you can't say anything. You literally haven't said anything this entire
I've
debate.
said
except
many
for-
things.
All right,
You just
let's
You haven't.
refocus
You
here.
just said,
Okay, let's
I feel
refocus.
like he should
Do
be
you-
free.
Yeah, do you think that Trump should have pardoned Ross Ulbricht? Do you and the reason why obviously is the premise of the argument. So why would you obviously you're
premise,
saying
not
that
a
he
prompt.
should.
I hate to be
Why?
pedantic, but
Do you think that he's
it is.
good for I guess
Because
to
he agrees
reform
with
like do you think he's
anything
good
Daddy
for the
Trump
community?
says, and he
Li-
knows
like-
nothing about this case.
Do you think that he's like gonna contribute to like the world? I guess let's just change a little bit on
Can
that.
one of you two talk
That's-
and the other one
yeah,
be
that-
quiet? Because you're very confusing when you both talk at the same time.
Sure. Do you want to go or I can go?
I think he contributes more to the world than most of the people who are involved in the prosecution.
See, and
Can-
Blue
Okay,
State's
well, thank you for at least
argument, I
answering.
respect a little more because he
Yeah,
has a
I'm
principled
with you.
stance on this. But Grid literally
Sarah, can
knows
you share my
nothing what he's
screen real quick?
talking about.
Yeah, hold on.
Look what you can find on Alibaba.
I'm not. Nobody's defending Alibaba. I don't care.
Are they?
What is
That's
Why-
actually
why
why
are they
it's so
allowed to do
dangerous
this?
that they're out of the United States and that it I don't
Oh,
know.
for fuck's sake! Holy
Yeah, I was gonna
shit.
ask, are they an American?
Alibaba is a Chinese company.
Yeah.
Would you be okay with
Can't help you
Alibaba
there.
in the U.S.?
Alibaba
Yes,
is
Alibaba operates in the U.S.
And are you
But
okay
the
with it?
owner,
Am I okay with it? Yes, I'm fine with it.
Then why are you trying to use that as some sort of dunk?
Why aren't you outraged about Alibaba? Why is Alibaba's allowed to do this continuing? It's continuing.
I don't
its
like
operation.
Alibaba.
wait, what was that a sale for?
So,
I'll put
should
the
we-
link in the back
should we
chat.
Prosecute the owner of Alibaba USA.
Probably,
or the
yeah.
CEO of
If they're actually, if they're doing exactly what Ross Ulbricht was doing, 100%. I don't
Which
know
brings
why
me
you
back to
feel
my
like the need to
original
do this
question.
appeal to like, I don't know, hypocrite
Yeah, you don't know the
or
policies.
being a hypocrite or
What
something.
is
Where
your
I would agree
favorite
with that.
flavor of boot? That was my original question.
I don't know. Ask Grid.
Sorry.
I'm literally the only person that has not licked a boot. Period. On this
That's
panel.
your.
That is the most
What?
bootlicker ass statement I've
You're
ever
about to start
heard.
some infighting here.
Flow State had to because he was in
I'm
jail.
more anti-authority than all of you.
Yeah.
These two
Yeah.
women.
You don't even
So,
know
by the
who
way,
I am. How
Keep
could you
on trucking
possibly
is a
say
UPS
that?
driver.
I think that Ross
I'm
Ulbricht is a piece of
inferring
shit
it.
who
I'm
tried to
inferring
get.
it. Let me ask
Okay,
you
what are
then.
your
Let me
thoughts
ask
on the
you.
fact that he tried to
Do
get
you
multiple
think
people
that-
killed?
Do you think that drugs should be illegal or legal?
Do you think that it should be legal to kill people?
Yes.
Just
I asked
like
you the question
because
first.
they
What
like
do you think
are
about
annoying
war
or
on
blackmailing you.
You answer my question and I'll answer yours.
Okay,
I
go
think
ahead. What was your
some
question?
drugs
Show
are
me
Sorry.
mine if
illegal.
you tell me yours.
I think drug use should be largely decriminalized or like a different way of
I agree.
handling that.
Okay.
But
So you
drug-
guys don't
drug
even believe in the laws that
distribution-
you're accusing him of breaking.
No, no,
No.
because he wasn't a drug user. He was a drug distributor, which is much different. I would prosecute
The
them
lines are not
differently.
are very that's not
Most
really
drug
a thing.
dealers don't even do drugs.
Yes, they do.
Okay,
Most
that's
of them
not
do.
really the
Lots of them
argument. What was
don't,
your other
but yeah,
question,
that's
or was
it.
that your
Most
own
of them
question?
do. I think I can speak. I'm the only card-carrying convicted drug dealer here. Most of them do. And what was the other part? So you guys are supporting the conviction of somebody for doing something you don't even believe should be illegal.
No,
I'm
I
not-
don't
we're not-
believe in
no,
the
no, we're not
distribution
supporting
of-
necessarily-
of opiates and most stimulants and things like
It
that.
wasn't just
I don't
some like
believe in distributing
random.
those.
Yeah, it wasn't just some like random dude doing drugs. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about somebody who was profiting off of, as I read in my opening statement, that he's been profiting off of addiction for like years.
You know who else profits off addiction?
I don't care.
Police, court, rehabs.
Every doctor's office.
The
is-
Wow, you know, you really don't have a
That's
good
bad.
argument when you have to do whataboutism.
Well, we
You
just
keep
bad
asking us
thing.
what we think.
You
So,
asked us a question. It's not a what
Yeah.
about.
Well, Flo asked us a question, actually.
so nobody here actually thinks. I mean, I don't know what Grid thinks. You all agree that most of these things should at least be decriminalized.
For the users, not the distributors.
Yes,
Well,
I agree.
Do you know the difference between a
different-
user?
Yes,
user
I
and
think
a
that
distributor?
a person that is trying to distribute things is a completely different. Do you have any idea how like it is to be like
Do you know
somebody on drugs?
possession
like,
with intent to distribute?
I don't
starts-
never put my feet up, but fuck, this one's got me.
Possession with
Yeah, 'cause you
intent to
have nothing to
distribute,
say.
which is a distribution charge,
Sure.
starts at 1/8 of an ounce. That's about $50 worth
Uh-huh.
of meth, for instance.
Okay.
That's how the law is written. They
Okay.
scale it up dramatically. You don't need any proof or evidence even of intention to distribute.
Right.
So the legal,
Cool.
the
That's
legal
not what he
distinction
got
between
for, so I don't know why you're
the
talking
legal
about this.
distinction, the legal distinction between a distributor and a user is deceptive in and of itself and requires no evidence of distribution. Do you agree with that?
Because it's based on the amount you have.
This
It's
is-
also
this
based
is
on, like,
unrelated.
how the
Oh my
drugs are-
God.
how the drugs are found if they're like divvied up separately, and they probably look into text messages and like burner phones and shit like that. Like they do an investigation. But yeah,
no,
if
not
you
with
have
possession
over,
with intent to distribute. All the
if you
quantity,
have over a
quantity
certain
alone.
amount, like they're probably gonna assume that.
It's an 8-ball. That's 60. That is $60.
Okay, what's your point?
Worth of
You,
stuff.
you,
You
we
think
could
that-
could forgo the what is this, and just tell me where you pointed.
My point is that the laws are unjust, and you're trying to make a distinction where there isn't really one in real
So
life.
again, this is why I go, okay, so if that's your point, thank you for being concise with your point. Thank you, Jesus Christ. So do you think that it is unjust for the distribution and aiding of distribution of narcotics, heroin, cocaine, LSD, and methamphetamine should be unjust? Let's just go through all of his charges. Let's make it easy for you.
Do I think that the law itself is unjust, or that he was charged and convicted of it?
No, I'm not
Sure.
asking you. He was. I mean, that's not really a question. I'm asking you. You're talking about unjust laws. Let's just go through
I think
every one
I-
that he was convicted by.
Yeah. So, like I said, I believe that every drug should be treated like alcohol. So, yes, I think it is unjust that is. I think that law's existence is unjust.
Okay, so count 2. Distribution and aiding and abetting the distribution of narcotics by means of internet, heroin, cocaine, LSD, and methamphetamine.
Unjust.
Unjust
I
that he was
also hear-
convicted of selling those online.
Don't you think you might be a little bit biased?
Well, let's just stay focused here.
Everybody.
I get what you're saying, but hold on, hold
I agree with
on.
him, and I don't do drugs.
All right,
and never
count
have.
3. Conspiracy to distribute narcotics, heroin, cocaine, LSD, and methamphetamine.
All the drug laws are unjust. in
Okay,
my
continuing continuing a criminal enterprise. Count 4. Is that
Way
unjust?
unjust. I think that those RICO things, that's a way of them charging people for crimes without
Okay.
actually having to have any crimes committed. That's
That's exactly
that's
why
even
RICO
more
is created, because then how else were you going to get the guy at the
right.
top?
It's a loophole to do due process. They don't have to illustrate that you did the damn thing at all. They just have to illustrate
Right,
that
that's
you.
kind of the point, because then you don't have to have the fall guy.
So
right?
you don't believe in due process.
All right, count 5. Conspiracy to commit
no,
or
no,
aid
no.
abetted
We're
computer
not bouncing over
hacking.
that.
Can
We're
we,
not
no, we gotta
bouncing
do.
over that. We're
Oh,
not-
we can go. We
No,
can come
no,
back.
no,
We can
no,
go. No,
no.
no, we absolutely can come back. I just want to get through all the list.
We can't.
Conspiracy to commit or aid and abet computer hacking.
Do you believe in due process?
No. We gotta stay focused here. I'm almost. There's 2
No,
more.
no.
Conspiracy
That's-
to commit
this is
or
the
aid and
massive thing.
abet computer
If you don't
hacking. Are you
believe in
okay
due
with that?
process-
Do you think that was?
if you
Yeah.
don't
Do you think
believe in
that's?
due
Do you think that
process-
is unjust for being? If somebody goes into your computer and then hacks and
We're
takes all your
s- we're
information,
stuck.
do you think that that's okay?
We're not moving until you
I
answer
believe.
the
Do you think that that's
question
okay?
I
as
believe in
asked.
due process.
Do you think that that's okay?
No one's answering until you answer the question that was asked.
Which was conspiracy? I can't answer that question. No, I don't think that's okay. Can you guys answer?
No,
it?
he asked
You
if
don't
he asked
believe in
if
due
you believe in
process?
due process.
Oh, absolutely, I believe in due process. But that's
obviously.
he's
So
trying to
then, how are
reform-
you? Okay?
Count
Then how are
5
you okay with
conspiracy
RICO
to
laws?
commit or aid and abet computer hacking.
Hold
are you
on.
guys okay
How-
with that? Are you guys
how
okay with
are
that?
you
Are you
okay?
guys
Talking.
okay with that?
Stop talking.
No.
Stop
See,
talking.
we are still stuck back here on your response to the RICO charges. If you don't think that the government needs to
No,
demonstrate
no, we're going
anything to
through
find
every
somebody
count, and
guilty-
then we can go back to that. Jesus Christ, you guys
No,
are so
no,
afraid of what I'm
no.
saying. You're so pussy like coded that you have no idea. Like you really can't say. Are you
Just
okay with
whine,
conspiracy to
just
commit or
whining,
aid
whining,
and abet computer hacking?
whining.
Are you
It's
okay with that? Oh, I'm whining. Yeah,
it.
okay.
You are.
You're whining. You're whining. You're whining. I can do the same thing back to you. It doesn't matter. You know how
Nina,
boring
you
that is
are
for
a
everybody.
Firecracker.
Hey, it's okay. Calm down. It's okay.
So conspiracy to commit or aid in abet computer hacking.
So are RICO laws just?
So we're really just not mod.
We're
Hello.
really not
Hello.
gonna
I thought
move
this whole thing was that it's modded. You're really not gonna like make them answer that.
If you guys could at least entertain the hypothetical or question, or
It's not a
pretend-
hypothetical. That is a count 5.
What I'm saying is even if you answer it hypothetically to some
Sure.
weird degree, that would be great. Or don't. That's fine. Don't. I mean, we can
All right, have a fun
stop. I
time.
can
We'll go to the bathroom.
open the panel. Everybody, go cigarette or
We need to
something.
go back to what she to understand her philosophy about the law and what it even entails, because the
Well-
way that she just bounced over the RICO thing makes me think that she either doesn't believe that in anything except for authoritarian government, or that she doesn't have a foundation and she's just whimsically changing her position based off the specifics of whether or not she likes the political implications.
I think it's kind of irrelevant though about the RICO stuff because
Oh, no.
he did have due process. He had due process and he was
He was
convicted by a
entrapped.
jury.
That's not due process.
He was not entrapped. What the fuck
How
are
is
you
he not
talking
entrapped?
about?
Two of the officers went to jail. What are you
Yeah,
talking
that has nothing to do with how they caught him. You know that, right? Yeah, you don't know that. Put your hand in your head and
I
wait,
do
you-
know
they-
that. I just can't believe you're this.
How
Just
did-
because
okay.
2 officers stole from him had nothing to do with
That has
that's how
nothing to
they
do with
caught
it.
him. Do you know how they caught him?
Do you know how they had access to those funds?
Yeah. How
Yeah.
they had access to his IP address in Iceland and how they found his server? Is
That's
that
not
what
how
you're
they
asking?
stole the. That's not how they stole the Bitcoin. That was how.
Because that has nothing to do with how he was caught. That's what I'm talking about. He was caught.
No, you don't understand anything about this case.
You literally.
You're joking.
No,
Okay,
no.
what is she wrong
No, no.
about? What is she wrong about?
Oh, I'm sorry.
She hasn't said anything.
You've got to answer.
She
All
said
you've
that
said
the
is that- do you
reason
know
why
how
they
she-
were able to
say-
find the thing was because they found the server in Iceland. She's not wrong about that. So you can't possibly have the indignation to be able to like say, oh, she has no idea what she's talking about. Just prove her
Do you
wrong
know how
then.
he was caught?
How was he caught?
He was caught because the tax agent found
Yes,
his
because of entrapment.
no, because they found him through Google searches. He slipped up in his early days. He put his personal email address in a forum, and then they tracked him to another username,
Yes.
Frosty. And then they tracked that to the FBI.
One of
looked
the big
into
things also was if
code-
you look
Here's
at
why
code that was
yeah, she's
released.
right. She's absolutely right. And one of the big things
she's-
was Mark
she's
Capella
right.
was
She's
one of the
right.
biggest one of
She's
the
right.
reasons
He
why
is right, and that's how
they were
all.
targeting
Doesn't matter
again.
at all.
This is why anyone who knows about cryptocurrency would know us bringing up the whole Iceland server and Mark Capella. They would know that you're full of shit. You have no idea what we're talking about because she's right in
matter
what she's
if they
saying. That Mark
tracked him through
Capella
his
was the
email.
original
Doesn't matter
target,
how
and it actually
they
ended
did it.
up that they just kind of
Being able to
fell into
track him
this
is
shit.
good, but actually,
Do you know what
being
MT
able to
Gox
get-
is? Do you know
There
what
was so
MT
much
Gox is?
overwhelming evidence. Like,
Go see it
They-
closer to
There's
the
never-
mic. Intimidate him.
There's never been evidence. There's never been evidence that he was charged. He was accused of distributing drugs. He didn't do it. You guys are trying to say
There's no
that
evidence,
because he
even
had a
though he was
platform,
charged
because
with it.
He had a platform.
Do you want me to link you the
that
indictments?
facilitated it.
facilitated
That's
it.
enough.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Yes,
that's what he was charged
aided,
with.
Abetted and assisted in the sale of illegal trades.
Yeah, okay, so
Done.
you're so
No.
we're right.
Done.
All right,
more-
debate over.
no
We're
more-
right.
No more than every cell phone
About that.
provider.
Nope.
No,
It's so
The means of communication and the contents of the communication are not the same thing.
They are not facilitating and aiding and abetting in the sale of drugs.
If your
Like
Verizon
Ross
agent
Ulbricht
was
doing.
like being like, "Hey, I'm gonna give you a bunch of,"
arrange a transaction backstage here, that's illegal. StreamYard's not responsible. YouTube's not responsible.
But
Sarah's
if a
not
member
responsible.
from a representative for StreamYard who loves Raging Potatoes content, who then got in content with her
Raging
and worked with
Potato.
her like she was a content, creator on the platform, and if that
like it.
person then knew she was doing that, absolutely they would be.
Okay, so you think
StreamYard
that everybody
site.
who's aware of something is responsible for preventing it?
Yeah. Do you know
Pretty much.
work?
But it's
And
kind of how laws work, yeah.
Do you know that
If
you can drink and
Verizon-
drive?
Now,
Do
what
you
do you
not
think-
realize that
now-
drinking and driving is illegal? You're telling me I can't
Verizon-
get drunk and then drive?
Yeah, if you
That's
leave
not
a
at all
bar,
what I
if you leave a
asked.
bar
Oh,
and you're
fuck, you just don't
drunk, if
understand
you leave a
basic
bar
shit.
and you're drunk,
He's
the
back in your
bartenders
face.
are held
That's
responsible.
Exactly.
About process. Glue your teeth in and then tell me
I know.
what
I
you
don't know
think
why.
about
Maybe I
each
should take him out
process.
if I'm gonna keep yelling with how stupid you guys are being
Wait,
with
wait,
this
wait,
shit.
no, we can't change topics. The bartenders are responsible.
trying
if
to
a
go back
drunk
to
That is
driver
true.
leaves their
Wait, do you
bar.
know that? Yeah, she's right. That bartenders are.
So, and Verizon doesn't have access, like, they're not looking at chat logs all day. They're not looking at
And they
text
are to
messages
some
and stuff all
extent
day.
vaguely.
The NSA is as well still. Why aren't they responsible for this shit?
They are.
Well, they're tracking that shit.
The thing is,
Anyways,
they
I'm
are.
muting up until
I
we
don't
go back
think
to due
I don't think they're
process.
allowed to. Wouldn't that be an infringement of like your rights? Unless they had some kind of warrant.
Oh
Generally
wait,
speaking, they
the
could
thing
be.
that they didn't ever have that they used they actually had to entrap the guy for.
No, wait,
They
Grid. Can you
entrapped him.
Grid?
Look,
Please.
you know they
No, can
entrapped
I
him
ask
in
you a question? How did they entrap? Explain to me how they entrapped Ross Ulbricht.
Seriously, you don't know this?
No, I know they didn't entrap him.
just
I'm
keep
asking you
asking him
to
the same
explain why you
question.
think he did.
Hold on. The way they entrapped him was an agent contacted him posing to be a mass mover of drugs
Yep.
and constantly asked him, "Hey, can you help me with this? Can you help me with this? Can you help me with this? I could be really good for your organization." Ross says, "I don't have an organization. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I run a website."
That's
And then
not
he
what
says-
happened.
And then I'm paraphrasing, obviously. But then he said, but the guy, they couldn't even introduce that into
said-
evidence because Ross never agreed. Never
So
agreed
what?
to it.
Yes, he did. Yeah.
Moving drugs.
So
No,
why
he
did the
didn't.
agent?
No,
Why
he
did
fucking
they?
didn't, you
Yes, he
dummy.
fucking did. They literally
Stop talking
worked
like you know what
together.
you're talking
They
about.
worked
You read
together.
a news article and think you know something.
You literally have no
Well,
idea
at
what the
least
fuck
she
you're
read
talking about.
something
I
instead of
literally
you
just
not
told you
reading
their entire
anything.
fucking
So
thing.
Yeah, and you're wrong. You're
I'm
fucking
not.
wrong. That's what I'm
You're
telling
literally
you.
wrong.
Do you know
Hold on.
what?
Let me get
the
this in.
agent was supposed to be undercover, and then he ended up
Even-
screwing over the other agents by saying like, oh, there's a mole, and he was actually the mole. But so he started selling
Even if-
information about the case to Ross
Even if-
Ulbricht. That's what fucking
even-
happened.
Even if he agreed to it, it still fits the definition of entrapment. There's two elements of entrapment.
No, it doesn't. They were already on him. He was assigned as a mole.
If the government induces the crime and the defendant's lack of predisposition to engage in that. If I say to you, Ghosty, help me traffic drugs. Even if you're already a drug trafficker, the crime that I'm inviting you to engage in with me, you were not predisposed to until I brought it to you.
But that's not what they got
It's
him on. They
exactly
didn't.
what they did, Ghosty.
No, they didn't. They caught him with his
Yes, it is.
laptop. They caught him with his laptop, and
no
they got
shit, they caught him with a laptop.
they got it through
No,
the
the
fucking
laptop
IP
because
address that
it
they
was on it
found
because
and
they
the fucking
sent it.
email address. It had nothing to.
God, you can't be this stupid.
You don't know what
Holy
you're
shit.
talking about, so I don't understand
I
why.
know exactly what I'm talking
Just
about. You
ask
guys
follow-up
wanna
questions
move
about
things,
it then.
and You are literally dumb. You are the dumbest.
Oh,
person.
No,
yeah,
you're fucking
fucking
retarded,
dumbass
dude. You're
retarded.
dumb. You just keep repeating that.
Dude,
You're
alright,
dumb.
I'll do
No,
that.
you're dumb. No, you're
Involved
dumb.
in communicating
No,
with
you're
people.
dumb.
What the fuck's
Stop
going on with
talking.
these?
I'm talking now. The adults are talking.
Well, you're dumb.
You
Who's
literally
the
admit
adults?
that yes, they
That was a question.
literally communicated with him first.
All right,
They
taking my
literally
teeth out.
said that. When he said, "No, I'm not really interested in that. That's not my thing," they kept going. That by
He
definition,
didn't say I'm not interested in that. That's not my thing. That's
Wait,
not what
did you
fucking
think
happened.
he,
literally did. He's like,
got
I'm
like
not-
interrogated?
Had to do
What the fuck?
was sign up for tier 2. Cause you're my Patreon girl, and your love for me depends on how much money that I pledge to you monthly.
All right.
It's a little bit of a
children.
jump scare, Jesus.
All right. All right.
Can
one
we
at a time.
can we talk about Nina's position on due process?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Do you believe that the government should be required to prove somebody committed a crime in order to convict them of the crime?
Do you think that? Yeah, sure.
Do you believe that laws like conspiracy or RICO laws that allow law enforcement to bypass having to convict somebody of a crime in order to find them guilty of the crime, do you think that those are just?
A loaded question, but yeah, I would generally agree that they are, because I do think that obviously RICO statutes are created for specifically being able to avoid the middleman, right? Like if you say to your friend, okay, go, I don't know, kill this person. Do you think that you should be completely? I'm just hypothetically, you don't have to actually answer this. I'll continue with my answer. Do you think that that person should be completely exonerated from any culpability? No, I don't think that personally, I don't think that that person should be exonerated from any culpability. From if you told somebody, no, that's a lot of why RICO statute was. Again, you have no idea what we're talking about with this.
No.
But okay, well, you asked my opinion, so let me finish my
But
sentence.
you're
I
answering. You're confused in your answer.
that's all I already said. I was going to give you my opinion. I'm almost done. Okay.
Yeah.
So like, I'm just saying that the idea of like, okay, I can't tell this other person to do something, and if I didn't ever do it, then I'm free to go. That's where the RICO statute, generally speaking, comes from. So go ahead.
You're wrong. That's not how RICO comes into play. In that example, somebody was actively
Can you give me a
involved
reason
in
why I'm wrong?
I'm trying to.
Okay.
In that example, somebody who orders a hit is actually directly involved in the crime. Somebody
Because of the RICO statute.
No, because that counts as attempt or as attempted murder, I believe. It depends on if they.
But if
did
you
it.
told somebody else to tell somebody else to tell them to do it, then
If I tell
that's fine?
Grid, if I tell Grid to commit a murder, but we're all on this platform together and we all get hemmed up because of what me and Grid did, that would be how RICO
What if you
works.
say, "Hey, I'd kind of like this guy to take a little path into with the fishes," and they know what that means.
Again,
How do you think that they should get away with it? Do you think that they should get away with it?
RICO, hold on, I'm going to teach you something. You're asking me questions that demonstrates that you don't understand what RICO
Give me the
is.
statute. Give me
RICO
I'll look up the
allows
statute right
people-
now. I know you don't like looking up stuff. Give me it. Okay.
Look up RICO.
Which one?
While you look it up, let me explain.
What aspect of RICO?
All right.
RICO allows prosecutors to convict people of crimes they have
Do you know
no
what RICO
evidence
stands for?
racketeering, something, but that's a deflection. It doesn't matter either way.
Influence and corruption organization. Influence is one of the big aspects of it. If I just pressure you into doing something.
No, it's not required. You don't have to in the crime that you're convicted of.
Oh, so RICO
you don't
does
have to
not
have
stand for
any
the words
part
I
of
just
it.
said?
The Patriot Act stands for something, but it doesn't mean that if you follow the Patriot Act, you're a patriot. Like you don't understand how linguistics play out, how propaganda works.
Love that. Okay, go ahead and say
Love
how
that.
it works out in your mind.
How RICO works out, I've already told you a ton of times.
Well, then
You
tell
can-
me
you
one
can-
more time. If I'm
Talking
too much of an
about it
idiot, that I
lived it.
apparently, I
Wait,
guess
objection.
I'm
relevance.
unable to. You want me to
I
read it
love
to you,
all of
maybe,
you.
so you know what it actually is? Because I feel like you're just gonna lie to me.
What do you want?
I'm gonna read to you what RICO is. I feel like if you just explain it, you're just gonna lie
Okay.
to me.
Okay.
You want me to?
Read it. Yeah, what does
Okay.
it stand for?
The Racketeering Influence and Corruption Act is a United States federal law that provides for the extended criminal penalties and civil cause of actions for acts performed as part of an ongoing criminal organization, which again obviously would apply to Ross Ulbricht because this was considered part of a criminal organization.
So if we're
RICO
on
was
this
enacted
panel
in title.
Hold on.
Oh, I
If
thought you
we're
wanted me to
on
actually
this
read
panel
what you
together-
was.
If we're on this panel together, right? You could say that we're an organization. Now, are you responsible for the
No,
shit
criminal
that I do?
organization. There are other legal.
Which is defined by whether or not you break the law, right?
Well, yeah,
Criminal
it's
organization.
a legal statute. You couldn't just like say, oh, we
So
like.
where do I
we-
sign up? Where do you have to enroll to become a criminal organization?
Well, probably if you commit crimes as an organization, like drug trafficking. and
Is
stuff
Ross
like that.
Ulbricht organization?
So if they suspect us
Yes,
as
he had a
being
company
gang,
that was doing crimes.
Look,
yes,
let me explain to
he
you how this works.
absolutely
Let me
committed that
explain to you
statute.
how this works in the real world, and I can tell you this: the way this works in the real world is if they want me for committing a crime, and they know that you all know me, they will hem you all up on charges.
Well, let me tell
So
you how
that
it actually works in the real world. No, that's not at all. They're not gonna. If you just have friends, there is no possible way that they would think that they would take you under RICO charges. I have never heard of that at all, ever.
You know, you're talking to a guy who went to jail for RICO. like he knows what.
Yeah, so his dumbass got fucking grifted by his associates. That just means he's a dumbass. That doesn't mean he has any idea what the statute is.
First of all, I didn't get RICO charges, but I know people who did. Second of all,
You didn't? I thought you did. I don't know. I'm not.
we
a
can't hear you when you clip.
Sing for you. Do you
We
want him
can't
to
hear
like
you when you
leave? Like
clip.
what the fuck? He doesn't even know what the fuck he's talking about, even when it comes to you. Go ahead. Sorry.
Nobody
hear
can
you
hear
when you
you when
clip
you're
out.
screaming. Your mic
You
clips
know
out.
your mic clips that out.
Does it?
I
like,
was
it
just
goes
making
too
fun
loud
of how
that it-
stupid, not knowing that is, but you could probably fill in the blanks. of what I
Not
was
knowing
saying.
what. I do know what this is. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. You think because RICO stands for this and this and this. Okay, MAGA stands for Make America Great Again. Do you think that MAGA makes America great again?
Can you stay focused?
Does MAGA make America great?
Can you stay focused?
I am focused.
So-
Does MAGA make America great?
I don't care. This is unrelated. Let's
that's
talk
what
about
I'm-
RICO.
that's what I'm focused on.
What is your
I
point
wanna
about
know how
RICO?
you
You kind of
think
you forgot what it
acronyms
was, wasn't it? Isn't it? You forgot
Does
what your point was,
MAGA
wasn't it?
make-
Because I yelled
does
too
MAGA
loudly and
make
I guess it
America
scared
great?
you or something. What
Does
was your
MAGA
point
make
on
America
RICO?
great?
Go ahead.
Does MAGA make America great?
What was your point on RICO? I don't give a shit.
No, we'll go
Makes
back to
America
there. I
guzzle
am focused.
again.
I'm staying focused. You want me to stay focused? Does MAGA make America great?
Sure.
Okay.
You did forget what you were saying. Oh my god, I spooked you. I
For
yelled
what?
too loud.
I
You're
don't,
like
I don't
a
know what you're
lemming.
wanting. I said that you answer my question, then I'll answer yours. So you haven't told me what your question is.
What?
What is your fucking question?
I didn't ask you a question. We're talking about
Okay.
RICO statutes, and my last question I asked you was talking about if you knew what RICO was, and then I had to read it to you, and then I said I would read it to you, and then I read it to you, and then now you're acting like I was asking you a question? That's what just happened.
You were waiting for me to talk.
So go ahead.
I know what RICO is. I know how it plays out in real life. You just read the first paragraph of Wikipedia.
Okay, so how does it
and
play
you
off
think
in
you
real
know
life
more
then?
about RICO than me. RICO allows prosecutors to bypass having to demonstrate that the person that they're convicting of the crime actually committed the crime.
Okay.
And you're okay with that.
Generally
You better be
speaking,
this-
yeah. Yeah, you're like going back to like
So
15
you
minutes
don't believe
ago.
in due process. You get one or
That
the
is
other. You
due
get to believe in
process.
due
Do you think?
process,
Oh, wait, do you
or-
not think those people get their time in court?
Most of them don't. Most of them take plea deals.
So would you consider a plea deal not a time in court?
You have self-conflicting beliefs that you need to
I love
iron
how
out.
every single time you're just like, you do this, instead of like actually answering what I'm saying. So do you not think
Yeah,
that
no,
that's
but
a
you
time
told
in
me to
court
stay
when you
focused. I'm
have
gonna stay
when you
focused on
have
where
your
this is
day
going.
when you take a plea
We're gonna
deal?
do-
Would you
we're gonna do-
would you
hold on.
not consider
We're
that
gonna
your
do
time
this-
in court?
We're going to do exchanges again.
Colloquially.
You seem to be able to understand exchanges. You answer my question, I'll do yours, then you do mine. Okay,
Do you think
we'll
that plea
back and
deals
forth
are due
like this.
process?
We'll do back and forth like this. Now it's my turn.
Okay, go ahead.
How do you rectify claiming that you believe in due process, but also being just fine with laws that bypass due process?
That is such a broad question that I feel like I don't. Do you think you could answer that question?
I don't believe in RICO laws. I think that I do believe in due process.
But it's such a broad.
That's
It's
why I
like, do
think
you
RICO
believe?
laws
Do
are
you
unjust.
believe in law? How could you possibly believe in law? Like, it's like, what are you talking about? I'm clearly do believe in the idea of, if you want to get into what RICO is about, I do believe. You know, I'm just gonna assume your question in good faith then, or steelman it. Where, yeah, obviously, I do think that there are structures that, you know, obviously RICO laws are a somewhat new thing, a phenomenon, because we didn't have organized crime the way that we used to. Or sorry, that was poor phrasing. We didn't used to have organized crime in when RICO laws were a thing. Like, I have it open here. I can look it up really quick. In the 1970s, it was a big thing. So we didn't used to have like organized crime in that, or able to prosecute organized crime in that way. So we really didn't, our government in America, I mean, I assume you guys are all American, right? Our government in America didn't really have all of the abilities to deal with all of this kind of bullshit. So our laws change and have stuff like RICO because people are always able to kind of, you know, circumvent them, right? I mean, would you disagree with that?
So, if I understand correctly, what you're saying is that the reason that we need RICO laws is because our government does not have the ability to prosecute crime effectively with due process.
Hold on. She was going to steel man your argument, and now you're steel manning her position.
No. Well, if we're having
said,
a
let me
back and
steel man
forth
your
here.
argument, and then you gave a position.
Can I
that you
respond to
assigned
him or
and then
no?
he steel manned your position back to you.
Okay, you're
What?
just getting mad at me because you want to be part of the conversation. I know. Okay. But like, if we're actually having a conversation back and forth, can you repeat what you said, Powder?
What you're saying is that we need RICO laws because our law enforcement was unable to deal with organized crime without them. Is that correct?
Generally speaking, correct. Yes.
So you understand that you're saying we need to bypass due process?
No, that
because
became
we
due
can't
process.
convict
That
people.
became the due process. That's why we
No, it's not due process.
No, if we put, it's a law. RICO is a law. Like that we were given the ability through due process, directly through due process, to be able to prosecute that way. So it was not just some, like, I don't know, dumbass, like Donald Trump ass, like executive order. It went all the way through Congress. It was something that was asked for to help prosecute this problem of like gangs and stuff like that. It was literally the most due process thing possible.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
still don't know how this is
You've
relevant.
said a lot. Let me help you out for a minute. RICO.
Wait, I'm not talking to you.
Well, I'm
Powder,
talking
what's
to
your
you,
thoughts
so-
on that?
So basically,
You're gonna let him talk for
just
you?
so you understand,
He's gonna
that-
he's gonna obfuscate. Are we done with the conversation then?
No. He's part of the conversation. There's four of us here.
Yeah, I'm. You know, this isn't. I'm not here for my good looks. The entire thing of the RICO was to take down the mob. Once that happened, they kind of reinforced them and changed the laws. RICO's real issue is, and what my colleague is trying to get to, comes in punishment and charging, because they charge a group collectively. So even the guy who drives the truck gets the same charges as the guy who literally does all of the criminal action.
Like I
and
explained
RICO
earlier.
does that. RICO does that to create friction so that people turn on each other. I don't know really why we're talking
No,
about RICO in
it's
this
also
case,
because it's also to prevent crimes from happening. If you think
That's
people,
bullshit.
no,
That's
because
bullshit.
if you think as a driver, as a getaway driver, like I can
has
get away
nothing
and
to do with
I can get
RICO.
away with
RICO
money with
doesn't
this,
have anything to do with
but I
stop-
know if I can be charged with murder if the person
I'm
goes
just
in there
literally
too.
Oh, stop.
talking
She hasn't
to
been
you.
talking at all. Let her talk, dude.
That is true, Grid. Let her have the floor, please.
I was in the middle of talking. She
He
was
was.
talking.
You know what? Fuck it. Run your own panel. I do want to hear from Ghosty, though. She has been very quiet for a while.
That was just my comment. He's just wrong. Like, it's also to prevent
Not
crime,
wrong. You keep
obviously.
saying I'm wrong, but you can't prove I'm wrong right now.
The moderator told you to stop
Just
talking, let her
logic-
talk.
Stop
logically.
talking.
So if you're trying to if you want like a bunch of money and you're like, oh, I'm gonna go rob the store. I explained this earlier. If
But
you're
that's not RICO though. That is specific
just said
murder charges. You dumb broad. Stop talking.
I was
Bro,
not talking about RICO
chill.
charges. I was responding to what you just said.
But
You said that the
we're talking
reason
about RICO. We're
I
talking
was
about a very
responding
specific
to what
thing.
you said. You fucking dim. Oh my god. Okay. What did you just
Does
say?
everybody want to just
Do you not
cuss at each
understand- do
other
you not
for like a
understand what
hot
we're
minute
talking
and get it
about?
Bro,
out?
do you even
Maybe you need
remember
to
what
do
you
this
just
for
said
drugs
like
or
30
something, because
seconds
you guys
ago?
are off.
You don't. Okay,
Yeah.
you don't remember. Do you
All
have
by
dementia or something?
Why don't? Does
Okay.
everybody want to get their ad homs out now? Can we just go ahead and
Yeah.
just spurg it all now? Just
Yeah.
go ahead.
I
Floor's
was
open.
clearly responding
Yell
to
at
what
everybody.
Grid said, that the reason they prosecute people involved in crimes that didn't actually commit the crime, but they assisted in the crime with the same crime they assisted in, is to prevent crime, obviously. You said it's to like get people to turn against each other, which I mean, I guess is a part of it, but that's also to prevent crime, especially if you assisted in the fucking crime.
Are you
Get
done?
it?
Are you done?
Are you
Get it?
done? Are you done? Why are you doing debates if you don't give a shit about what your opponents have to say? Like, I give a shit what you guys have to say, generally speaking. Like, I don't know why you're so fucking annoying
But
about
she
it.
was.
She had a thoughtful answer, dude. Like, just engage. It's not that hard.
Diatribe has nothing to do with RICO.
I was responding to something you
Okay,
said.
then reformat. Then what do you want to talk about? Then look, it's all about you. What do you want to talk about?
I would just like to clarify what we're talking about. I don't even know why we're talking about RICO exactly, because
Well,
Albright
because he
wasn't
got charged with, as I said, basically around RICO statutes. Again, this is why you have very much proven that you are not paying attention. That all of these things, talking about conspiracy, all of that, that basically is a big element of what the RICO statute has to do with.
If
Are
he
you?
wasn't charged with RICO, that was the point. You defining it is irrelevant. This whole line of all
Because
of this,
you
I
don't
agree
want to
with-
be seen
I
as
agree
being
with
wrong.
my
I get it.
partner.
I get it. I get it.
You don't know what you're talking about, which is why.
Okay, because let's go back to what we were talking about when we started this. Okay, count 4, continuing criminal enterprise. This is why we're talking. I will remind you. Instead of you arguing about this, I can just remind you. Instead of you being
The continuing
indignant, I can
criminal
just
enterprise
remind you of what
charge.
we were talking about initially that
This
brought up
charge-
RICO.
The continuing criminal enterprise charge was added by the prosecution
Mhm.
punitively because he chose to take it to trial instead of take a plea
True.
deal.
They would. They didn't.
Conspiracy
bring
to
that
commit
up. The
aid and
only
abet,
reason
computer hacking, conspiracy to traffic and fraudulent identity documents,
We've
conspiracy to
heard the
commit money
charges. What,
laundering.
I don't know. Why
Well,
you keep
I mean,
reading them to us?
I left halfway through that because you got mad about whatever I was saying. So I just want to
Nobody's mad
continue
at
with at least the through line that I was going with. So you
grounded.
guys are all okay with the trafficking in fraudulent identity documents?
Okay, with him being acquitted of it, yes.
Yeah.
Or
He should-
pardoned.
He didn't
Yeah,
do
I'm
it.
So he was. What if it was?
He didn't do it.
Yeah.
Wait, he didn't do. Okay, so
did-
he had
did he-
a
did
he
he
had a
sell someone
website that
documents?
was able to
didn't have-
people could just like
They have proof
fake
that he was selling
like
documents?
16-year-olds were able to like get drunk at a bar. You're cool with that?
What?
Are the bartenders responsible
16-year-old
for allowing
The-
the sale of beverages to minors?
If a bartender gives a minor a drink, yes.
The whole bar gets in trouble for it, not just the bartender, right?
Correct. The
Yeah.
bar sells the liquor through its employee to the customer.
Yeah, and they
It's
have
not
a
a bar.
right to
This
make
is not
sure
a
their
bar.
operations
not a
are
bar.
legal. They have
This
the
is
right.
not a bar.
Okay, but any
Not a
company,
bar. This is
any
a-
Let her-
company, any company has the obligation to make sure their operations are conducted legally, correct?
And it is legal to have an online marketplace.
But
It
it
is
wasn't being
not legal
conducted
to
legally.
sell fake IDs.
It's
It
not
is
legal to sell
legal
heroin.
to have an online marketplace.
That sells
It
like
is
fake
legal-
IDs?
It is
Is it-
legal. It is legal to have an online marketplace.
But it is
legal
not
to have-
legal to have a marketplace that sells fake IDs. Yes?
I actually don't know if it's what I don't know what the legal requirements of the
Well, I can tell you
platform
right now
are.
it's not.
Hold on, let me fucking finish. Of the platform are to seek out and enforce crimes on their own. and that's what this was about, was setting precedent.
Well, count 6 was
They wanted-
conspiracy
they
to
wanted
traffic in
establish precedent.
fraudulent identity documents.
Hold on. They wanted to establish precedents with this case that they can go after anybody ever. This was about getting leverage over.
Well, do you
all
think that
the
people
online
should
retailers.
be gotten if they are selling fraudulent IDs?
I think that I don't think that a platform should be responsible for all their users. And obviously, society.
So you think it
agrees
should
with me
be
because in
legal to
every-
sell
hold
fake
on,
IDs?
In every other case, publishers aren't responsible. Like Facebook, X. They might have policies.
But they don't
do try to work
authorize
within the law.
that shit. They don't facilitate in the sale and trades
Yes,
of the illegal
they do.
things.
Well, let's
No,
assume that they
don't.
were. So you think that Facebook should be able to sell fake IDs?
Facebook doesn't.
To, like,
no, I didn't say that.
16-year-olds.
They should. He didn't sell the shit.
I wouldn't be surprised if that doesn't
No,
happen. to
and
be honest.
Facebook wouldn't be selling that shit either. Do you think that
Are you sure?
Facebook
There are
should be
very-
able
there's
to
some sketchy
facilitate
Facebook
the
things out
sales
there.
of
You're
fake
crazy.
IDs?
Lady, you're crazy. There are illegal
I'm not
transactions that
crazy. I'm
happen
asking you.
constantly.
I'm actually like,
They happen
you seem like a
constantly
fucking
on
psychotic
Facebook.
person. Do you
At least
think?
my teeth stay in.
Do you think that Facebook should be able?
You're the
It's
only
my
one's been yelling
Invisalign.
on
Okay. Conspiracy to traffic in fraudulent identity document. Do you think that Facebook should be able to sell on their Facebook marketplace?
What
fake
is
IDs?
Objection relevant.
Why are you wasting
Do
our
you think that Facebook should be able to sell fake IDs on their marketplace?
But why isn't Facebook being arrested for people scamming people every single day?
So you would
Because
agree
they don't
with
allow
me
and
then?
facilitate it.
So then you would agree
They
with
do
me
facilitate
that
it.
they
They
should
facilitate
be
it in exactly the same way.
held legally responsible for fraudulent IDs.
If
Objection relevance.
What's the point of Facebook?
Because they don't.
Is it a social
Look,
media
Facebook
platform
doesn't
or is
sell
it
the
is it a
IDs.
platform to
It's like
sell
Ross,
drugs?
You've never been on Facebook Marketplace? I'm sorry. Have you not aware of that?
Oh, is the purpose of Facebook Marketplace to sell anonymously illegal goods and
Yes.
services only?
Absolutely, it's
Oh,
anonymous.
really? The
So
Facebook Marketplace is intended to sell drugs.
Was the purpose of Silk Road
Interesting.
only drugs?
Basically.
No.
No.
It was
She
intended.
her fucking opening statement tells you what the categories. Yeah, they also sold like hacks and
They
like
sold
Cyanide.
candy
It's
bullshit.
selling cyanide.
There's a lot of
Yeah, it sold a lot of stuff, but mostly all illegal. Yes, the idea of the Silk Roads was that it was for illegal shit.
Because of his
That's what
libertarian
you've been told.
beliefs.
That's what you've been told. The idea was by.
No, it's his libertarian
What do you mean
beliefs, just
told?
like
You
yours,
search-
Flo.
Oh, I
you
mean, I'm
search-
sorry. They just told me it. Like, what are you, like a fucking
Look,
Trump supporter? Oh, I'm
I'm-
told
I'm
that,
go-
like, we're
I'm
gonna
gonna
rule the
search-
country, but
Here, I'm
what,
gonna
he's
search
not gonna
Ross
do that.
Ulbricht right now.
My God.
And
Why does the Libertarian Party care so much about pardoning Ross Ulbricht?
I'm not
Because he
into
was a
libertarian
libertarian,
question.
and that's why he
because
is a
I'm
he
not
was a staunch
fucking
libertarian.
bootlicker.
I think his parents are Flo.
Really? Because it sounds like
he-
you're a bootlegger.
He
Let
has
me
a
read
whole
these- look,
diary.
I just searched Ross Ulbricht. Let me read these to you. How Silk Road drug lord kingpin.
Wait, you
Ross
just
Ulbricht.
Googled
Trump
Ross
pardons
Ulbricht for the
Silk
first
Road
time to
under-
get
for
prepared
online
for
drugs.
He's
a
making a point.
debate.
Why
about-
Silk Road's dread pirate Roberts? Ross Ulbricht is free and would be a billionaire, but the U.S. sold his Bitcoin. Okay, that's what I'm
Well,
telling you. These
okay.
headlines,
Ah.
all the headlines agree.
Hey, what do you
with
guys think
your
the age of consent should be?
Wait, real quick. There's another thing
What
we
does that
haven't
got to do with
even
anything?
mentioned.
You
yet.
libertarian
It's
asses.
the
Why
diary.
you're gonna have some
So
crazy takes
fine.
in that shit.
There's something we haven't even mentioned yet, which is the diary Russ Ulbricht wrote, which was found on his laptop, which he had open while he was caught, about documenting everything about creating Silk Road, including
He
the-
created Silk Road. Nobody's arguing that.
But he documented in a diary what he did, and in that was talking about allowing the sale of these drugs and working with these drug dealers.
Allowing a
Those guys didn't
sale,
respond. That's 18.
allowing
On
a
your
sale, and
platform.
selling are different things.
But being a distributor,
Yes,
part of
those are two different
distribution-
things, but but everything that she's saying is not for some reason like discounted because they're two different things.
They're
being
two different
part-
things.
Yes.
being
He was-
part- if you help and assist in distribution of drugs and facilitating it, especially on like a platform, like the platform is intended to do that, that is distribution. That's how the law works. and that's what
and
he
you know what,
wanted
then,
to do.
if we only care about how the law works and how else the law works is pardons exist. He got a pardon. You have nothing to bitch about. That's how the law works.
Yeah, the thing is, you don't give a shit about the idea. Is the should he been pardoned? That's the idea of the premises of the argument. I mean, I know you guys want to obfuscate it as much as possible because you did no fucking research into this.
If the idea is
no,
should
the
be
idea is I don't think. Okay, again, do I have to reread you my fucking Ross?
Shut this down. Well, let's do this. It's 11:50.
I like her, but she's dumb.
I like all of you.
I love how you have no reason to. Okay, whatever. Go ahead. Sorry.
Just ignore
All right,
him.
let's go ahead. What we're gonna do, ladies and gentlemen, if you do want to jump on open panel, the link is pinned. You can go ahead and start shuffling backstage. I've already got 2 back there. It does fill up quickly. Usually, if you want to get ahead of it, the link is pinned. We're gonna go into closing statements, read some super chats, and then we'll go into open panel dumpster fire. Grid 1 to you, if you'd like to give your closing, please.
Yeah, sure. Look, as much as we can argue about why he was convicted and all of that, which I still believe, and there's no evidence otherwise, it was bad prosecution all the way around. His pardon is absolutely justified. It 100% is. There's no doubt about it. I think Trump did the right thing. The real question is why didn't Biden, who basically pardoned everybody, why he didn't pardon his fellow drug dealer? But I'm not up on drug dealers. I don't really know that much about them. But it's been a nice spirited debate. I've actually enjoyed quite a lot. What's the last thing I want to say? Yeah, I don't know. This was fun. It was a good time. Had a great time. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Grid. Flow State, Powder Dusty.
I enjoyed myself as well. I will say that there's a lot of pearl clutching going on by the opposition. They feel some certain sort of way about bad people doing bad things, which is basically the gist of what I heard. In reality, this was a massive miscarriage of justice. He wasn't guilty by the letter of law, nor the spirit of the law. And I think that if we really want to look at who's dangerous and impacting society harmfully here, we need to look at corrupt cops, entrapping law enforcement, dirty judges, and malicious prosecutors, not at a dude who made a website.
Thank you, Flow State, and Ghosty to you. Oh, you're muted, honey.
Thank you. Okay. So yeah, the main difference again between sites like Craigslist and eBay is they are not intended for the sale of illegal products or goods and services, which Ross Ulbricht did intend his platform to be used for. He also worked with these drug dealers. He was aware of them. He authorized these sales. He profited from them, and he intended for these illegal sales and goods. So there's a huge difference. He got a kingpin statute, which is like basically the same, which is mostly used for cartel leaders. And that is a minimum, actually I don't know the minimum, but it's a life sentence, like almost always usually. So, and Trump's pardon, again, wasn't on principle. It was just for the votes of the libertarians. There was other terrible things sold on there, again, like cyanide, body parts, weapons. He actually tried to open a separate site called The Armory, which wasn't very popular, so we shut that down. But yeah, he intended for these sales. It's not like he had no idea what he was profiting off of. He facilitated, he aided and abetted, he conspired to distribute drugs or whatever. He facilitated and distributed these drugs and a lot of other terrible things. It was his philosophical beliefs, and his pardon is not what's the word? Not justified.
Justified.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ghosty. Nina, to you.
Jose, I could not agree with you more. I think that we really have to notice from this conversation that Ghosty and I came with information, we came with facts, we came with like logic here, and we noticed that like basically we're getting just nothing. We're getting nothing from our people on the other side, and I really hope that it's embarrassing. I hope that you guys realize how embarrassing this is, that they clearly did not do any effort and do it every single time that we made it a point. They'd be like, oh, you're annoying what, you're stupid. Like, are we really in this type of level of like discourse like right now? Like, oh my god, pearl clutching. I'm sorry that I think that somebody who again commissioned multiple hits, Ross Ulbricht thought that he killed 6.
Allegedly.
It is her closing statement, Grid.
I am going to take my time back. Shut the fuck up, okay? Jesus fucking Christ. I'm sorry because I'm passionate. All of a sudden I'm pearl clutching. No, it's fucking ridiculous to think that I'm pearl clutching the fact that a man who wanted to kill 6 people, he thought he killed 6 people. I know they didn't do any effort into actually looking into this. I did. If you didn't, you know what? I got all the links for it. If you're interested in it, I am more than welcome to give it to you if you want to add me on Discord or whatever. But you know what? They won't because they don't care. They don't care. They don't care about any of this. They just want to talk over me and call me stupid because, you know what? As I hope you guys see, they have nothing. Me and Ghosty did the work. I was actually kind of worried that like, oh my god, I don't know if I know enough about all this crypto stuff and all of that. We were concerned about like doing the work, about like looking into this type of stuff. They didn't even fucking try. So I hope that it's as embarrassing as it was to see, as it was to feel, of how much they just don't care. These people have no care about the debate itself. They didn't know anything about what they were talking about. I had so many notes, and now I feel like an idiot. Maybe that's their troll, right? They trolled me real bad by not knowing anything, so they're just too stupid for me to argue with. And it was not about pearl clutching. It was just about the idea that I think that law's probably a pretty good thing to have in this country, but I mean, I guess they're willing to. I mean, you're gonna get killed before I will with your fucking low IQ.
I love it. And thank you to everybody. This was definitely a very interesting one. This goes down as the second worst panel ever. Just
Wasn't I on
behind
the first one?
just behind Jim Bob, Flow State, Rezi, and Ice Beans. You guys took second of the second worst. All right, let's hit the super chats. If you feel like you have something to respond, please feel free to do so. If you don't, just shut up and we'll keep moving on. Rude Mudcrap coming with the big 5 says, I was fucking with Bitcoin from as early as 2012. We definitely bought and sold stuff we shouldn't have on Silk Road. LOL. Any responses?
I feel like that's from the pro Ross Ulbricht side.
Probably not.
I don't know why you would buy
Or no,
illegal
like, as
things
a
in a
response.
public and trackable
Oh.
coin. That's what doesn't make sense to me. Bitcoin is a worse medium for illegal activity than to cash.
Well, Silk Road at the time though was like 2013 because again we actually did the work. I know that Ross Ulbricht had Silk Road from 2013 2016. I don't think people really had a lot of understanding of what crypto was.
The date is not relevant.
It was
Bitcoin's been the same the whole time.
No, if they
It was
bought stuff on Silk
2011.
Road. Go ahead.
He started it in January 2011.
The date is not relevant.
It absolutely is relevant because did
No,
you know
because
what
what
did
I'm
you know
saying
what
is the
Bitcoin was in
function of
2011?
Bitcoin, the way that Bitcoin works is not changed.
No, it's
Well,
not.
he heard of Bitcoin in 2010, and he had this idea for this black market website, but he knew it couldn't be totally anonymous because of credit cards and bank accounts. So he started it after hearing of Bitcoin in 2010, and the site launched in.
I don't think that you should be embarrassed because you didn't do enough research to understand what my objection is, what my point is that I'm saying. Bitcoin is public. That means that people can see the transaction.
Well, it was in
that take
response to
place
that chatter
using-
who said that they bought stuff that they probably shouldn't have, and they were able to do it on the Silk Road.
Oh, yeah. A lot of people thought it was untraceable. Some people still do. I don't know why, but they're,
Yeah,
idiots.
this was like super early cryptocurrency.
Yeah, I was
days.
responding.
that
I
no.
understand when it was. I don't
Around
care.
2
I'm not making any comment on when. I'm only talking about the mechanics of the cryptocurrency. It is a worse medium for illegal transactions than cash. That's the only claim. Nothing about the dates of Silk Road.
Yeah, but if you're selling things online, cash doesn't really work,
My
right?
fucking god.
Right? You can't make global transactions with cash.
Yeah, a lot of people I think think that crypto is like super anonymous, which again was one of the big things of the Silk Road. That's why he threatened to kill somebody that was going to out all the vendors because all the wallets. Again, this is why it's a really interesting story.
Yeah, can we throw we need to be real here and throw out the whole he tried to kill people thing, because
Well,
if
he did.
if
That's
that was true, if that was true,
It
and
is
if it
true.
was a legally obtained
Well,
crime,
I can
right,
give you
that
the
might- that already
indictment. He
not
was
entrapped,
indicted for it.
They would have convicted him for it.
I can
That
read
would have
you.
been
I
amazing.
can literally.
O.J. Simpson killed Nicole Brown too. He wasn't
He went
convicted for that.
Yeah, he went to court. He was indicted for it.
I can.
Do you not
lit-
understand?
He was
Do you not
also
understand?
indicted. He was indicted for
Did they try him for it?
Sorry.
Did they try him for
No,
it?
they
Did he
didn't
go
feel
to
they
I'm
needed
just
to
saying.
because he was already convicted for multiple life
that's never the
sentences.
reason.
And what do you mean no?
That's literally never the reason why.
No, it's again because of the fucking DEA
you just don't-
agents, and it would make it just like didn't help their case that they already had.
Yeah,
So
it
they
didn't
didn't
help.
One of the big things
include
that was
that,
in Maryland-
which prosecutors are allowed to do. By the way, they don't have to. They have to present exculpatory evidence, but they don't have to present all the evidence that hurts their case.
Yeah, they didn't.
What's your favorite boot,
what?
Ghosty?
What? Wait, what? No, stop.
They have to present exculpatory evidence, but they don't have to include all the evidence if it doesn't help their case.
What argument do you
No.
think you have?
They
for
But
that?
have
anything
to-
that's exculpatory,
They
they
have to turn
have
over
to.
There's nothing
all
wrong
the
with anything.
evidence.
Yeah, but they don't have to present it in
Evidence they've ever
trial.
gathered, you
No.
They don't have to present it in trial.
All right.
All right, we're off the topic of the super chat. Anson Knowles coming with the big five. Nina is using a logical fallacy called red herring to avoid talking about the crimes Ross was pardoned for because she does not want to engage in debate. And
I'd
you're
love
welcome
to see that
respond, Nina.
person in the panel afterwards
He
because
is back
He's
here.
that is the most retarded shit I've ever heard, and I don't think these people know what those words mean.
Well, they've heard the most retarded thing they've ever heard tonight.
Yeah, I know. You're just gonna say stuff because you got blown the fuck out, okay?
Yeah,
Because
he-
Ghosty and I both actually did some fucking work, and you did none.
No blowing on the panel. K2 keep on trucking in with the big five. These girls debating can't cook. They need to go back to the kitchen. Too much emotions in their debating skills. Ladies,
That's
you're
so
welcome to
fucking
respond.
My
retarded. We
boyfriend
can't
just
cook.
presented
Why
me
would
a
we go back to the
cheeseburger.
kitchen?
I want a cheeseburger
Maybe
now.
we would take another position.
Anson coming in again with another five. There was a separate indictment in Maryland for one of these
Alexis
alleged
Knowles.
hitman for hire attempts, but this was later dropped due to lack of evidence.
Correct. I
Anyone
actually
is
have the
welcome.
evidence or that file, so they're not wrong about the statement.
Fair enough.
But these idiots
Rude
have
mud-
no idea what they're talking about, so it's not even worth arguing with them.
Fair. Rude Mud Crab coming with a big five. Throughout the function of the site, did Ross profit from the sales of illegal goods? Debate over.
Yes.
Everybody's welcome. Anybody else?
What was it? Sorry.
Did Ross profit from the sale?
Ross
get a
Ross
percentage
profited
of
from all
transaction.
sales. That's how the exchange works. Just like how Verizon profits from all the cell phone plans. So sure, it was indirectly the same way the courts profited, the same way that the law enforcement.
So that's why he
Profited.
was legally liable for him, huh?
Then I guess we better prosecute the prosecutors too.
They were.
The prosecutors were prosecuted?
What are you talking about?
I'm saying that all the entire law enforcement apparatus.
Oh my
profits
god,
off
you're
of
just being that
crime.
stupid. Never mind. Move on.
Robert Schweitzer coming in with the big five. Love the rage and the flame. Blood for the blood god. Blood sport debates all days. Thank you, Robert. This one definitely got a little cray-cray. Shots fired all across the board. Larry coming in with the big five. Nina is killing it. Thank you,
Hey, Larry.
Killing those drinks.
Hell yeah, dude. What are you not? You pussy.
Ooh.
Yeah, I don't drink.
Anson, I know I've got 2 non-drinkers on the gentleman's
And you're
side.
still this stupid? What the fuck happened?
I listened to you tonight.
Don't lose your teeth in that.
I'm trying to.
Oh
well, no,
my
they're
God.
here again. They were just Invisalign. I spent like $2,000 for these fuckers.
And Anson
There's
knows
snow falling out.
Yeah, you're too poor to understand what Invisalign is. I get it.
Whose Invisaligns did you steal?
You think I stole the Invisalign of somebody else?
They don't fit your teeth, apparently.
No, I have rubber bands, but okay. You think that's a really good one? We love that
If you
for you.
if you squeeze them in the back on the back teeth, it usually helps keep them in place. Anson coming in with the big 5. He was
Only if they're yours.
Anson coming in with the big 5. He
Adorable.
wasn't convicted or pardoned for anything related to those points. This is a fallacious red herring because the gals are bad faith in the debate.
Well, they need to be
ladies.
specific on those points. They were absolutely convicted on the points that I said in my opening argument. If you are too stupid to be able to even just do a Google search to either me and or Ghosty's points, then that is a problem on your end. I don't know what to tell you.
Anybody else?
For you not to understand what prosecutorial misconduct is
That's not what
criminal.
that chatter said.
She doesn't care because the boot tastes good.
What is this boot thing? Who's
Boot
liquor?
liquor.
He's trying
I
to,
think
like,
it's some weird
make
sexism
joke.
or
It's
something.
boot
I don't
liquor's
even
really
know
good.
I don't even know what they're trying to get
Flo
at.
stating that. The funny thing is that it's Flo saying it.
I was the window licker. Anson coming in with the big 5
Well,
again
sometimes they're nice
says
and cold.
new rule to increase the fun. The gals have to take off an article of clothing and the guys have to put one on for each logical fallacy they use.
Deal.
That actually would be kind of a fun sip and stream night. K2 keep on trucking with the big 5. Is that girl that that's losing her teeth like 50-year-olds because that's a lot of makeup on these girls? I need to calm down and get some. What is that?
Hooking something. Hooking.
So I did like the bad fallacy of
Something in blow?
or thinking that your fucking community, I guess, like would not realize that these are Invisalign. I don't actually
Yeah,
have
my
my teeth
14-year-old
coming
has
out.
those.
It's
Was
just
that
a
an
little
Omi
bit of
pod?
it's a little bit of a goof. A little bit of a goof. I have multiple trays. If you know what Invisalign is, but
Yeah, my 14-year-old has those.
why?
Adults can get them too. I had to.
You
get
better
'em
check and
for-
make sure
I'm
he still
telling you,
has
I
them.
think it's a complete scam for like kids to get because they're not gonna wear the retainers for the rest of their life. Like I got braces when I was growing up, and I feel very strongly about this. This is why I'm saying it. I think that it's like complete bullshit to give your kids like a bunch of dentistry because they told me I have to basically wear a retainer for the rest of my life. I know I'm not gonna fucking do that. Come on. And imagining that the idea that like a kid's gonna do that, I'm gonna get like a bar installed. But like, do you really think that your kid's gonna get that or wear that for the rest of their life?
No, fuck no. My kids
Then,
like.
the thing
there's
is
no
with
way.
orthodontistry, it's gonna
My
move back.
wife- look,
it's gonna
look,
if they don't, it's gonna move back. Like I got my orthodontist to
Now
admit to me.
arguing.
My wife is Chinese, and so my kid will have perfect teeth regardless. So
That
whether she has
is
to get in there
super
and
weirdly
straighten them by
racist, but
herself.
okay. You think Chinese people don't have shit
Tiger-
teeth? Dude,
Tiger
I'm
Mom,
Japanese and our teeth
you-
are dog shit.
Tiger Mom. No, that's just my wife. Literally, I didn't even think he was old enough to get braces or Invisalign, and she's like, he's got to get them, and I'm like, whatever.
Oh,
Sorry, kid, I
Jesus.
can't fight mom on this one.
All right, everybody go fix your teeth. Anson coming in with a big 5. How do you know if a pardon is justified? Were all of Biden's pardons justified? Just to get a definition of
Anson really wanted to
justified
be
for
in
the
on this
That's
debate.
an interesting question.
Anson's going to come in. I have a
I
feeling.
have
hot.
no idea. I would have to look into the details of them.
But we love
Perhaps
girls.
Well,
not all of them?
he did categorical
fun.
pardoning. So just everybody who, if you got put on house arrest during the cough, because you would say old or in bad health, if you were still on that program, you were pardoned with
No,
no
he-
regard
he-
for what crime he committed.
Yeah, what a lot of what he did was he just what is the phrase where he didn't like let people free. It wasn't like a blanket pardon. He would just commute.
In fact, was exactly.
It was exactly a blanket
prior to any
No,
conviction.
commutation is not the same as a blanket pardon. You guys
You're
know
right.
that,
You're
right?
right. I misspoke. It was
Fair
a
enough.
blanket commute.
Yeah, and those are fine. That just means basically that they're not. It's very different than what Ross Ulbricht
No,
again.
a
Sorry.
blanket commute. The Cash for Kids judge, one of them was pardoned. Or you
Oh
think
no,
that
that
selling
was dog
kids?
shit. I
You
agree
think
with
that
you.
literally selling kids?
No,
is
I
less
agree with
bad
you.
than
That was
creating a
really a
platform?
really bad thing that I don't think that they should have done. I agree with you.
But Biden pardoned people that hadn't even been convicted yet. That's never been done before. I'm not even
No,
sure
that's
it
not
can be
true.
done. I don't know it's
That
gonna hold
that's
up.
not
I don't know
uncommon.
that it's going to hold up in court if they do go there. But it's crazy the things that
You're just making up
obviously
stuff. You have
Biden
no
didn't
idea.
do it.
Again,
He
you just
doesn't
say
even know
stuff.
what's
You have
true
no
anymore.
idea what you're talking about.
I love how nobody
Give
on
him
this
his son's
panel knows what
Invisalign
we're
back.
talking about today.
Really? You think I
keep on
don't?
trucking.
Why do I
K2,
do any
keep on-
work to be on your show, dude? I guess I'll stop doing it then.
K2,
You can
keep
come
on.
on my show. It'll be fun.
Oh Lord,
I
don't
would rather
do
kill
it without a
myself.
mod.
We don't do business on at the Continental.
Oh
No
God,
business at the
I
Continental.
don't know what that means.
you're killing me tonight too, Grid.
I know. I'm having a
About
great
how
time.
fucking
though.
boring
So
and
much
I
fun.
annoying
know
you
you
are.
are.
You're
I know
embarrassing.
you are. I think we're all embarrassing ourselves this
You're
evening. Can somebody send alcohol
I don't think
for
me
me,
and
please? I need a
Ghosty are
drink.
embarrassing
Me too.
ourselves.
That would be
I
conspiracy to
definitely
provide alcohol.
If I was a
am.
minor.
I know, but the company that sends the alcohol to her probably has sent it to a minor at some point in time, and we don't want everybody to get taken down in RICO.
If the company was meant for providing alcohol to minors, then
I agree. It should be taken down. Yeah, this is what you guys can't get through your head because you like the idea of just nothing happening.
Black or brown? Which tastes better, black or brown?
Black or brown what?
Boots. What do you think?
You think
I
boots
don't
only
think
come
they
in black or
understand that
brown?
You're anti-authoritarian yet, Flo.
You think that you fucks are anti-authoritarian? That's adorable.
I didn't say that,
He's a
but Flo
firecracker.
definitely is.
How? Yeah, I
I'm
definitely
sorry,
am. How
who is the one that is
how the fuck do you
sucking
think
the
you're not
fucking balls?
authoritarian?
I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. You prefer balls over boots. I get it.
What?
That's fair.
You
Who was
prefer
talking
to
about
suck balls over boots because you're sucking the balls of Trump. Whatever the fuck he says, you'll just agree with because you have no
Ask me who I
fucking
voted
reason
for.
to
make America
between-
guzzle
Ask-
again.
Ask me who I voted for.
It's so interesting the leaps that I mean.
Ask me who
I
I
don't
voted
think
for.
that they're
You
big
guys
leaps,
have
motherfucker. I
nothing.
think you
Nobody.
love
I
them.
voted for
Lick it.
nobody, 'cause
Lick it
they're
up,
both the
bro.
Show me how.
You're
Show me how.
embarrassing. Don't
Take those
sexually
teeth out and
harass
Tell me how to give a gummy.
No, tell me. You're the one who's good at doing it.
I'm on that microphone.
I mean,
How much of that
I don't.
microphone can you fit in your mouth without choking?
Wait, what?
Let's see.
What?
How much
what,
of that
what did you
microphone
just,
can you
wait,
fit in
I'm
your
sorry.
mouth
What
without
did you just
choking?
say?
How much of the microphone can you fit in your mouth without choking?
We have the same mic. You go first.
I don't throat things. You throat things.
Oh, pussy! All right, move on.
That's the sound that I want to hear.
About somebody
Oh,
calling you a
Lord.
pussy? That's weird.
Make that throat fuck sound again.
You do it first, dude.
Sarah, you okay?
You guys are killing. This is another. I love it. She's a fucking firecracker. Ghosty's over there thinking y'all are crazy to begin with, hitting us with the one-liners.
I just can't believe Ghosty and I did all
Flo
this
is
work.
a total pervert, and Grid is just off the charts today. I don't even know where you came from today, Grid. K2 keep on trucking it with the big five. So are these girls making the argument if someone ships drugs through UPS, that UPS driver that picked it up is guilty?
Dude, you're
Yeah.
fucking so brain dead. It's
Literally.
If UPS
Yes.
was meant
Yes.
to sell and trade illegal services and drugs, and they facilitated that and allowed that to happen and intended for that to happen, then yes. But no, UPS
100%.
is just meant for legal trading of goods and services. They're not like
Yeah, oftentimes even
my
within the context of the Silk Road, UPS or whatever, Ross Ulbricht, if you guys did any work to look into the messages he would send, he would be like, you have to like bind up your packages so you can maybe ship it through USPS or whatever. And like, yeah, they were willingly aware of that. I mean, I'm even being I guess more charitable than she's saying, but like, if they knew that was the case, yes, we would both agree with that. Hello?
It's pretty
Anson
simple.
coming in with the big
Yeah.
5. The debate prompt is, was the pardon justified? Not, do you think he should have been pardoned? Y'all haven't discussed precedent.
Well, to be
of
fair, that's
previous
not true. I
pardons.
told you that I don't think Ross Ulbricht should be pardoned. To be fair. Also, I don't
Anybody
think those
else?
things are particularly divorced from each other.
That's fair. Anson coming in again. President Obama pardoned Clint Lawrence, who deleted unarmed Afghan civilians. It is justified because pardon power is a king's power. It is a royal decree.
You know what's gonna blow this guy's mind? I don't agree with that.
Anson's been in the liquor. Anson, put the bottle down. He's from Alabama. It's okay. It's not gonna hurt.
She thought you were calling her Anson for a second.
Who?
What?
Anson's
Anson Knowles.
the one who sent the super chat. All right, Anson again coming with the big 5. Y'all
I
are
guess I
stuck
just had to
in
check it.
legalistic argument, appealing to authority instead of discussing
I tried to
if the
get back
pardon is justified philosophically. Y'all ain't lawyers.
Anytime somebody presents facts and evidence, it's like appeal to authority. Oh no. It's really annoying.
Yeah, like we did the work to look into the info, and it's like, just at least with the info we're providing you, don't be like, oh, you're an idiot, you don't know what we're talking about. Like, I'm giving you the info. Can we
But
not
we
have a
already
conversation
said
related
we
to it?
understand the info. We don't agree on one point, and that is
I don't give a shit if what you agree with, but I'm giving you facts. Like, I don't understand. Like, you were such a fucking idiot when it comes to this shit.
The prompt is it justified? I believe it is.
It
You
doesn't
never even
matter, but
addressed it if
Grid,
it's
she
justified or
straight up
not.
Grid,
You
she
just wanted to talk about the court case. That's why you're stupid. And that's why you kinda sat there and
she
played
straight
dumb
up
with me.
asked you what your issue with the prosecution was,
And you couldn't
didn't
answer.
reply.
He gave you stupid things. And you never
and
addressed
stuff.
them.
You just think because
just
you're a
kept
white
going
man
back
you can get
to-
away with
I
it, or
addressed
what's the
your
joke we're making here? I don't even get
entrapment
the goof here.
The charges
You know,
are
at
what's
least you could
important.
be funnier than me. At least then, like, you could be like the fat funny guy, dude. Like, you know, at least that'd be cool. Like, I mean, I'm an Asian woman dating a fat, funny guy, but my husband is way funnier than you are. So what the fuck are you doing? Oh God, that was very ASMR.
Anson.
You should do that to get us to stop talking. That was way too in my ears.
She needs to stop by Sunday nights then, and she'll never leave on Sunday nights.
Oh no, stop it. Make me uncomfortable.
My wife's probably watching this going like,
Whoa.
shut up.
Oh, hi, wifey. Anson coming in with a big 5.
probably
Nina, I'm
embarrassed.
attracted to vexing feminists who use emotional reasoning and have an undeserved sense of superiority. I'm in Tomatoes Discord. DM me.
Oh, you're willing to be interested in me.
I don't know. Who's
Getting married
backstage?
in
Maybe-
2 months.
Oh, really?
You
Congratulations.
got 2 months,
you.
Anson.
Thank you.
You've got 2 months to get in there.
Make it quick.
There's a time limit.
Carpe that diem.
No, my funny fat guy husband, I love more than I.
Oh, Anson coming in with the big 5. Ross wasn't charged under RICO statutes. This conversation is unrelated to the debate prompt.
I agree. I don't know why we talked about Rico.
Well, it was
That's fair.
related with the idea of like him having like these.
Well, no, Flo was only asking you because he was trying to get you on. Do you believe in due process or not?
No, but
doesn't
generally
believe in due
speaking,
process.
no,
No,
but
that-
generally speaking, there is a legitimacy to the idea that RICO statute being like because he ran a industry, right? So
No, He ran a website.
Yeah, but
Okay,
his
I'm not
employees
talking to
weren't all in on
you
it.
guys. Okay,
Who are you
whatever,
talking to?
it's fine. Somebody who
enough.
actually did the work knows what I'm talking about.
Bin talk with the big two. Thank gosh, Nina and Ghosty don't design law.
Oh yeah.
Just they want to
because-
argue that, or they just want to say some generic bullshit.
God
'Cause-
forbid if mass heroin distributors like are in jail.
Clutch,
like,
clutch,
God
clutch,
forbid.
clutch.
I'm just responding to the comment.
Clutching those pearls.
All right, you guys want a 2v2 and it's a game that
Chug it,
I'm good at.
chug
Pretty
it.
much anyone. What's the stupid one? Marvel Rivals. You want a 2v2 Marvel Rivals? I know
What's
you guys
Marvel-
will
is that a
get
game?
fucking
It's a video
slammed by
game.
both of us.
What is that game? I don't know the game.
This is
I
what I'm
don't
saying.
know.
Exactly like how we actually did the work in the interest on this.
You're talking
You
about
guys are
Marvel
such
Rivals.
fucking
Is that a comic
loser
book?
nobodies, bro.
I think
Like,
it's
are
a
you
video
kidding me?
game.
You don't
It's
even
a
know
video
what.
game.
Do you not play games?
No,
No.
No, I don't play video games. No.
sorry. We're
Oh.
losers. David Harbor coming in with the
Come
big
on,
two
Tabor.
just to say, fuck this panel. You're all crazy, but I love you though. Wrongful Rage with the big 10. I just walked in and already want to leave. Who is the drunk chick talking about balls? Don't answer. Just get into the crystal, lady. Yes, and we have our
lot
own
of-
personal
assume it's the
crystal.
guy on the
You can
right.
enter into that one, all of you. K2 keep on trucking with the big two. They do not know how logistics work. I believe that's a shot to you.
Explain it
ladies.
to me, please. I would love to know because I've been asking them all night about how to explain stuff. This is, I hate to do this, but like, I really do feel like we're having a little bit of a sexism moment here. Where it's like, we came out here with all the facts and they just do not care.
No, you didn't.
And I
We're having
identify
a little
as
bit of a
non-binary
sexy moment.
personally, so I don't really like to pull that card at all. I mean, I've been
You're-
a gamer my
first
entire
of
life,
all,
but
how did your internet
holy
get
shit,
drunk
if
too?
you retards have no idea what you're talking about, it is amazing to me that you just like thought that you would, I don't know, take
Give
a
your
dub.
internet some bread and water, and
Sorry?
we'll refocus. Did you say we're having a sexy
Sober up the
moment?
internet. That's
No, I
funny.
think you're. I was saying I think you're a little sexist. I think it's the, and I don't like saying. You didn't listen to anything I
I
said.
think
That's
that she
fine.
said we're having a sexy moment. I agree. This is a sexy moment.
I didn't say
I
that.
like sexy, sexy, sexy.
So the only reason that you would say that is to try and sexually harass me, and that's great for you.
You can't
And
sexually harass a
shout
woman.
out to Ty Cobb with the
Fuck
big
you,
two.
you
Just
piece
to
of shit.
say nothing at all. Let's just ad hom the shit out of this. Is anybody leaving the panel before I open up the dumpster fire?
Oh, I wanna take some. I'm
Yeah.
mad right
I've-
now.
I've got
Like,
Anson
in the-
Knowles backstage just for you, Nina.
I got like 10 minutes or so.
I guess I have to
No, you
ask
don't.
you though before it
Yeah.
starts. If somebody's like going to hyperly harass me, are you gonna actually just let it
No,
happen
we
or what?
like I usually play it based on the receiver. If the receiver is dishing it back and fucking shit
Yeah, I
up
remember I
too, then
talked to
let
you about
guys...
it, Andrew Wilson or whatever, and like sometimes when I go on
Yeah.
that panel, there's that one guy and he sexually harassed me multiple times, and I'm like,
Oh, if
this
it's
not-
like sexual harassment,
Oh, is
kinda,
that
like no,
getting
we don't put up
furious?
with that. If it's like oh god, it's
I'm not saying Andrew Wilson
not allowed
sexually
to-
harassed me. I'm just saying like,
No, I'm saying was
No,
it
no, no.
Curious? Was that the guy who?
does he have like a what is his profile picture?
I don't.
I think he just has an eye. Either way, if anybody's doing that to you, they'll immediately be. We don't allow any of that.
He's
kind of
really the
shit
only
here.
one I know of that actually.
It's more of the spurging and ad hom and yelling at each other that we typically like. As long as the
They just flirt.
receiver
Sure.
You know, as long
I
as
just
it's going back and
alright,
forth.
just as long as
Flair's
we're
just a creep.
your
Shopping
stuff.
is
All right. Well, let's fuck shit up.
Yes, and I do want to
God,
extend
speaking of.
my appreciation. I do think that Sarah has been an adequate moderator. I think that there's times where she needs to mind her own fucking business in this space, but she's been an adequate moderator, and I do appreciate her having me on her channel.
Listen, I love you, the Raging Tomato, but I would kill myself doing more red pill debates, okay?
The Raging Tomato, at least she is attempting, like, she's trying to be a comedian. You know, she's trying to be funny.
Women can't be funny.
I was going to say that very thing, but I knew you would beat me to it. Anson
Where-
Knowles, what's up?
Everybody says it. It's good.
Anson, I'm already flirting, so don't you come in here with your sexual harassment.
Hey,
yeah. You got a beanie on, dude. You're covering your most masculine feature.
Yeah, my bald head. Yeah, I just have to live with the beard showing my testosterone level. So, not as good as yours, but it'll have to do.
Oh my.
Bless you, my child.
Let me kick
How's
this
Alabama
off.
tonight, Anson?
Say what now, Grid?
How is Alabama tonight?
Oh, it's chilly tonight, man. I went to my kid's soccer game, and yeah, it's been a good night. He was in goal for a while. He got a save, and yeah, it was good. Yeah,
solid work. Solid work.
From what I remember, all right, the dude's pardoned in the discussion there.
Sure.
But from my memory, the dude started the Silk Road for illegal activities that he did not want to be traced by the government. Not
man,
once,
this is a
twice.
mess.
I think 3 times he got caught. The second time, he took complete control of every transaction on the Silk Road. Therefore, he's culpable. He also, by the notes and chat and the logs that they got, he was guilty. Now, the dirty investigators did get, I think there's 2 or 3 of them that did get prosecuted and sent to jail.
Correct.
Of the investigators.
Yes.
But he was convicted by a jury of his peers, as everybody gets convicted.
No, he wasn't.
Yes, he was.
No.
Yes, it was an unanimous jury.
He's 100%
Yeah.
correct.
Let me point something out.
The judge gave the sentence.
A jury of your peers. You'll never get a jury of your peers in a criminal case because they're
They're gonna move the
They pull
goalposts.
jurors from voting rules. A jury of my peers would be other felons. I bet you'd have quit.
You
Let
know what he
me
means by
interrupt.
Oh,
for,
bull.
pardon me for just a moment. I gotta go tend to my daughter really quick. Caucasian Sasquatch is in charge. If he tells you to shut up, just shut
Oh,
up.
Lord.
All right, and I'll just be 3 minutes. I'll be right back.
This is gonna get real good.
Yeah,
Who's
so
got that
my-
bassy voice?
my only and Nina, I want to say, you know, I make jokes in the chat, and I don't know if any of my jokes were, I guess, off color and made you feel uncomfortable. I'm sorry if they did. That wasn't my intent.
I don't know
I'm just
who
a
is
jokester.
speaking. I'm hearing some accents here.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's the guy who was leaving all the super chats that you were responding to.
I
Oh,
told
the
you he
one
was
that's in the
from Alabama.
shadows.
Yeah, I'm
And
the
the-
guy in the dark. Yeah,
And the
so
black and white. Yeah.
Oh, you want to turn on the light?
No, I don't, but I appreciate
Okay.
it. My only issue with y'all's debate is that
Okay.
y'all never followed the prompt. The prompt was whether or not the pardon was justified. Y'all were stuck in relitigating the
Well,
actual
the big
case
problem with that,
occurred.
I understand. I actually agree with you. I do actually agree with you because me and Ghosty actually did all the effort into look up. Like I have a bunch of like notes and all of that, and we actually had our facts there. And I feel like I absolutely agree with you. I wish we could have gotten back to the prompt more often, but it was just because these idiots had no idea what the fuck they were talking about. And
Well,
I
I
really
also
hope
think-
that. Go ahead.
So those
I
are
also
all
think
ad
it's-
hominems.
Well, I
Yeah,
also
can we,
think
like,
it's
go-
relevant
yeah.
to talk about why he was arrested because that kind of justifies why he shouldn't be pardoned. I think that's why.
Yeah,
I
and then they
focused on
kept
a lot of
denying us being able to talk about that because they're like, "No, you don't understand. You don't get it, you idiots!" Like, and then that's when I was
Yeah.
getting really upset.
Yeah,
But like,
and-
obviously, because I get a little passionate about debates,
Well,
so it makes
Grit,
it fun,
Grit
right?
can't handle women talking.
Sure.
Well, and I can understand, you know, getting emotionally caught up in the debate and then kind of losing your spot. That makes sense. But the
Well.
pardon aspect is what actually interested me. Is that the pardon was, you know, part of the founding of the country, and the reason for the pardon is from British royalty, and the model was designed for the president to be able to show mercy when the law was overly severe or when there was a need to calm down political
So
strife.
then maybe I should
And
ask
it's-
you,
it-
what's your position on that? Do you think yes or no on that one? And then we can get into it.
Well,
Well, we did bring up that the reason Trump pardoned him wasn't because of principle or because of
Start
like he
dying?
thought the punishment was too harsh. It was because he wanted libertarian votes, and I don't think that's like
He
a good
already
enough
had the
reason to
vote.
pardon somebody.
Can you prove it?
No.
Can you
Well,
prove it?
So
Yes, there's a literal clip of him talking to Libertarian Party. I will free Russ Ulbricht if you
Oh,
vote
yeah, if
for
you go
me.
on the
And
Wikipedia, it's one of the
the head
first
of the Libertarian
things, yeah.
Party asked him. He said, "What's one thing you want to get done?" And she was like, "I didn't want to ask for too much, so I just said I just want the freedom of Russ Ulbricht. That's the most important thing to us as the Libertarian Party."
Yeah, RFK
That's what
also
she said. I
promised to
literally
do it
watched a
as
video
well.
of her talking about this.
Yes,
Yeah,
it was
and-
her son. She said, "Yeah, if you could free my son, that would be great."
No, it wasn't her son. This is the head of
Well, no.
one of the Libertarian Party's heads.
Ghosty,
It was
you're
not his
right.
family.
Ghosty, you're right, and I know that because I'm a libertarian activist who's active in the actual Libertarian Party. You are correct about what you're saying, but the way pardons work, and y'all are kind of getting stuck in the weeds, right? The pardons are justified if the president decides they're justified, right? So as long as you're following the original model of what the intention was for the pardon, meaning if you think that the law is overly burdensome, or if it's to quell some sort of civic issue, and that's the most narrow interpretation possible.
Sure.
The arguments that the Powder Dusty and Grid were using were arguments in favor of the law being overly burdensome.
I think you're
in
being
that
too
case, pardon is
charitable. I think you're being way too charitable. I think that they had no idea what they were really arguing, and I think that you were being very charitable.
You
in
had
their
no
position.
idea what we were arguing.
Well, that's.
You had no
Yes,
idea
of
what we were
course,
arguing.
because you did a very poor job of
biased
explaining
flow.
it. If you do
Everybody
a poor
comes from a
job
bias.
of
You think your ass
explaining
doesn't come from a bias? You
so
think your ass
if
doesn't come
you
from a bias?
think if you think hold on,
You
if
know that,
you
Chuck. We
hold
can
on,
talk
if
about how
you
we
think
killed your
that
brother.
you're smarter than me or something because
I
you're
am
so
smarter than you. I do think
unable.
that.
I don't know how you could argue that, but like if you think that you're, I don't know, able to.
I do.
Your arguments are nothing besides how to portray them to the other people, right? Like if I could sit here and be like, well, I have the best opinion, and then I couldn't like
That is an
I couldn't
argument, madam.
display
Run
it
that
to you.
sentence back.
Are you listening
Say
to what
that
I'm
again.
saying? If
Say it
I
out
just
loud.
if I
No.
just sit here,
You listen
shut
to
up,
what
shut
you're
up,
saying,
shut
madam.
up. If I just
Oh.
sit here and I just make it say, if I say like, I just have the best
It's
opinion,
okay,
right?
babe, I don't
If
mind.
I just say I just have the best opinion, right? And then like I don't do anything, like
Yeah, no,
then
it's
why
good.
the fuck would you ever believe me, right?
I don't.
Yeah, exactly. So exactly, that's what I'm
I
saying.
believe that you only accept
That's
your
what I'm
own
saying, like-
authority
like
and
the
will accept
idea-
no other source of judgment, and that's it.
Sorry?
You only accept your own authority and what you believe, and that is your only source of judgment.
Oh well,
But
that's
to
not really
be
what I'm
honest-
talking about. My position being like, if you cannot portray your position to people who are not in the same camp as you,
We
then your
did that.
position you are
just
kind
kept
of
trying to go
useless
back to
in the way of being able to portray your position. Like,
You were just
does
shrieking
that
like
make
a
sense?
spoiled
Wait, hold on.
stepdaughter.
Does
What
that
are you
make
talking
sense? Does
about?
that make
He's
sense?
useless.
But to be honest, nobody sitting here on this panel knows exactly why Trump pardoned the man. Only Trump knows
Well,
why
I did
he
in my
pardoned the
opening.
man.
I'm pretty sure that the reason why he.
I mean, he said why he did it, but and
You're
so
pretty
if-
sure he said why? How long ago was it that he said that? That
while he
would
was
free a
campaigning,
That was campaigning.
Well, he went to the Libertarian convention. Like I don't know when was that? Like
Yeah.
a few months ago. He went to the. Okay,
I've
well let me
been at
finish my
event.
statement, and then you'll know why I'm saying it. Because he went to the Libertarian convention. Because not only was it Trump that said that. RFK said that he'd pardon Ross Ulbricht. Jill Stein said that
Okay.
they would pardon Ross Ulbricht. The idea was they just wanted the coalition of libertarians because that
So let me.
there was
That's why you're
multiple there
opposed
was
to it, because
multiple
you're
people who said they were
politically
a
minded and you
single
don't
issue
like
voter,
right.
No, we're just
meaning that they
talking
were
about the
interested
justification.
in
She believes
only having
Politico.
that. I mean, if you think
So-
I'm wrong, please,
Politico was
please
wrong.
disprove
you are
me.
wrong.
Please disprove me.
I can.
Please,
I can
please,
disprove
please,
you.
please.
I can
Okay.
disprove. See, the Libertarian Party had nominated a
All right, give
far
me
left woke Democrat as their party presidential candidate, and
The
so all of the
Libertarian Party
conservatives
did
in the
not have a
Libertarian
Democrat.
Party were
You just
already
lied
going to
to
vote
me.
for Trump
You just
anyway,
lied to all the
because
people on this
the person that they
panel.
nominated as a
The
presidential candidate was an uber
Libertarian
left
Party?
wokey.
Are you talking
What?
about Jill Stein?
No, I'm talking about
No,
the Libertarian. I'm talking
Libertarian-
about Chase Oliver. Chase Oliver was nominated as the Libertarian presidential candidate. He was so far left
That is
that all the rights
not
of
a
the Libertarian Party
leftist.
voted for Trump.
That's not a leftist. I don't know what you're talking
But
about.
either way, my point is that I don't think it's
Red, you're
like
muted.
I don't think it's fair to like me personally.
Yes,
I just don't think just because libertarians personally have the belief that drugs should be legalized. That's
Nobody cares about the drugs.
No,
The thing
Greg,
is
shut
not the
up.
burden.
Shut up.
Chill,
Just
chill,
because
Let her
libertarians libertarians believe that drugs should be
Decorum.
legalized. So therefore they want Ross Ulbricht
So do
free
leftists.
based on their philosophy. And Trump only like he doesn't care about that part. He just wants their votes. So he
Who
pardoned
cares?
them.
He already
I
did.
don't
got
think
their
that's
vote.
a I
He
don't
didn't
think
need it.
I
He
don't
didn't
think
need
that's a
their
fair
vote
enough
anymore.
justification.
Let me
You're just mad
do
about
you
a
don't
election.
care.
pardon me for just a moment. Let me do a voice confirmation. Are you crazy? Can you please talk to me?
What does that
Are you
mean?
crazy? Not you. Are you crazy? You're on stage. You've got 3. You're supposed to hit the unmute button. 2, 1. Goodbye. Are you crazy? You're not coming up. Let me go ahead and kick you, and then we'll do Wrongful Rage coming in with the Big 10. Go drink some water. Fucking whiny wrong post hose. Woman ain't funny. Yes, we are fully aware we're not comical. We're not funny. We actually suck at jokes. But you
That's
still
somebody
think we're
coping
cute
because they
anyway.
know I'm fucking funny, and I am non-binary, so you don't have to even.
I think you're
What the
unintentionally.
fuck
that,
is? There's no
I'm
such thing as
unintentionally
non-binary.
funny.
Oh god. Okay, let's
You're
not talk about this.
There's
unintentionally
Let's
only
stay on
male
topic.
and female.
Nice cope, idiot.
Oh Jesus!
I didn't say gender, motherfucker.
Twist while you step.
I have-
Twist,
Wait.
twist while you step.
Oh my
What does
god, being
non-binary
so
refer to if it's
interested
not
in that
gender?
is so fucking pathetically weird.
So y'all have still stayed stuck in the legalistic argument around whether or not
Well, what do you want to
pardon
move it
was
into
justified.
then, my guy?
Well, no, I want to keep it in the legalistic argument
All
because
right,
that's what
go
y'all
ahead.
are using instead of using the philosophical one. So the way that the pardons were constructed by the founding fathers was that because they had given the president so much power, they had put legal mechanisms in place to remove the president if he overstepped his legal powers to pardon. And therefore, it's only an unjustified pardon if Congress decides to impeach him and remove him from office, because that's the mechanism designed to correct the legal problems caused by overzealous pardoning.
Yeah, but
Correct.
the debate isn't about does Trump have the right to pardon Ross Ulbricht.
like
It's about our
anybody.
opinions on whether
Yeah.
we think that was a justified pardoning.
Correct.
So you keep talking about the libertarian vote. He already had the libertarian vote. He could
Yes.
have said, you know what?
No,
Guys,
actually-
I changed my mind.
Are
now
you
that
part
I'm
of the
president,
libertarian vote?
just don't
Trump-
care about Ross Albright. Let the guy rot in prison.
Libertarians
So
voted
you're-
for
Stop.
Trump
Look, I let
more
you
than
guys talk. I
anybody.
sat here very quiet. If you're going to if you're going to make a claim like he only did it because X, and X isn't the case, he
Like what he
doesn't have
said.
any duty to pardon the guy. Your argument doesn't make any damn sense.
Great, it does
Correct.
because he literally said it. And also, if you look at the votes,
Who
libertarians
cares?
He didn't
libertarians
need their vote anymore.
but-
He's president. He doesn't care.
No,
This
he
is
said
his last
this.
term.
He said this while he was campaigning to
Yes,
get the
and
vote.
he got the vote.
And libertarians voted for
You
Trump
understand now
more
why
than
these are dumb people? You
libertarians
understand?
voted for Trump more than their own libertarian party in percentages more compared to any other election. Like he did
And Anson
sway
just
them.
told you
It
why.
could be for a different reason, but the reason he said he
Why
was going
would a
to
libertarian vote for a losing candidate?
A
They
leftist.
wouldn't.
well, some libertarians do vote for the Libertarian Party, obviously.
Yes, but again, he
Because they're
already had
unprincipled.
the
Thank you
vote.
for proving that.
Could have won-
We thought it was going to
didn't
be a
have to
tight
go up there.
race. He was trying to get as many votes as he wanted,
He
obviously.
already
It's not-
had them.
No, he wanted more,
Yeah,
obviously.
but he
Believe it or
made
not.
that. You know that he made that promise to pardon him before he was elected, right?
Yeah.
Is that going to
Okay,
change
so
your
once he's
opinion?
elected, he
Is
doesn't
that
have
going
to
to change your
pardon him.
opinion? That I'm going to tell
But
you
he-
right now that I can show you. I mean, I don't know what you see the
stupid?
thing.
You can have the brokies.
Give me a sec.
One big pond. I'm sorry if you're broke. It's not free speech. That is correct.
He's a
And you
deal
can try
maker.
about
Fuck,
it
are we
for free
talking about
somewhere else.
brokies, bro? Are you calling all libertarians brokies? Because they probably are.
No, he's
Let's
talking
figure
to
it out.
the chat on the screen.
Yep.
Yeah.
He gave the promise. Oh fuck! What am I doing? Okay, brain work. Okay.
I was talking to people who have to steal Invisalign
No, it's
braces.
already 3 leagues down, buddy.
Libertarian. I know, like, you guys don't like to look up stuff, but I will.
I could promise you the moon, but once I'm president, I don't have to give you the moon.
But why did he
have
give
to,
it? Why
but
did they give them the moon
it's
then?
Right.
It's good
Listen.
on.
Use your ears. The things attached to the side of your head. That you're
Dude,
supposed to
I
fucking listen to.
understand what you're saying, but that
Christ, no,
doesn't.
you do
I
not.
really
Yes, I
like
do.
as Ingrid.
Just because he's
That's what makes
elected
him
now, he could have just lied to them and not pardoned him. But maybe he
Correct.
just
I
didn't want to
didn't say
lie
that.
to
He's done
his.
that very thing.
Prove that's why he pardoned him. You can't. Nobody can
Well,
prove
yeah,
it.
nobody can. But if he said it, then I mean, why
What?
else? What else would lead me to
I
believe that
said the
he did
moon
it?
was made of cheese. Is the moon made of cheese?
I'm
Well,
using the evidence that I have to make my opinion, right?
I don't know, but we got a
well,
bunch of
yeah, but
here.
how about we just grant that he pardoned Ross because he was doing a political favor to one of the most minuscule political classes available.
That's
And
almost exactly what my point was.
And we just grant that and say, so what? What does that provide to your argument?
The
Because
fact that he only won the presidential election by 10,000 votes. Do you have any thoughts on that?
that's
This is
unrelated
this
to what
is-
I
this is
said.
why you object to
Okay.
Ross, because you're angry that Trump is the president. The joke's on you.
You
though.
are
They're
such a
both
fucking
suckers.
embarrassment that you think that you have to reduce my argument. You are so unwilling to engage with what I'm saying that you have to just say that.
I'm engaging with what you're saying. Stop.
So then,
using
like,
ad
why don't you
homs.
engage with it a little
Stop-
bit farther
stop
then?
reducing
Why do you
me to
think
being
that
embarrassing.
I don't know, I'm a little upset about you think
I
that the
think we need
idea
to
that
take
I'm mad that
donations
Trump's
for a room.
president is like
Are you mad that Trump's
indicative that's indicative of the fact that I have no
Are you mad
ability
that
to
Trump's
comprehend anything that's happening outside of that?
Are you mad that Trump's president?
Oh, absolutely. Are you not?
Okay.
He's rooting. Dude, oh, he must be poor as fuck then, dude, because I have stocks, bro.
How am I poor
If
as
you
fuck?
have any fucking stocks, you should be pissed.
Oh my God.
Are you
You
not?
suck.
Are you just a bunch of poor assholes here right now?
Oh,
Lena,
boy.
did you see what the market did after Trump got announced president?
Do you know where the market
Right?
is right now? Do you?
Did
Yeah,
you
this
see
is
what
no, you're a
happened?
poor
I'm happy
asshole, dude. Are you
about it.
kidding me?
The market loves Trump.
Yes.
Said somebody who has no actual money in the market. That's adorable.
I do. I got
And you think that it's doing
250,000.
really
Oh,
well?
Lord.
What do you have your money
Honey.
in? What do you have your money in?
You have stepped far too deep
What do you have
into
your
this
money
one.
in?
This is your one
I have my
warning.
money in fucking
markets
Apple,
love
and I have my
Trump.
money
Here.
in like fucking
Here.
like Amazon and shit. Like, what are you talking about?
The markets love Trump. I'm gonna say that while I'm holding 100 ounces of silver just to prove I'm not broke.
Why the fuck
Unlike,
would
unlike
why
One
would
Palm down
having
there.
a physical amount of silver have
Look,
anything to do?
this is just a
This is how much you're a
demonstration.
low IQ
Look, while
retard,
you're-
dude.
while
Do
you're
you think
still
you
Invisalign
having
braces are
silver
falling out of your-
has anything to do with Trump and
I
the
kind of feel like
markets?
she's harassing us.
No,
Yeah.
wrongful rage coming in with the Big Ten. I
My
don't even know
God,
who
you don't know
this
anything you're
walking-
talking about.
I don't even know who this walking
have a
canker-sore
literal-
Nina
Jesus.
is.
Alright.
Silver.
Cope
Sorry.
and seethe into your cup. And all of our members hit the Riz Donut for wrongful rage. We love him so much. He's got his own fucking emoji over
I
here.
love that you're
We
getting
love you.
$10 for this person
Is
who
that
doesn't even know
one
who I
cup, two
am.
women?
Oh my God. This is great.
And then
Wow.
K to keep on trucking it with the big two. Trump is your daddy.
I thought Chuck was her daddy.
It
Yeah,
is all,
Chuck-
you know that they're talking to
Daddy.
you, right? You know that like they're talking to you. It's your fucking
and
daddy.
let me voice confirm. Are you crazy? Are you there, my friend?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh Jesus. Okay. All right. Are we gonna show any penis, vagina?
Okay, now I'm gonna
boobies,
go
or any
ahead
of
and
the
bail.
sports
I'm gonna
on
go ahead and
screen?
bail if that's a
All right,
concern.
thank you.
All right,
come
it's
on.
been very nice talking to you. If that's a concern,
Nina.
I am going to bail.
That's
Love you
the
all.
action of fear.
Ghosty, you're awesome. Goodbye. What the fuck? You're gonna have some people on your fucking stream that's gonna show dick? I don't want to get fucking banned. You're gonna have somebody on your fucking stream that's gonna be like, oh, you're gonna. You're gonna show dong? What the fuck, dude? Yeah, I'm never going on this stream again. Although I don't mind getting rizzed. Razzed. But she was just about to let that happen? So we was just gonna fucking show dong on stream? Ghosty and I destroyed that fucking debate, and it's like, I was only just staying there for like the politeness, and it was, you know, kind of was fun to some extent, but like, are you serious? I hate people like that are doing this shit. No, she's not a real moderator. That was pathetic when it comes to moderation. I'm never going on that show again. Yeah, she made a lot of money off of me. I get it. That's fine. I'm not like new to this. It's just embarrassing. I can't believe I did so much work to do this. And she said, I'm going to make a whole panel based off of what you want to do. And then she picks a bunch of people who have no fucking clue what they're talking about. And then all I do is just insult me and my other panelists on my team the whole time. Fucking embarrassing. It was entertaining, I'm sure. I don't really but like look at what I did. I was like, oh my god, I feel like I don't know anything, and I made all this like this stuff here, and then I'm like arguing with a bunch of dipshits that don't know anything. I'm not doing this anymore. This is exactly what I was concerned about it being. Like, I was hoping that like because she made it specifically for this, that it would have been positive. And shout out Ghosty though. If you have any way to get in contact with her, I don't have like her Discord or anything, but she fucking did actual work. Like it's like, but they're just like being so fucking annoying. No, okay, so what happened is she asked me, hey, I want to do a Debate Monday thing, or Moderator Monday, I think she called it. And we'll just moderate stuff. And then she's like, yeah, everyone's crashing out. What the fuck was the phrase? Like, the idea that she's gonna relate those things, it's insulting. And yeah, I'm done. I'm gonna tell her this, actually. Ghosty and I didn't deserve to be treated like we're in the same vein as the other retards. I get the donation farming. But you don't gotta make your at least respect your host or All right, I'm gonna go ahead and remove friend, and it's done. Like, I fucking crushed that debate so fucking hard. Like, I think, like, again, the big issue for me is not that, like, I crushed that debate. It's that, like, she was so fucking rude about it. And I'm over it. Because we absolutely did crush that fucking debate. And it's just like, why is she not, like, annoyed that people don't, like, do any work for her debates? Like, what, did people just, like, roll through? Wait, how is she still able to talk to me? Not sure I understand your complaint. That's fine. On a server? Oh shit. Okay, you're probably right. Mutual friends, mutual servers. Super ego. It's probably her server. How do I leave a server? Oh my god, I don't know how to do anything. I never go on Discord that much. How do I leave a server? No, it's just me doing my user thing. Oh my god, I have no idea how to do it. Oh, leave server. There we go. Figure it out. Wait, what? Sorry, somebody just like messaged me. We had trouble RSVPing to the wedding. Oh, she can't type to me anymore because I left the server. Whatever, I don't care. You should just fucking bail, dude. Like, one of the big things is she shouldn't fucking... One of the good things that the things that Zerka was good at is Zerka was good at, like, at least understanding your side of the perspective, and she wouldn't just be like, yeah, you're all the same. You're all the same. You're all fucking crashing out the same. Like, that's fucking annoying and stupid. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and go to bed and then forget all of this happened. I know I fucking crushed that debate, and that was pathetic. That was the most pathetic ass debate I've ever had, where it clearly Ghosty and I were actually gave a shit about the topic, and I am so fucking sick of these people getting away with, like, oh, I get being the lol cow to some extent. Like, I get it. I'm not doing any more of that. It's fucking retarded. She's not gonna respect my ass? Fuck you. Not because I'm crushing her, like, outside of that. It's like, it's literally just a complete disrespect for me. Like, it's like, Zerka knew how to play both sides of it. Zerka knew how to actually do that correctly, where it's like, yeah, I'll play the game, but I'm not gonna play the game when the game is just like, oh, yeah, you're the same. I'm gonna meet you because you're the same. No, fuck off. It's disgusting. It's disgusting behavior, and fuck Tomato for that on that one. All right, love you guys. I'll see you whenever I see you. Probably no, I probably won't see you tomorrow because I gotta do wedding fitting. Probably later during the week, but I'll see you then. Eventually. Thank you all for being here. You guys are all amazing. I do think I fucking crushed that debate, but I love you guys, and we'll see you then.